Bella Swan's point of view. Where were you guys? I asked Edward as I climbed out of my truck. He and his family hadn't shown up for school that day, but he was sitting on the front steps now, waiting for me to get home. Had a little meeting with the pack, he said. Carlisle will tell you about it later. He crossed his legs casually as I moved toward him and fished under the eaves for the key. So have you been thinking about Carlisle's offer? What offer? I asked, unlocking the door. The offer to turn you. How many offers has the man made to you? I grinned at him. There's been an indecent proposal or two. From what I've picked out of his head, you're the one who's been making those. I rolled my eyes. Do you have any idea how annoying you are? I pushed the door open but he made no move to follow me. Are you coming in? He shook his head. I'm not allowed until Jacob gets here. Carlisle's still got you on a leash, huh? He shrugged. He's smart to be careful. I closed the door and tossed my backpack on the porch, dropping down next to him. Is it easier outside? He nodded. Especially if I stay upwind. The breeze helps carry your scent away. Have you ever had a reaction like this to anyone else? Nope. You're it. So I'd really appreciate it if you'd take Carlisle up on his offer. I grimaced. He raised an eyebrow. Are you thinking you don't want to? I don't know, I said, looking away. I mean, it sounds great now. But what happens when Carlisle gets tired of whatever this is, and moves on? Edward didn't answer, and I flicked a surreptitious glance at him. He was gaping at me. Did you really just say that? He demanded. That irritated me. Want me to say it again? Are you serious? He asked, appalled. You really think Carlisle is going to get tired of you? I rolled my eyes. He's a man, Edward. If there's one thing I understand, it's men. He crossed his arms over his chest. You understand men. You can always count on two things with men. They love sex, and they disappear when things start to get hard. Edward stiffened. Maybe that's true with a lot of people, but Carlisle is better than that. You've got to stop thinking about him like he's just some guy. Why? That's what he is. He clenched his teeth, drawing in a slow breath. Carlisle Cullen is absolutely the finest man I have ever known, he said curtly. And I've known a lot of people. A superior slug is still a slug. He widened his eyes. Where is this hostility coming from? Are you mad at him for something? I sighed, the fight draining out of me. The fact was, I was getting angry over something Carlisle hadn't even done yet. I was getting a jump on hating him for leaving me. No, I mumbled. Edward leaned back against the handrail, frowning. Why are you so sure he's going to leave you? Because I'm not dumb enough to believe in fairy tales. What does this have to do with fairy tales? Do you real? Why expect me to believe that we'll live happily ever after? He gave me a puzzled look. Why not? I rolled my eyes. I'm going inside, I said, pushing myself to my feet. No. He grabbed my hand, holding me back. He stood and pulled me back to him, placing his hands on my shoulders. Please don't walk away. I want to talk to you about this. Why? I snapped impatiently. Because you're wrong. He loves you. Yeah, so what? My mom loved Charlie, and every one of the parade of creeps that came after him. He frowned. You're not really using your parents as role models, are you? Why shouldn't I? They're just like everyone else. The rising divorce rate shows all too clearly that people don't stay together, and the ones who do only stay because they feel like they have to. Fire sparked in his eyes. Look, I don't have much experience with human relationships, but I can tell you this, vampires don't walk out on their mates. I rolled my eyes, looking away, but Edward shook my shoulders lightly, bringing my attention back to him. I've been with Esme for 89 years, he said. I love her more than anything else in the world. And yeah, sometimes it's hard, but I've never once considered leaving her. And I can be pretty sure that she's never considered leaving me. Congratulations. You're perfect. He shook his head. It's not just us. Emmett and Rose don't think about it. Jasper and Alice don't think about it. Vampires mate for good. God, I wanted to believe him. It was such a nice story. Or maybe you just have an entire family of overachievers. Edward released my shoulders, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Look, you know who the Volturi are, right? I nodded, wondering what he was getting at. Two of the leaders, Arrow and Keys, they both been with their wives for more than 3,000 years. And trust me when I say they're still completely devoted to them. He shook his head. The third leader, Marcus, lost his wife over 2 millennia ago. And he's never been the same. He never looks at another woman, and he barely notices what's going on around him. He's just broken. He shoved his hands in his pockets. This thing with you and Carlisle is permanent. At least, it is for him. I swallowed hard, thinking about 3,000 years. It would be miserable to imagine 3,000 years with anyone else but with Carlisle. Maybe there was a God. Maybe that was heaven, or at least compensation for the years I had spent in hell. Do you? My throat closed, and I swallowed again, trying to clear it. Do you know of any vampires who left? He shook his head solemnly. Not one. Not when they were truly mated. I frowned at his stipulation. What do you mean, truly mated? He shrugged. Vampires can crew around just as much as humans do when they're unattached. There's still attraction, affection, relationships between some who just enjoy one another's company. I chewed at my lip. You don't think that's what this is for Carlisle? You forget that I can see into his mind. I don't have to guess at it. He squeezed my shoulders again. I know for a fact that Carlisle is completely devoted to you. I frowned, trying to process it. And Edward ruffled my hair. I wish you'd get that through your cute little head. This insecurity thing is getting downright boring. I gave him a useless little shove, turning back toward the house. It's too cold out here. Come in whenever Jacob shows up to babysit. Jacob didn't keep us waiting long. I had just curled up on the love seat in the den in RTED my homework when there was a heavy banging at the back door. Jacob didn't wait for me to answer before pushing it open and calling my name. I squealed and ran to the back door, tossing my textbooks to the floor on the way. I flung myself at Jacob and hugged him tightly. You finally got Sam to lift his stupid rule. Carlisle did, actually. Edward saw from behind me. I released Jacob, but grabbed his hand and pulled him into the den. We flopped down on the love seat together, and Edward kicked back in Charlie's recliner. How come Carlisle got involved? Good question, Jacob said, propping his feet up in my lap. He was wearing shoes and a t-shirt with his cut-offs today, which sort of surprised me. I figured he didn't like me. Edward gave a low laugh. You remind him of Ephraim. He can't help but like you. Jacob rolled his eyes. Are you going to start in on the legendary friendship crap? Is that what they teach you boys out on the reservation? Edward asked with a smile. Jacob shrugged. Old Quill does. Anyway, he seems to think Ephraim and Carlisle were pretty tight. Tight. Edward smiled nostalgically. That's a pretty good description, actually. The two of them used to go to the diner in town and have these long debates over whatever it was that they were thinking of that day, while Ephraim sat there and ate all of the food off of both their plates. They'd stay there for hours. Carlisle would just keep ordering more food, and Ephraim would pack it away. Jacob grinned, rubbing his stomach. We wolves burn up a lot of calories phasing back and forth. Ephraim was always eating. A lot of times he'd go out hunting with us and end up sharing the prey. Whatever we drained, he'd eat. He hunted with you guys? Jacob asked curiously. All the time. And so, met times he and Carlisle would just take off for days, even weeks at a time. They'd decide on a whim that they wanted to see someplace they'd read about, and they'd start running. Edward shook his head ruefully. The first time they did that, it scared us. Carlisle sometimes went off on his own, but he'd usually talk about it for a little while first so we'd know he was planning it. When he and Ephraim disappeared, the family started to wonder if the two of them had finally just killed each other. Jacob raised his eyebrows in surprise. Killed each other? I thought they were friends. Edward nodded, grinning. Yeah, they were friends, but they argued all the time. They were constantly challenging each other. He laughed fondly. I chewed Carlisle out pretty good for disappearing, and after that, Ephraim would send Quill and Levi around to keep us posted on where they were and what they were doing. Didn't Carlisle have a job? Yeah, he had a private practice that he ran out of an office in town. But he wasn't the only doctor in the area, so he didn't feel too badly about closing up shop on occasion. People didn't think that was weird. Jacob snorted. I tugged at the laces on his shoes, untying them. People think you're weird, but that doesn't seem to bother you. Jacob grinned at me, watching me tie his shoelaces together. That's because I'm so pretty that they love me anyway. Edward smiled patiently. The practice of medicine was a lot less structured back then, he explained to Jacob. Besides, the people in town cut Carlisle some slack because they saw him as sort of a missionary/philanthropist. Wait, missionary? He grinned. You've got to remember that racism was something of an institution in the early 1900s. It wasn't uncommon for white Americans to see any hint of color in the skin as an indication of reduced mental capacity. Jacob arched an eyebrow. They thought we were stupid. Edward nodded. That was the generally accepted theory, yes. Heathens too. Though a lot of the Quileutes in those days had already converted to the United Society of Believers in Christ's second appearing. I looked up at him in surprise. What in the world is that? Shakers. For short, Jacob grinned. It used to be the biggest religion on the res. Edward nodded. The religion took a hit after Ephraim and the boys phased. Shakers believe in adoption rather than procreation. But with the wolves running around, the tribe started remembering why they treasured their ancestral bloodlines. There was kind of a revival of the traditional rituals, which made the white population a little nervous. Word leaked out that the Quileutes were returning to their heathen ways, and on top of that, there was talk in Washington about self-government for Native American tribes. When the Indian Reorganization Act passed, a lot of folks around here figured their neighbors to the west would revert back to their former savage habits. Edward flicked a glance at Jacob, who was glaring at him. No offense, of course. The tribes around here have never been anything resembling savage, but there was no convincing the local whites of that. What did that have to do with Carlisle? I asked. Everybody thought Carlisle was trying to reclaim Ephraim. They saw them together all the time, locked in these serious discussions, Carlisle constantly buying the kid food. That's a classic missionary move, providing food to investigators of your religion. So to a lot of the people around here, it looked like Carlisle was doing some good old-fashioned Christian preaching. They figured he chose Ephraim because he was young and impressionable, and as chief of the Quileutes he had influence over the tribe. White man's hero, Jacob said sarcastically. Edward nodded solemnly. You have no idea. And Ephraim was the red man's, not just the Quileutes, but the Makah, the Ho, the Chinook, they all loved him. He was a charismatic kid and a fair-minded leader. And he was an outspoken advocate for tribal self-government. Between the two of them, they were idolized wherever they went. I don't know about idolized, but we were rather popular. I jumped and turned, catching sight of Carlisle leaning casually in the doorway to the den. You're early, I grinned, shoving Jacob's feet to the floor and skipping to Carlisle's side. He wrapped me in his arms and favored me with a deep, passionate kiss. I couldn't help feeling that it was as much for Jacob's benefit as it was for mine, and I swallowed back a laugh. Jacob stood as well and shuffled across the floor to us, his shoelaces still tied together. Hey, drive. Fang, he said, holding out his hand in what looked to be a very blatant effort to interrupt our kiss. Carlisle just took his hand and shook it, never releasing my lips. I couldn't help but giggle and Carlisle nipped at my bottom lip, laughing softly as well. Jacob let out a long-suffering sigh. Bella, do you have to get your grope on right in front of me? Oh, please. I laughed, taking Carlisle's hand and pulling him back to my place on the love seat, settling onto his lap. This from the guy who dragged me out to the movies last summer and spent the entire 2 hours making out with his girlfriend. Hey, I waited until after the previews started. He hopped back to the love seat and dropped down onto it. And anyway, that was different. How? He pursed his lips, scrambling for a response. It was dark, he finally said. And you had a movie to distract you. Carlisle smiled wryly. Well, if it makes you feel better. We'll draw the curtains and turn on the television. I laughed and kissed him again, curling up against his chest. Darling, do you spend all your afternoons listening to Edward tell tall tales about me? He asked me teasingly. Some. I'm trying to dig up all your secrets. Carlisle gave Edward a questioning look, and Edward grinned. You know, it never came up, he said, answering an unspoken question. Though Jacob's been wondering if you were planning on telling her. What? I asked, glancing between Carlisle and Jacob. Carlisle shifted me back a little on his lap. Bella, I have something I want to talk to you about. But I don't want you to feel in any way pressured by it. We're just creating options. Okay, I said slowly, giving him a wary look. There has been some discussion, he said hesitantly, among my family and among the Quileute leadership, as to whether you would want to become a vampire. I drew in a slow breath. I didn't really know how I felt about that yet. And I wasn't comfortable with other people talking about it. No pressure, my love, he reminded me. I nodded, trying to force myself to loosen up. The treaty we made with Ephraim prohibits us from biting a human. To turn you would be to stand in violation of it. What does that mean? I asked nervously, glancing at Jacob. It's hard to say. The decision as to how to proceed would be left to Sam. And I've been loath to place quite such a heavy burden on his shoulders. Besides, he smiled sadly, I don't wish to dishonor my old friend by causing problems for his posterity. I hold the Quileute nation in high regard. I chewed at my lip, wondering if the whole thing was a bad idea. Carlisle raised his hand and ran his thumb over my lip, pulling it from between my teeth. Don't fret, darling, he breathed. We've worked it out. Quote, how? He glanced at Edward. Edward and Sam have developed a theory. It has always been the presence of vampires that caused the Quileute boys to phase. Due to recent events, they have started to believe that close and frequent contact with vampires will encourage the gene to activate. Like with Jacob, I asked, remembering how he had become feverish and short-tempered after spending the day with us. Carlisle nodded. And possibly Paul as well. He brushed a hand over my cheek. Last Saturday, when Quill brought his grandson by, I was reluctant to shake the boy's hand for fear that it would spark the same reaction in him. Jacob smirked. But that was the whole point in bringing him by. Old Quill wants him to phase. Edward saw an opportunity and suggested that we could make a deal. We would do what we could to help young Quill phase if the tribe would allow us to turn you. He pressed a hand to my cheek. If that's what you choose, of course. The decision is yours alone. So they went for it. I asked, speaking to Carlisle, but looking at Jacob. Essentially, Carlisle said hesitantly. We had a meeting earlier today to discuss the details. Jacob and Jasper both have strong reservations about it, but we did come to an agreement. Jacob smiled ruefully. You're not cheap, girl. They had to promise us 4 wolves to get us to sell your soul. He winked at me. 4. Carlisle smiled. They wanted to even our numbers. Besides, Edward spoke up, Sam is feeling like he's spreading the boys a little thin right now. 2 of them are still in high school. And he's got them running patrols around La Push as well as keeping an eye on you here at the house. And they still have to find time for sleep. They could really use the help. I looked back at Jacob in surprise. And he yawned and stretched dramatically. Yep, we could. He shifted down on the couch so his head was pillowed on the arm, throwing his legs up on my lap again. So, since the blood doctor is here to keep Edward from going for your throat, I'm just going to take a little nap. Do you want to use Charlie's bed? Nope, he said, his eyes already slipping closed. I'm good right here. Edward looked amused. You're not actually expecting that to work, are you? What? I asked. A smile tugged at one corner of Edward's mouth. Jacob figures if he stays in the room. Carlisle's sense of propriety will keep him from making out with you. Carlisle chuckled. I've lived most of the last 90 years in such a way that even my thoughts are no longer private, he told Jacob. My sense of propriety might be a bit skewed. Bella's isn't, Jacob said with a lazy smile. Yeah, but I'd start making out with him just to piss you off. I love you, Bella. Edward rose from his chair. A wide grin on his face. I've just remembered, I left something in the oven. Do a lot of baking, do you? I asked dryly. He just smiled and leaned down to kiss my forehead. I'll see you in school tomorrow. He straightened. Carlisle, hunting tonight? He nodded. I'll be back around 1 or 2, then. He gave us a wave and strode out. Jacob was already snoring softly and I cuddled against Carlisle's chest. I had been missing him. It had been several days since we returned from our trip and our near-constant lovemaking had come to a grinding halt. He had barely touched me since we got back. And I got the impression that his sense of propriety wasn't quite as skewed as he claimed it was. Do you want to go upstairs? I asked. He smiled softly. If you'd like. Though, I'd wager Jacob is a light sleeper these days. There was caution in his voice, but it was for me, not for him. As though he thought I would be uncomfortable with what Jacob overheard. I grinned, peeing out from under Jacob's heavy legs and grabbing Carlisle's hand. He can't follow us. I tied his shoelaces together. Well, that gives us about 8 seconds while he picks out the knot. He embed to his feet and scooped me up in his arms. I hope you don't mind if it's a little rushed. He darted up the stairs, moving through the house at a speed that left my head spinning, and I giggled when he tossed me gently onto my bed. I reached up and grabbed his tie, tugging him down onto the mattress with me. He crawled on top of me, one hand sliding under my head and cradling it while his tongue swept over my bottom lip. I shivered. I've missed you. I've missed you too. I'm tempted to leave everyone and everything behind and run off with you to the cabin for a few years. He kissed me deeply, his tongue tangling with mine. And I moaned. I still had his tie in one fist, and I held him down on top of me while I arched against him. His free hand caressed down the side of my body until it reached my thigh. And he hitched my leg up over his hip. God, I loved it when he did that. He ground his solid erection against my center, making me cry out in pleasure, and I met his movements with my own. He growled deep in his chest, and his lips broke free from mine long enough for him to work my shirt off and pull it over my head. Then he was kissing my neck, one hand moving my hips NST his while the other explored my breast. He tugged back the cup of my bra, and his mouth trailed down my chest and drew my nipple in, sucking hungrily. Oh, God, Carlisle, I breathed. I love when you touch me like that. I had slipped my hands between us, going for the button of his pants, when he stilled and pulled back, his eyes closing in frustration. He took a deep breath and opened them again, picking up my discarded shirt and handing it to me. What's wrong? I asked, but my question was answered by Jacob's pounding steps running up the stairs. Bella, he shouted angrily. We sat up and I tugged my shirt on, getting it in place just before Jacob started pounding on the bedroom door. Bella, he yelled again. I sighed. Come in, Jacob. He burst into the room, his face twisted in fury. What the fuck do you think you're doing? He yelled at Carlisle. Carlisle raised a warning eyebrow, glancing at me pointedly. A little respect, please, Jacob. Jacob glared at him. Excuse me. You're telling me to respect her. Because the way I remember it, it wasn't me up here with my hands all over her. Jacob, stop it. I snapped. He wasn't doing anything I didn't want him to do. He spoke through his teeth, his eyes sparking. Look, Bella, I know he's been handing you all kinds of pretty lines about how you're his mate. He spat the word disgustedly, but that doesn't mean you Veda just give him whatever he asks for. He has no right to push you into doing something you don't want to do. I crossed my arms over my chest, raising an eyebrow at him. And what, exactly, makes you think I don't want to do it? This is crazy, Jacob growled. You shouldn't be doing that shit with him. He gestured dismissively to Carlisle. I narrowed my eyes at him, offended by his attitude. I don't remember asking your opinion. Quote, I'm just trying to look out for you. I pushed off the bed and stood in front of him, forcing him to fall back a step. Who asked you to? I didn't invite you here. I didn't ask you to hang around listening in on everything I do. If you don't like what you hear when you come over, maybe you should just leave. Bella, Carlisle said softly. He rose, touching my elbow gently. I turned on him. What? I demanded. He looked pained. Sweetheart, he whispered, pulling me into his arms. Jacob is your best friend. I know it's difficult, but he deserves the chance to talk to you about this. Please don't ask him to leave. I blinked at him in surprise. Are you kidding me? He has a valid concern, love. Ignoring it won't make him feel any better. My jaw dropped. A valid concern? Are you saying you don't think this is right? Of course not, he murmured softly, pressing a kiss to my forehead while Jacob crossed his arms impatiently. But from an outside perspective, it looks somewhat indecorous. Jacob snorted and I glared at him. I'm going to go, Carlisle said softly. What? My head snapped back around, and I looked at him in alarm. I'll be back, but you and Jacob should talk this out, and I need to have a conversation with Jasper. I think it's best if we both give some time to our friends this afternoon. You'll come back tonight? He nodded. I promise. He started to step away, but I pulled him back to me and kissed him deeply. He returned the kiss warmly, holding me against him, and I ignored Jacob completely when he cleared his throat. Carlisle let me be the one to end the kiss and then he stepped back, smiling softly. I love you, Bella. I'll see you this evening. He turned with a nod to Jacob and strode out. I punched Jacob in the arm and then winced at the pain that shot through my hand. It wasn't fair. Edward and Jacob, the two people in my life who were most deserving of a punch on the shoulder, were impervious to it. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Do you want to tell me what you think you're doing with him? Are you unfamiliar with the mechanics? I snapped. His face looked pained. Bella, you weren't honestly going to have sex with him. Why shouldn't I? You mean, besides the fact that it's a felony? Yes, I said belligerently. Besides the fact that it's a felony. I don't care about some stupid law T. Had never actually protected anyone who needed it. Okay, besides that, he's a vampire. I turned away from him in disgust. And you're a werewolf, and I'm pretty sure if I dig deep enough I'm going to find out that Charlie is a zombie and Renee is the Tooth Fairy. That's not what I mean and you know it. No, I don't. I shouted, whirling back around. I don't know what your problem is with him, Jacob. He's never done anything to hurt me or anyone else around here. In fact, from what I hear, he saved Paul's life. Why are you suddenly so eager to buy into Billy's prejudices? It's not about that. Then what is it about? His frown etched deep lines in his face. He's too strong. If you guys had sex, he would lose control and hurt you. And I think it's pretty fucking sick of him even to suggest that when he knows that one wrong move from him could leave you dead. I rolled my eyes. He didn't. Jacob glowered darkly at me. He didn't suggest it, I did. And he didn't hurt me. Jacob's face blanched. He didn't hurt you? He asked incredulously. Bella, you slept with him. I gave him a hard smile. Several times. You want details. Because he's pretty amazing in bed. Jacob stared at me, horrified. Why did you let him do that to you? He asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. I sighed and dropped down onto the side of my bed, scooting up to lean against the headboard. Why do you think it's such a bad thing? Quote. Jacob looked nervous when he sat on my bed, facing me. Let me ask you this. He and his family can't stay here very long. What are you going to do when it's time for them to leave? I shrugged, staring at my hands. I don't know. Die. Jacob's jaw dropped. What? I crossed my arms protectively over my chest. I can't live without him, Jacob. If he leaves, I won't really have a choice. Bella, he said, stunned, it wouldn't even occur to you to go with them. Sure, if they wanted me. But why would they? According to Dr. Fang, he's in love with you. I snorted disdainfully, though. After the things Edward had told me, I wasn't sure that the idea was as ludicrous as I had previously thought. Right, like I haven't heard that before. From who? Take your pick. Every guy who's ever wanted to get laid has said sweet things and made promises he had no intention of keeping. He stared at me, his eyes wide. I thought you said you'd never had a boyfriend. Screwing around with some guy you met at a truck stop doesn't make him your boyfriend. Jacob gaped at me. Are you being serious? Or are you just saying this stuff to piss me off? I felt horrible. This conversation was going all wrong. Carlisle makes things better, I said, trying to get it back on track. I can't just go back to my old life now. If he wants me, I'll go with him. If he doesn't, I don't know. What about Charlie? He asked. What about me? I stared miserably at my hands. I'll come back and visit, I promised, not knowing if that would even be possible. Bella, he said hesitantly. Are you going to be one of them? Was I going to make the choice to leave my family behind and join the Cullens? Was I going to take a chance on Carlisle, pin all of my hopes on him and risk an eternity of misery if he got tired of me? Suddenly I was crying, and I crawled into my best friend's lap. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Jacob's warm arms wrapped around me. Hey, how come you left your mom's house? Phil, I sniffled against his shoulder. Did he hurt you? I nodded. Worse than Charlie. I nodded again. Why didn't you tell Renee? I clenched my teeth, hating her all over again. Bella, he urged, you and your mom were always close, right? You used to say she was more like a girlfriend than a mom. She knew, I muttered. He shed me back by my shoulders so he could look at me. For several seconds, he just stared at me. You need better girlfriends, he finally said. I shook my head and buried my face against his neck again. No I don't, I just need you. He sighed. All right, fine, so we've established that your life sucks, he said, then added with a smirk, except for me. I nodded. And now Carlisle and the Cullens. Right. But don't you think you might be feeling this way about Carlisle just because he's the only guy who's ever helped you out at all? I shook my head. I know it's not just that. I loved him. As soon as I saw him, and I didn't want to. I don't like doctors. He's just so much older than you. It's creepy. Is it really so bad for me to fall for the nice guy? I mean, look at my mom. She hooked up with one jerk after another. And Carlisle says that happens all the time with people who grew up like she did, like I did. He tugged gently at a lock of my hair. She had a thing for predators too, huh? He asked with a smile in his voice. At least my predator tries not to hurt people. He let out a sigh. Yeah, he said reluctantly. As vampires go, he's a pretty decent one. But why a vampire, Bella? Let me hook you up with a wolf instead. Jared's a really good guy. I rolled my eyes and shoved his shoulder playfully. I'm not really a dog person. He laughed but quickly grew serious again. Sex is a bad idea, he said bluntly. I shrugged self-consciously. It makes me feel better. He does so much for me, and I don't have anything to give back. But I can give him that. So you're doing it out of guilt. I shook my head sadly. I love him. Can't you just let me love him? He smoothed away the lines on my forehead with his fingers. Tell you what, I'll try to be more open-minded about your relationship if you promise me that you won't go off yourself if things don't work out with him. I wrinkled my nose. Fine, but that means there's not really much reason to. I stopped, the enormity of my words hitting me. To what? Jacob asked warily. To stay human. He looked at me thoughtfully. There are still reasons. Like Charlie and Renee, I'm not sure you'd be able to see them if you changed. But there might be more reasons to just go ahead and do it. Like what? I asked, surprised. Like Edward, and that Jasper guy. The two of them only have so much control. I frowned. They're being more careful. Not careful enough. And if you're going to be having sex with Carlisle, that's risky. It might be better if you weren't so easy to kill. So I should let Carlisle bite me for self-defense? I asked with a smile. He grinned. Yeah, I guess. And, he sighed heavily, if you're really that far gone on the leech, maybe you should, be the same species. It's less gross. He snickered as I smacked his shoulder. You're a pain, Jacob Black. You're a twerp, Bella Swan. But I love you, even if you were in a gross, interspecies relationship with a felon. You don't have much room to talk, I reminded him. Unless you plan to give up girls, you're going to be doing some creepy bestiality stuff yourself. Yeah, but there's a difference. Oh really? And what's that? I'm pretty, he said with a grin. I rolled my eyes, pushing his face away. Yeah, you're pretty. You're also annoying. Jacob shoved me playfully off of his lap and jumped to his feet. Come on, I'm starving. I haven't eaten for almost an hour. I laughed and grabbed the hand he held out to me, letting him lead me out the bedroom door. I'll make us some dinner, I told him. Nope, you just relax and let me cook tonight. You need to try my new specialty, after all, chocolate chip spaghetti with caramel sauce and whipped cream. I shuddered. That's disgusting. Carlisle Cullen's point of view. Jenks was already seated at a table in the all-night diner when Jasper and I ducked inside, coming out of the icy rain. We made the necessary gestures, shaking water from our coats, running our hands through our hair to straighten it, all the little things humans did when cold water irritated them. A hostess came to greet us, but I waved her away. We're meeting a friend, I said, nodding to Jenks. She gave us a smile and returned to her late-night cleaning tasks. Jasper and I moved to the booth where Jenks was waiting and sat across from him. We had met with him several times over the last few weeks, and with just over a week to go before Bella was scheduled to leave for Phoenix, I was hoping this would be the meeting that would answer all of our questions. Jenks smiled nervously as we approached. Gentlemen, I hope you didn't have too much trouble finding the place. No trouble, Jasper said shortly. You have it. Jenks reached into the briefcase and the seat next to him and pulled out a file folder. He slid it across the table, and I flipped it open. I quickly read through the page on top, making it look to Jenks as though I was just scanning it. There's a lot here, I murmured, handing the first page to Jasper and reading the second. He read through it as well. Bullying, torturing neighborhood animals, 3 accusations of rape. Jenks nodded nervously. The file was extensive. That's partly why it took so long to get. A waitress appeared at the table, smiling sweetly, and offered to take our orders. We all gave them, then turned Ed back to the papers as she walked away. This is good work, Jenks, Jasper said grudgingly. My son managed his unscrupulous contact with a careful balance of intimidation and praise, and of course, a lot of money. He slipped a bundle of hundreds out of his coat pocket and passed it across the table to Jenks's eager hand. "Thank you, sir. I do my best." Jasper ignored him, reading over my shoulder. "Look at this. The frequency increases as he approaches his birthday, almost one arrest a month, and then nothing. No criminal record whatsoever after he turns 18. It's like he was trying to take advantage of his minority." I murmured. But could he really have just stopped such rampant criminal activity? Doubtful. Especially with what we know about how he treated Bella. I think it's more likely that he's just been very careful not to get caught. "Jenks, you checked on previous residences?" I asked. "Yes, sir." He reached forward timidly and sifted through the papers in the file till he came up with the one he was looking for. All under his own name, with no co-resident listed, until, he pointed out a line, here, when he moved in with Renee Higginbotham. What made her different? I mused to myself. Bella. Jasper said. I'd bet my bottom dollar. He found himself not one easy victim, but two. I curled my hand into a fist to keep myself from involuntarily breaking something. Jasper shook his head. We can't use this. It would take too long to hunt down witnesses and build any kind of case. If you want to take care of him, you'll have to do it vigilante style. The little trill of pleasure that raced through me at his words was slightly disturbing. There was an undeniable part of me that very much wanted to hurt Phil Dwyer. Our food arrived while Jasper and I were reviewing the documents. Jenks was fidgeting anxiously and he seemed glad to have something to do with his hands and his mouth while we inspected his work. Jasper and I ignored our meals. ONC. Finished with Phil's juvenile criminal record. We scanned through all of the other tidbits of information Jenks had scraped together. Sons are interested in him, Jasper grunted, pointing out a paragraph he was reading. AA. That's a step up for him. Could be a bargaining chip. Bribe them to take him or pass him by, depending on whether he behaves himself. I nodded. That solution felt oddly unsatisfying. But I didn't discount it. Hell, if you're going to go that way, you could offer him a place in the majors, Jasper continued. Emmett could get with his guy in Seattle. It's a possibility. Jasper set down his papers, raising an eyebrow at me. Are you going to have a problem with your temper? Do you want me to come along and do this for you? I shook my head grimly. What happens, happens. I knew he understood exactly what I meant by that. I would not regret any action I took that would prevent my girl from getting hurt again. I wasn't one to condone murder, but if that was what it took, that was what I would do. Jasper gathered up the papers and tucked them back into the folder, giving Jenks a nod. Pleasure doing business with you, he said curtly as the two of us slid out of the booth. Of course. Any time, he said, scrambling to his feet as well. I tossed a handful of 20s onto the table to cover the meal and nodded to Jenks as we left the restaurant. Bella Swan's point of view. The ever-present rain turned to snow as the calendar marched toward Christmas. It was something I never got to experience in Phoenix, and it was something Carlisle loved. The first night that it snowed, he excused himself from the table where he usually sat with me while I ate and moved out to the backyard. He was still there when I had finished dinner and washed my dishes. So I donned my parka and boots and followed him out. I had to laugh at the sight. He stood with his thumbs hooked in his pockets and his back straight, his face tilted toward the sky. With no natural heat to melt it. The snow had accumulated on his head and shoulders, and there were even a few flakes on his nose. Carlisle turned and looked at me when I laughed. Do I amuse you? He asked with a small smile. I shuffled through the half-inch or so of snow, careful not to slip, and took his hand. It was freezing, the way a stone would be if it was left out in the cold. I thought you liked being warm. He turned his eyes back to the sky, obscured now by falling snowflakes. I may favor red, he said, but I still take significant pleasure from blue. He slipped his arm around me. Besides, it smells wonderful. I pressed a kiss to his chest, his shirt stiff from the cold. I think you've been alone too long. You've gone a little crazy, standing outside sniffing the snow. He laughed genially. You may be right. I looked up into the sky with him. What does it smell like? His expression was wistful. It's crisp and clean. It doesn't have the heaviness that rain has, but the musk of water is still there. And the sound that comes with it, the whispered click of one ice crystal settling onto others, multiplied a million times, all around, it's very calming. At times like this, I wish I was like you. I admitted, shivering a little in the cold. So I could smell it and hear it. He looked down at me with sadness in his eyes. Ironically, at times like this I wish I could be like you. So I could pull you into my arms and warm you with the heat from my body. Come inside. I'll warm you up. He smiled at me, but there was an apology in his eyes. I should really go to the hospital. The first snow of the season makes for a difficult night. I'm sure they would appreciate my help. I like that idea you had where we go hole up in the cabin for a few years. And I wouldn't have to share you with the hospital. He stroked my dampening hair. If you'd like me to stay, I will. I gave a long-suffering sigh. No, I guess that would be pretty selfish of me. Will I see you again tonight? I doubt it. Perhaps if things get slow I'll slip home for a little while, but I imagine I'll just work straight through until my shift tomorrow. I nodded grudgingly. Wake me up if you get home and I'm sleeping. Quote. He made no move to leave. Are you changing your mind? I asked him with a hopeful smile. He took a deep breath. Bella, I'm worried. That surprised me. About what? Your trip to Phoenix. Why don't you let me hire someone to go with you? Hire someone? What do you mean? He met my gaze and there was anxiety in his eyes. A bodyguard. To be with you during the day when I can't be. I laughed. Are you kidding? He shook his head solemnly. I don't want to leave you unprotected. I stretched up to kiss him, lacing my fingers through his frozen hair. I can handle what Phil does at the daytime, I told him, nuzzling his cold cheek. I pulled back looking at him solicitously. But at night, I'll be with you as soon as the sun goes down, he assured me. Warmth spread through my chest, and I nodded. Good. That's all I need. All right, he relented. He brushed the snow off of himself, then put his arm around me and guided me back to the house. He took a few minutes to change clothes, then kissed me goodbye and left. Almost as soon as the front door closed, the back one opened. Hey, Bella. Jacob's cheerful voice rang out. I headed to the back door and laughed when I saw him. Seriously, Jacob, you couldn't put on clothes before coming in. He grinned, standing there in all his unabashed glory. What? You've seen me naked before. Besides, I had to carry something else on my leg today, and I didn't have a place for my shorts. He held up a long cardboard tube. I rolled my eyes. Right, because you don't have 3 other limbs. I gestured toward the stairs. Go borrow something of Charlie's, would you please? Jacob snickered and bounded up the stairs. Come on, he called over his shoulder. We have a project to do. I'll come up when you're not naked. I yelled up the stairs. He laughed again and after a moment he hollered down the stairs. Okay, Bella, it's safe. I put the anaconda back in his cage. I couldn't help but laugh as I hurried up the steps. Jacob was standing outside my bedroom dressed in a pair of Charlie's sweatpants, which stretched tightly across the hips and reached to about mid-calf. He looked ridiculous, but at least he was wearing something. He pulled on a t-shirt as I climbed the stairs, and it too was comically small on him. What are we doing? I asked him. We're going to help you make your decision. I frowned in confusion as I followed him into my bedroom. What decision? Your decision on whether to get fanged. He opened my closet door and uncapped the cardboard tube. He dumped out a set of dry erase markers, a glue stick, and a few small papers, and then reached in the tube and pulled out something I didn't recognize. What is that? Dry erase contact paper, he said with a self-satisfied smile. He unrolled the contact paper and peeled away the back, carefully papering the inside of my closet door with it. Why are you putting contact paper on my closet door? Becca. It's easier to hide than a whiteboard. See. He finished smoothing the contact paper and closed the door. It's like it's not even there. He grinned. Why would I want to hide it? Because you want Charlie to see our pros and cons list. He opened the door again and snatched up a red marker, drawing a line down the center of the door. Then he grabbed the 2 pieces of paper and rubbed glue on the back of them. He stuck them up at the top of the door, on either side of the line, and stood back to let me see. I giggled. On the left side was a picture of me, a shot he had taken the Pr. Evious summer at First Beach when I was as tan as ever my pale skin would get. On the right side was the same photo, only it was photoshopped so my skin was unnaturally pale. Jacob had added a fairly Obvious pair of fangs and had reddened my eyes. Human Bella and vampire Bella, he said proudly. I moved to him and hugged him, still laughing at the pictures. Jacob, I love you. I know. He moved back to the closet door, keeping an arm around me, and made a pros section and a cons section underneath each picture. All right. He looked over at the door, and then under the pros on the vampire side, he scribbled. Stay hot forever. I giggled and grabbed a pen. Under the cons on the human side, I jotted, friends might accidentally kill me. Good, Jacob said approvingly. Under the cons on the vampire side, he wrote. Can't see family or friends for a year or two. I raised my eyebrows. A year or two. I've been talking to Edward. That's how long it takes to get your appetite under control after you turn. But I can still see you, right? Though Carlisle says you don't smell good. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders. You can't get rid of me. You're stuck being my best friend, bloodsucker or not. I grinned at him and added a couple more. Under human cons, I wrote, have to keep going to therapy with Dr. Rhodes, and under vampire cons I put, no more therapy with Dr. Rhodes. Jacob looked at that curiously. No more therapy is a con. I stepped back and nodded, looking at the door. You know I need it. That's true. I elbowed him in the ribs. We spent the next half hour or so adding things to the list. And I couldn't help noticing that there weren't a lot of pros to staying human. There were cons to becoming a vampire, but it was unnerving that there wasn't really much holding me to my human life. I had no college plans, no career plans, and I knew I wouldn't go back to visit Renee willingly unless she left Phil. I could stay with Charlie for a little while, assuming his therapy was effective enough that he could keep his temper in check, but how much longer would that last? Another year and a half of high school, and I would be expected to start moving on. Jacob finally capped his pen and looked over the door with satisfaction. I think it's a good start, he declared. Now let's go to the diner, I'm starving. I just ate. So what? He grabbed my hand and tugged me out of the room. You know I'm going to eat your food anyway. Are you going to put on shoes? Nah. And you think they'll let you in? He shrugged. With the amount I eat, they're us. You ally willing to forget to notice my feet. I let him drag me out to a second dinner, where he downed 2 plates of food and 2 pieces of pie, all the time complaining about the lack of sugar in the food. Even the pecan pie wasn't sweet enough for him, and he convinced a waitress to bring him some maple syrup to pour over it. I arched an eyebrow, watching him eat it. How do you even still have all your teeth? He grinned around a mouthful of sticky caramel filling. I'm a good flosser. We headed home once his appetite was temporarily sated and he popped in an old, low-budget movie. We hung out together and made fun of the poor acting in the movie until I decided it was time to go to bed. Jacob had gone to the kitchen again, digging up something to eat, and I peeked in to say goodnight. I'm heading to bed, I told him, trying not to think too hard about the instant potatoes and the bag of powdered sugar sitting on the counter. Okay. He wrapped me up in a warm hug. I'll head out back once I finish eating my. No. I put a hand up. I don't want to know what you're eating. It might give me nightmares. He smirked. I'm going to revolutionize the culinary industry one day, he yelled after me as I turned and headed for the stairs. I shook my head, laughing to myself, and moved to my room. I got ready for bed quickly and crawled under the covers, smiling to myself. Jacob may have been a pain sometimes, but he was keeping his promise. I gazed at my open closet door, evidence that Jacob was trying to be supportive of my relationship with Carlisle. He hadn't uttered a word of criticism about him the entire night. And he had made good points on each side of the argument. He was being exactly what I needed him to be, my best friend. I woke up once during the night, to the caress of a pair of cool, gentle lips against my throat. I sighed contentedly as Carlisle slipped into bed behind me, pulling me close to him. Are you all done at the hospital? I mumbled sleepily. No, darling, I'm taking a short break. But I'll have to go back in an hour or so. Stay with me until then. I was hoping you'd want me to. I laced my fingers through his, holding him to close me, and drifted back to sleep. I didn't wake when Carlisle left, but when my alarm went off the next morning he was gone. I crawled out of bed and was searching through my closet for something to wear. The writing on the closet door caught my eye. Something had been added to the crows, list on both the human and vampire sides of the door. Under the human side, in neat, elegant script was written, "Carlisle will love you for the rest of your life." Under the vampire side it read, "Carlisle will love you forever." Carlisle Cullen's point of view. December 17th came far too quickly. The month had flown rapidly by, and now, as I drove home from the hospital, my stomach was twisting with dread. Tomorrow I would be leaving my girl. The separation would be difficult, short as it promised to be. Less than 48 hours would pass before I could find her again and creep in through her bedroom window to hold her, yet it still pained me to think of the miles that would separate us until then. But beyond the misery of separation was the knowledge that I was letting her walk unprotected into the care of a sadist, a horror of a man who had shown himself more than eager to hurt her. What was I doing? How could I consider letting her go there alone? I would talk to her again, I decided, and see if I could convince her to change her mind about letting me send someone with her. Perhaps Jacob could go along if he didn't object to being away from his father for the holiday. With him close by, I wouldn't worry so much about her during the hours I couldn't watch over her. The house was silent when I pulled up, though I could make out the distinct thrum of Bella's heart from her bedroom. It was accompanied by the thud of another, larger heart off in the trees. "Good evening, Paul," I murmured as I exited the car and moved toward the house. There was no answer. Sam or Jared would usually give me a bark in response, but Paul was less eager to call me friend. I moved quietly up the stairs to Bella's bedroom and found her standing at her closet door, holding a roll of clear tape. As I watched curiously, she ripped off 2 pieces and gently pressed them over the items I had added to her list. Careful to keep the tape smooth and unwrinkled. "What are you doing?" I asked her, moving up behind her and slipping my arms around her waist. She turned to me with a self-conscious flush. "I just didn't want it to get erased." Quote. I gazed tenderly down at her. Was my sweet girl really so desperate for such little tokens of affection? "My Bella," I breathed. "Words on a door may be wiped away, but nothing could ever erase my promise." I took her hand and pressed it to my chest. "Those words have been etched in something far harder than stone, more enduring than the mountains, more constant than the sun and the moon. My heart is eternally yours." She ducked her head, the lovely pink blush deepening. "It's just nice to have a reminder," she whispered. I released her hand and pulled her close. "Let me give you one. Let me give you a gift to remind you that I'll always love you." She dropped her eyes, shaking her head. "You give me too much." She reached out a hand and ran her fingers over the tape she had used to cover my words. "This is all I want." I pressed my lips to her neck, fascinated as always by the whisper of the rushing blood beneath her delicate skin. "Am I allowed to give you a Christmas present? At least." I felt the movement of her cheek and heard the soft exhale of breath as she smiled. "If you have to. But only because I'm giving you one." I brushed my tongue over her smooth, warm throat. "All I ask of you is your heart." "I already gave you that," she teased, her fingers playing through my hair. It never stopped surprising me how the lightest brush of her hand sent desire coursing through me. "In that case," I breathed, running a hand down her hip, "perhaps I could ask for a few minutes with this delectable body." I'll give you that any time you want." Her hands moved to my throat to strip off my tie. I clenched my fingers around the silky top she wore, relishing the feeling of the soft weave, lightly warmed by the heat from her body. The warmth served to arouse me even more, and I tugged the blouse gently over her head. "Bella, my love, you leave me weak. I can't resist you." Her fingers manipulated the buttons on my shirt, plucking them open and shoving my shirt off of my shoulders. "Jacob's not outside, is he?" she asked. I shook my head, unhooking her bra and sliding it down her arms. "No, it's Paul today." I knelt in front of her, capturing a nipple in my mouth. She moaned loudly, burying her fingers in my hair. "Good," she panted. I'm not sure I could take it if he interrupted again. I released her nipple, favoring the other with the same attentions while I lowered the zipper on her pants and pushed them off of her. Her soft, silky panties followed. I stood, catching her naked body up in my arms and carrying her to her bed. I laid her back on the pillow, then shed the rest of my clothes and crawled over her. I ghosted a hand over her breast, feeling the taut nipple under my palm. I squeezed it gently, quivering as a whimper escaped my girl's throat. Her delicate hands gripped my arms tightly. "I need you, Carlisle," she gasped. I smiled at the desire in her voice and trailed my fingers down her stomach to the apex of her thighs. Cupping her warm sex and rubbing my palm against her clitoris. She gasped and arched against me, and I slipped 2 fingers inside of her. Yes, she gasped. God, it feels so good. I want to feel you come. Bella, I whispered, moving my lips close to her ear. I pumped my fingers in and out of her, coating them in her warm, slick juices. I want to hear you cry out for me. And feel your body clenching around my fingers. I continued to rub the heel of my hand firmly against her clit as I moved in and out of her. Carlisle, she gasped, and I felt my own body throbbing at the sound of my name on her lips. I could spend my entire life catering to her every whim if only for the pleasure of hearing her voice, laden with need, form the sounds of my name. She pressed her thighs together around my hand, her hips rocking into me and meeting my thrusts. I quickened my pace, and she matched it, with little cries of pleasure escaping her lips. Tell me you love me, I panted. Her eyes met mine for a moment, but I pushed my fingers deeper and she moaned, letting her eyelids slip closed. I love you, she said fervently. A moan escaped from my own lips at her words, and once again. I increased the pace of my thrusts, plunging into her quickly now. I could smell the thick, heady scent of her arousal and hear her frantic pulse. She was close, I knew, and a few more seconds of firm, steady motion would push her over the brink. I watched her face, her soft pink lips parted, her eyelashes fluttering against her flushed cheeks, her eyebrows pulled together with the intensity of her need. For me. All for me. A loud, breathy cry slipped from her throat as she came, her body arching against my hand. I kept up my pace, letting her rock against my unyielding palm and take her pleasure from me. Her hands gripped the blanket beneath her as she pumped her hips desperately against me. Slowly, ever so slowly, the orgasm released her and she collapsed back onto the bed. I let my eyes roam over her, taking in her pink skin, her heaving chest, and the delicious nectar glistening between her thighs. I drew my fingers out of her, wet with her heavenly juices, more possessed by the lust inside of me than I had ever allowed myself to be before. I had to be careful, I knew, but, God Almighty, she was a beautiful girl. Surrendering to my baser desires, I slicked my fingers over her nipple, seasoning it with her own heavenly flavor. I lowered my lips to the soft flesh, sucking and licking, moaning at the exquisite combination. I did the same with her second nipple, desire coiling tightly inside of me. Bella grabbed my hand and surprised me by pulling my fingers to her lips and sucking them into her mouth. I stared at her, overcome by the sight of her licking herself from my hand. I moaned and withdrew my hand, jealously attacking her mouth with my own, my tongue plundering her lips and mouth, searching for traces of the sweet, tangy flavor. I wasn't aware of my hand beneath her lower back, crushing her against me, until she whimpered in pain and broke away from my kiss. Too hard, she gasped. I jerked my hands away from her and shoved off of the bed, stumbling back. Bella, I breathed, panic rising inside of me. How could I let my control slip like that? How badly had I hurt her? I'm so sorry, I choked. She shook her head and smiled sheepishly, sitting up on the bed while one hand moved to rub her back. It's not that bad. God, I wanted to look at it, but I also ached to grab her and drag her against me again, and I didn't trust myself to get too near to her and not hurt her. It's really not, she insisted, biting at her lip. I didn't mean to make you, she dropped her eyes. You said to tell you right away, even if it wasn't bad. I swallowed hard, needing to see what I had done to her, but afraid to look. May I asked hesitantly, gesturing to her back. She nodded and turned, letting me see. There was very little to look at. I could see a few small, reddened circles on her skin where my fingers had pressed too hard. I moved forward, crouching beside the bed and letting my fingertips trail over her back, feeling the variations in the heat and texture. It'll bruise, I said softly. God, I wanted her. Why couldn't I tame the beast inside me that crowed in triumph over the marks I had left on her bod? Why and roared for me to shove her down onto the bed and take her like an animal? Bella turned back to me, her expression anxious. It's nothing, she whispered. If you were human I wouldn't have said anything. I just didn't want it to get worse. Thank you, I murmured. For stopping me. I should stop. That should be the end of our play for tonight. But her soft, round breasts beckoned to me, and The monster inside wanted very badly to accept their invitation. Her nipples were already red and slightly swollen from the firm sucking I had given them, and the sight made me want to do it again. A soft smile returned to Bella's lips, and she shifted to face me on the bed, spreading her supple thighs and opening her sex to me. The scent was nearly my undoing, and I groaned softly. "No more, Bella," I choked, pushing myself to my feet. "I don't trust my control." Bella's smile turned mischievous. "Then I guess you won't be allowed to use your hands again." She slipped off the bed and snatty see head up my thigh from where she had dropped it to the floor, then turned back to me. She sidled up to me, pressing her warm body against mine, and pushed me down onto the bed. And I let her. Her scent, her touch, and that lovely smile enslaved me. I was helpless before her. Bella urged me back onto the pillows and crawled over me, straddling my stomach. She took my hands and raised them over my head, tying them loosely to the post of her bed with the silk necktie. It was a useless gesture, and we both knew it, but the animal in me was intrigued by the feeling. Bella's lips found mine, but they didn't linger. After a brief flick of her tongue, she moved lower, trailing warm kisses down my neck, down my chest, as she crawled backward. Her lips caressed my chest and stomach, and I growled low in my throat, my mind racing forward to where she was headed. When her soft, sweet mouth closed over my swollen member, I let out a roar, battling with my instincts, forcing myself not to thrust deep into her oh-so-fragile throat. Bella's warmth surrounded me, and the roar turned quickly into a moan as her tongue played over my head. I had never felt anything like it in my unnaturally long life, and my whole body shook with the war raging inside of me. I wanted to take so much more from her than she was able to give. It became clear very quickly that I was losing the battle with my inner beast. I wasn't ready for these new sensations, and I needed to get myself under control before I experimented any farther if I wanted her to come out of it alive. I ripped my arms from her makeshift restraints and grabbed her by the shoulders, flipping her over onto the mattress and collapsing on top of her. I took a couple of seconds to rally my restraint, then nudged her knees apart and sought familiar territory. This I knew I could handle. I knelt between her legs, taking in the view of her delicate pink lips. I gazed at her as I pierced her with my granite member, watching her soft, warm flesh stretch to accept it. Her body was beautiful, flawless, and she belonged to me. She was moaning softly as I slowly impaled her, and I leaned forward, settling on her body, letting my chest press against her supple breasts. I held my hands carefully away from her, the small bruises on her back a warning of what could happen. I wanted to bury my head in her neck and let the scent of her blood surround me, but with the state I was in, I decided I didn't need one more temptation. Instead, I kissed her as I started to move, rocking into her small body. Her soft noises of pleasure vibrated against my lips and spurred me on as I plunged repeatedly into her. It was still a struggle, but one I knew I could win. I craved more, but I knew this would be enough. I set a steady rhythm, thrusting hard into her, but not hard enough to hurt her. Bella's hands clutched at my shoulders and she arched her back. I could feel everything, every pulse of blood through her veins, every shiver of desire. I LD even feel her swollen clitoris rubbing against my shaft as I buried it in her wet core. She ground against me, and soon she was crying out in pleasure again, her body shuddering as her orgasm swept over her. I rode her through it, holding my own back until I was sure she was satisfied. When her body went limp, I took my prize, growling as I allowed myself my release. My muscles went taut as I pumped deep into her, spilling inside of her warm body. My girl was trembling beneath me when I was finally able to relax again, and I wrapped my arms around her and rolled off of her, holding her close. "I love you," she whispered. "I love you so much, Carlisle." I clutched her against my chest. "Do you know how I treasure your love?" she hummed in response, snuggling against me. "Don't go tomorrow. Stay with me until I go." "It's tempting," I said with a soft smile. "I'm finding it difficult to imagine leaving you. But it will take me longer to get there, so I do need to go tomorrow. Then I'll come with you. Forget the plane ticket. You can if you want to, but you'd miss your meeting with your father on Sunday." She sighed. "Yeah, I guess I shouldn't do that." I stroked her back gently. "Bella, I have to admit I'm still very uncomfortable letting you be alone with your mother and stepfather during daylight hours. Could we, perhaps, have Jacob go along with you? No, she gasped, pushing back a little to look at me. No, I don't want him there. He's not as easily injured as he once was. I doubt he would be in any kind of danger. She ducked her head against my chest, shaking it stubbornly. I don't want him there, he said again. I don't want him to see. Then please consider letting me hire an escort for you. I want you to be safe. She shook her head again. I can't handle having anyone else there. Phil and Mom are all I can take. You should have an ally. In a perfect world, that would be your mother, but she has habitually failed you. Let me provide someone else. Let me take care of you. I don't need it. I only need you to keep him away at night. Please. For the sake of my peace of mind. I need to know you're safe. Carlisle, I can't stand it, she said. Her voice begging for my understanding. It's almost too much for me to even have you and your family there. I can't just let other people see it. My heart ached at her words. There's nothing I can do to change your mind. No, she said, her voice suddenly light, but I've been considering jumping out of that window to see if I could injure myself badly enough that I can't make the trip. Hen, you wouldn't need to worry about keeping me safe. I squeezed my eyes shut, laughing softly. I think that defeats the purpose. Maybe, but I'd rather do that and stay here with you than have to spend 2 weeks with Phil. Please promise me you won't hurt yourself, I said seriously. She sighed. Fine, I promise I won't hurt myself. I'll take it as a personal affront if you're not completely healthy when I see you on Monday. A smile took over her face. Well then, doctor, she said, pushing me onto my back and rolling on top of me. I think you'd better give me a physical. Bella Swan's point of view. I woke in Carlisle's arms the next morning, his hard body pressed against my back. I wriggled out of the blanket he had wrapped around me so I could feel his cold skin on mine. I was disappointed when my back came into contact with more fabric. You're dressed, I pouted. When I had fallen asleep the night before, both of us had been blissfully naked. Carlisle laughed softly. I'm sorry, my love. I have to leave before too long. I twisted around in his arms until I was facing him and gave him a coy smile. I bet you'd have more fun if you stayed here with me. I have absolutely no doubt of that. But I need to run home for a few things. Are you getting up? I sighed and pushed myself up into a sitting position, feeling gloriously sore from our enthusiastic goodbyes the night before. Yeah, I guess I'd better. Carlisle crawled out of bed and pulled me after him. I'll head home while you're in the shower. Jasper and Alice are downstairs making breakfast. I cocked my head, puzzled. Jasper and Alice. Why? Carlisle shrugged. Apparently, Jasper's making a point. That's all I could glean from them. I'm not complaining. It smells incredible. I stretched up on my toes and kissed him goodbye. Then headed to the bathroom and hurried through my morning routine. Clean and refreshed, I wrapped a towel around myself and moved back to my room, heading to the closet to find some clothes. 2 changes on my pros and cons lists caught my eye. The first was that Carlisle's additions had been written over in black permanent marker. I smiled at that, gently touching the neat script. It somehow made me feel a bit more secure. The second change was on the cons list. I had written a no more therapy con on the vampire side, but it had been erased. In its place, in straight, precise penmanship. All in capital letters, it read, Therapy with Jasper. That brought another smile to my lips. I turned to the closet and found some clothes, quickly pulling them on and hurrying downstairs to see what my volunteer psychiatrist was up to. Carlisle hadn't had it quite right when he said that Jasper and Alice were making breakfast. Jasper was cooking while Alice stood with her arms folded across her chest, watching him impatiently. And he wasn't exactly making breakfast, unless he was expecting a couple hundred guests to be joining us. Every surface in the kitchen was covered with dishes of gorgeous entrees. Their tantalizing aromas blending together and filling the room. There was so much food that I doubted the entire wolf pack could finish all the things he had laid out. He looked up from a pot he was stirring on the stove and nodded to me. Morning, Bella. Good morning. What in the world are you doing? He's making a point, Alice said dryly, rolling her eyes. I'm making a point, Jasper confirmed. Okay. What point? He shifted the pot off of the stove and gestured for me to have a seat at the table. I noticed your little list upstairs in your bedroom, he said, scooping something white and lumpy out of the pot and into a bowl. It seems to me that you're missing a key element. Here, breakfast is ready. He set the bowl in front of me and handed me a spoon. I looked skeptically at the bowl, and then around the room at the other things he had made. There was a plate of bacon, a tray of cinnamon rolls, a pan of muffins, a gorgeous quiche, a saucer with eggs Benedict. A platter of apple turnovers, literally dozens of mouth-watering dishes. I looked back at my bowl. What is it? Grits, he said. Just like Mama used to make. He folded his arms across his chest and waited for me to start eating. I looked around the kitchen again. What's all that? Eat your breakfast, and I'll tell you. I didn't want to offend him, so I scooped up a spoonful of the grits and put them in my mouth. I chewed the sticky, bland, thoroughly unappetizing food, and forced myself to swallow it down. Jasper reached over and picked up a plate with a flaky chocolate roll, filled with cream and dotted with dark red cherries. This is a Black Forest roll, he said. It's got whipped cream folded with meringue inside, all light and fluffy, perfect with tea. He chocolate shavings around the outside. My mouth was watering like crazy. Wow. He set it on the table in front of him and plucked another dish from the counter. This one I didn't recognize. This is a pan-seared portobello mushroom with shaved salmon and a poached egg. And don't forget the hollandaise sauce and caviar. He smiled and set it down. Eat your grits. He was just taunting me now, and I raised an eyebrow. Jasper, what exactly is your point? He moved to another counter and brought back the pan of cinnamon rolls, and I nearly choked. Cinnamon rolls, my absolute weakness, and they were still warm. He put one on a plate and dropped a pat of butter on top, setting it in front of me. I smiled and reached for it, watching the butter start to melt, but Jasper smacked my hand lightly. Not yours. I frowned at him. Okay, you can look at it if you want to. He smiled, settling into the chair next to me. Smell it, study it, talk to it, make friends with it. You see, and even fall in love with it if you're so inclined. But you can't eat it. I raised an eyebrow at him. This is your point. The diet. His answering smile was tight. You want to join us, Bella? Well, this is what it's like. Every day for the rest of eternity, you'll be surrounded by things you love, things you can hardly stand not to eat. He pointed to the bowl of grits. And you get that, if you're lucky. Sometimes you have to settle for something far less appetizing. I sighed. Okay, I get it. Can I have the cinnamon roll now? He smiled in amusement and shook his head. Eat your grits. Oh, come on, I pouted. You made your point. Drinking animals sucks. You're not just going to let all of this go to waste, are you? He nodded soberly. It's a shame, isn't it? It's all just going to get old and go bad. What's the point in even making friends with it if you just have to throw it out? Ha ha, so funny. I reached for the cinnamon roll, but he slapped my hand again. That's not for you. That's your breakfast. I glared at the bowl of grits he was pointing at. Are you done beating the dead horse yet? A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Trust me, horses are worse than grits. I gazed longingly at the golden butter dripping down the side of the cinnamon roll. Just one little taste. Jasper stood slowly, his movements graceful and leonine. He drew himself up to his full height and stepped over to me, pushing my chair back from the table and up against the wall. He held the back on either side of my head and leaned down, bringing his face very close to mine. Tell you what, he breathed darkly. You can have a taste of that if I can have a taste of you. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that it was a trade he would make if I'd let him. And I didn't imagine I would make it out of that little scenario alive. My throat was so dry that my voice only came out in a whisper. I swallowed and tried again. I'll just eat the grits, I said, my voice trembling just as much as the rest of me. Jasper leaned closer, his nose trailing up my throat as he inhaled deeply. Are you sure that's what you want? Alice huffed irritably. That's enough, Jasper. Point made. Pack this stuff up so we can take it to a homeless shelter or something. Jasper straightened slowly and turned away with a regretful sigh. Fine, he muttered. He and Alice started zipping around the kitchen, tucking away all of the food while I hurriedly choked down my grits. They were out the door and gone to deliver the food by the time I was done eating. Jasper's little object lesson worked. I thought about it while I washed the many dishes he had used for his cooking. I imagined forever being surrounded by amazing food, and only ever being allowed to eat grits. It would be miserable. Was that really what his life was like? Carlisle returned as I was rinsing the last of the dishes, bringing the rest of his family with him. Edward came straight to the kitchen and grabbed a towel to help me dry the dishes I had set to drain. "You ready for this, girl?" I shrugged. "Do I have a choice?" "Yep," he said casually, putting away a frying pan. "You can ask Carlisle to kill them for you. He'd do it all neat and quiet like. Nobody would ever suspect." I shuddered and grabbed a new dish, shaking my head. Edward grinned. "You're a pretty tough kid, you know that. There's no other way to survive my family." "Yeah, I guess not," he said sadly. "Don't pity me. It's annoying." He bobbed his head in agreement. "Okay, so how's the nightlife in Phoenix?" I snorted. "I'm not Sue. Ryu and I would have the same idea of good nightlife." "Why not?" he asked curiously, grabbing a glass to dry. I raised an eyebrow, leaning against the counter. "Because I tended to gravitate toward the spots where I could find a guy who didn't mind me staying the night. Dive bars, mostly. The guys you meet at the nicer clubs don't generally like sharing their beds once they've gotten off." He looked stunned. "How does that work? Did you have, like, regulars?" I nodded, grabbing a plate to dry. "Some. There was a guy who lived at a motel a couple of miles from my house that I used to go low oking for if I couldn't find anybody else. He lived at the motel. Did he work there or something?" "No, he just couldn't pass a background check to get into an apartment." "Why not?" I stopped and gave him a look. "Because he liked to have sex with underage girls." "Ah." Carlisle stepped into the kitchen then. "We'll make a point of avoiding that particular motel," he said softly, his eyes troubled. I set down my towel and watched him warily, wondering if that was going to be the thing that made him decide I wasn't worth it. "I don't want to go back," I said, hoping he would understand. Asn't just Phil I was dreading returning to. Every part of the city was haunted with one ghost or another. I didn't want to be reminded of the things I'd had to do there, the humiliations I'd had to submit to if I wanted to avoid more pain. Almost before I realized it, I was crying. Carlisle moved forward and pulled me into his arms, murmuring comfortingly in my ear. "I'm sorry," I muttered, wiping irritably at the tears. I swallowed back the sobs, forcing myself to stop crying. I didn't want to spend these last few minutes before Carlisle left bawling my eyes out. "It's all right to be worried about it," Carlisle said softly. "There's still time to get someone to go with you." His eyes were hopeful and I had to look away. "No, it's fine. I'm just going to miss you." He kissed me gently, his hand caressing my cheek. "I'm going to miss you too, my love. I promise I'll see you just as soon as I can." Emmett leaned in the room. "Carlisle, Edward, we need to get on the road." Carlisle nodded. Dad and everyone headed out the front door. Edward gave Esme a deep kiss goodbye, then climbed into the front seat of the car while Emmett and Rosalie slid into the back. Carlisle brushed my hair back from my face, and the look in his eyes told me he was just as reluctant to part as I was. He leaned down and kissed me gently. "The kiss, dear maid. Thy lip has left, shall never part from mine, till happier hours restore the gift, untainted back to thine." I smiled softly at the poetry. "I love you," I told him, frustrated at the inadequacy of the words. "I love you too, darling. Be safe." He pressed a kiss to my forehead, then stepped away, moving to get behind the wheel of the car. Esme moved to my side, putting an arm around my shoulders. She didn't offer empty words of comfort, which I appreciated. We watched the black Mercedes drive away and it felt like they were taking the sun with them. I sat down on the porch and buried my head in my knees, willing myself not to cry. Carlisle Cullen's point of view. There he is. Edward Said, pointing out the man climbing out of a small Mazda Miata convertible. I eyed him with distaste through the dimming light of the post-sunset evening. It was harder than I thought, being this close to him and not snapping his ugly neck. "Let's go," Rosalie said with a grim smile. She climbed out of the car and Edward and I followed. We strode after him into the bar, leaving Emmett behind briefly. No need to announce that we were together just yet. The three of us found a table near the door and ordered drinks. Phil Dwyer had taken a stool at the bar. It wasn't long before his eyes found Rosalie, though he didn't do anything more than give her a few surreptitious looks. Rose wasn't his type. She was too confident. Phil would admire her, but a man as careful as he was would choose his victims from a less self-assured crowd. Emmett pushed through the door after a few minutes and moved to the bar to order a beer. The bartender traded the bottle for cash and Emmett took the stool next to Phil, scooting it a little closer. "Shitty day," he declared, pretending to take a sip of the beer. Phil grunted, clearly not anxious to get pulled into a conversation with an overly friendly stranger. "I feel like a damn fuck up," Emmett pressed. "One mistake after another. You ever make mistakes?" Phil shrugged reluctantly. "Don't we all?" Emmett barked out a laugh. "No shit," he said, clanking his bottle against Phil's and pretending to drink again. "Of course, some mistakes are worse than others." Phil took a pull from his bottle. "Like yours," Emmett said, revealing his hand. "With that wife of yours and her daughter." "I mean, shit." He shook his head. "That is one serious fuck up." Phil's heart rate doubled but he didn't show his anxiety. "Yo, you've clearly mistaken me for someone else." He started to stand up, but Emmett dropped a heavy hand on his shoulder and pushed him back into his seat. "We're not done talking," he said amiably. He dug into his back pocket and pulled out a business card, tossing it onto the counter in front of Phil. "Now I figure the best course of action is to rip your thumbs off with a pair of pliers." He kept his voice friendly and pleasant, as though they were merely discussing the weather. "But this friend of mine doesn't love that idea. He's an optimist, you know. Thinks everybody is essentially good. And maybe you just need a little help now and then." He tapped the card. "It was his idea to give you this." Phil was glaring furiously at Emmett now. He tried to stand again, just to have Emmett shove him back down onto the stool. "He's got this real sweet arrangement worked out with this treatment center," Emmett went on. "It's all paid for, your expenses handled. So here's the deal. You check yourself in tomorrow night and get the help you need, and I don't think you and I ever have to see each other again." I had a feeling Phil would have taken a swing at Emmett if he weren't so clearly outmatched. As it was, he ground his teeth and glared at him. "I don't know who you think you are," he spat, "but everything is fine with my wife and my daughter. I don't need help." Emmett shook his head sadly. "You're making a mistake, Dwyer. This is your way out." "Out of what?" He was sweating now, and the smell of his fear was easily detected through the alcohol-perfumed air. "This friend of mine, the optimist. He's not happy with what's going on. He'll put a stop to it, one way or another, and this is the least painful way." I looked at Edward and he gave a minute shake of his head. "He's rattled. But he's not planning on making any changes." He frowned. "He's wondering if Bella or Renee told someone, and he's thinking of reminding them to keep quiet." "This is ridiculous," Phil muttered to Emmett, reclaiming my attention. "I hear you, man. Like I said, I was all for going straight to the pliers. But my friend insisted on giving you a chance to redeem yourself, so here we are." He nodded toward the card. "So, what do you think? Do we have a deal?" "You want to make a deal?" Phil sneered. "How about you walk out of here right now and I don't call the police?" Emmett snickered. "The police? Good one." He shook his head in amusement. "You're a funny guy, you know that. It'd be a real shame if we had to kill you." Phil tried to get up again and Emmett once again shoved him back into his seat. "You're going to want to take this deal," he said calmly. "It's a good place. Peaceful, educational, good food, got an excellent review in Psychology Today. My friend even worked it out so you can get out on work release during the day. It doesn't get much cushier than that." Edward shot me an impatient look. "End this. It's not going anywhere." I shook my head. "We had to give Charlie some time to come to terms with it too." "He's not like Charlie," Edward argued. "Charlie loses his temper and lashes out on impulse, but Dwyer is a whole different kind of animal. He plans these things out and he enjoys them. He's not the kind to feel remorse." At the counter, Emmett sighed. "Look, Dwyer," the old man's getting impatient. "Say yes, take the card, and let the good people the treatment center teach you how to get your shit together." "My shit," Phil spat, "is just fine." Edward quirked an eyebrow at me and I sighed, trying to ignore the part of me deep inside that was secretly pleased. I stood slowly and straightened my jacket, then moved to the bar beside Phil. "Mr. Dwyer." I smiled, holding out my hand to him. "I hear the Florida Suns are sending a scout out to see you pitch tomorrow." He looked me up and down warily, and reluctantly took my hand after deciding I didn't look too threatening. "Yeah," he grunted. "Congratulations." I started to apply pressure to his hand. "AA. That must be exciting for you. I slowly tightened my grip. Ow. Son of a bitch. Phil tried to pull his hand back but I didn't release it. I just continued closing my hand around his. Phil growled in pain, slipping off of the barstool into his knees when it became too much. When the first bone snapped I stopped tightening but didn't release his hand. "What the fuck are you doing?" he demanded. His voice panicked. The bartender moved toward the phone, but Emmett caught his eye and shook his head. He picked up a rag instead and turned his back on us, suddenly very anxious. "I owe us to clean the surfaces behind the bar." I leaned down to speak in Phil's ear. "I want you to leave Isabella Swan alone," I said quietly. "Do you understand me?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Phil said, panting in pain. I squeezed harder and felt 2 more bones snap. "I'm not playing games with you, Dwyer." I tightened my grip again and heard several tiny pops as bones cracked in his hand. Phil let out a yell. And 2 women at the back of the bar quickly got up and left. "Listen very closely," I told him. "If you ever touch that girl again you'll get a lot worse than a broken hand and a career setback. Are we clear?" I tightened my grip again, breaking 2 more bones. "Yes," he yelled, his eyes squeezed shut against the pain. "Yes, I get it." "Fuck. Good." I released his hand and strode out of the bar, followed closely by my family. Bella Swan's point of view. I had been staring at the security checkpoint for 10 minutes. Everyone from my flight had long since passed the bored-looking TSA agents and continued onto the baggage carousels. I imagined most of them probably had their luggage by now. My suitcase would still be on the carousel, turning in an endless circle, and Mom would probably be worrying. I knew I should go. I should start walking and go out there to meet her. But I couldn't. I was frozen. On this side of the checkpoint, there was still a barrier between me and Phoenix. I was still out of reach. But once I passed beyond the long lines of impatient people, there would be no protection. It would be just him and me. "You okay, honey?" I glanced up at the stocky blonde woman who was watching a line of bags run through a scanner on a conveyor belt. Her eyes flicked back and forth between me and the screen in front of her. "You need some help finding your gate?" she asked me. No. I just flew in." She gave me a smile. "Baggage claim is right around that corner up there," she said, pointing. "Thanks. You got somebody coming to meet you?" she asked, sounding a little concerned. Yeah, my mom." "Okay, honey. If you need any help, you just let me know." I figured it was time to quit stalling if airport security was starting to worry about me. I took a deep breath, tightening my grip around the handle of my carry-on bag, and strode purposefully out into the arrivals area. I made it about 3 steps in before I froze again. He was here. He was supposed to have practiced today. Mom was supposed to be here alone. Why was he here? I briefly considered running back to the checkpoint and hiding behind the stocky blonde. Of course, he'd probably figure I was part of some terrorist plot and have me arrested, but how bad would that be, really? A day or 2 in jail meant a day or 2 I didn't have to be at home. Mom spotted me then, though, and I lost my chance to run. "Bella." Her bright voice rang out. She ran over to me, grabbing me up in a hug. "Oh, I've missed you so much, baby," she said, kissing the top of my head. 2 emotions raged inside of me. I was furious with her. Nobody had ever betrayed me the way she had, and I wanted nothing to do with her. But on the other hand, I had missed her like crazy. Before Phil, he had been the most important person in my life. The jumble of dissonant feelings was trying hard to come out in tears and I swallowed them back. I didn't want to cry in front of him. Mom started to let go but I clung to her. When she moved away, it would be his turn. After another few seconds, though, Mom pried herself out of my grip, laughing about how she had missed me too, and Phil stepped in. "It's good to see you, baby girl." He smiled, pulling me against him. He pushed his face into my neck, kissing lightly, as one hand stroked down my hip. "It hasn't been the same here without you." I wanted to shove him away. But it was easier not to fight him. Fighting just ended in pain. "Are you happy to see me?" he asked against my neck. I swallowed down a lump in my throat. "Yes." He broke away and dropped an arm over my shoulder, holding me close as he drew me to the baggage carousel. I couldn't help but notice the cast on his right hand and I felt sick. A broken hand meant he couldn't pitch. If he couldn't pitch, He wouldn't be going to practice. He would be at home with me, all day, every day. I shuddered. Are you cold, baby girl? He asked me, rubbing my arm with his good hand. I'm fine, I mumbled. I saw my suitcase come around and started to reach for it, but he held me back. Renee, get the bag, he ordered. He turned and started steering me out of the terminal, not waiting for Mom. I turned back to look at her as Phil dragged me out to the parking garage. She hurriedly grabbed my suitcase and rushed to catch up with us, fumbling with the heavy load. She gave me a smile, though, and blew me a kiss. Phil guided us to Mom's car and opened the trunk so Mom could heft the suitcase inside. I put my carry-on in as well and closed the trunk. We started to get into the car but Phil's voice interrupted us. Renee, get in the back. She faltered, her hand on the front door handle. In the back. Phil leered at me. Bella's going to ride up front with me. Mom looked hurt. What? Phil strode around the car and grabbed her by her hair, dragging her to the back door and shoving me out of the way. I said get in the back. He growled. He opened the door and pushed her inside, slamming it behind her. He rounded on me, his eyes dangerous, and I slipped hurriedly past him and crawled into the front seat. Phil moved back to the driver's side and slid in, giving me a smile. That's my good girl, he said, reaching out to stroke my hair. Come here, Bella. Show me how much you missed me. He wrapped his arm around me and pulled me closer to him, kissing me over the gear shift. His good hand groped at the front of my shirt as his thick tongue assaulted my mouth. My stomach lurched painfully. He released me and grinned as he started the car and steered out of the parking lot. It's not the same without you around. Your mom's okay and all, but she's not you. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see Mom hanging her head in shame in the back seat. You should come home, Phil was saying. You belong here with me, not with your dad. He's just a nothing cop in a nothing town full of nobodies. I gritted my teeth, refusing to rise to his bait. I'll bet you don't even have a boyfriend there, do you? Quote, there was no way I was going to tell him about Carlisle. Some things were just too sacred to be given to him to destroy. I asked you a question, he snapped. I curled my hands into fists and shook my head, still staring out the window. I didn't think so. You're getting older, Bella. Put on a few pounds, too. You're not as pretty as you used to be. He rubbed my thigh with his broken hand. Nobody's going to want you, baby. Think about all the girls out there, prettier than you, smarter than you. Why would anybody settle for you? I pulled my knees up to my chest, hugging them tightly. I wanted to throw up, but I had already done that twice this morning before I even made it to the plane. There was nothing left. You're going to end up just like your mom, Phil rambled. He shook his head in disapproval. I mean, look at her. I just stared out the window. I said look at her. Phil yelled. I turned reluctantly and looked at Mom. She was hunched in the back seat too. Her arms wrapped around her knees, her posture an exact copy of mine. You see that? She's a waste. A washed-up old hag who used to be a hot little number, back in her day. Oh yeah, I know. I know she slept her way through half of Phoenix, and I know you've got a pretty good start on the other half. But you're both used up and ugly now. I'm doing you a favor by taking care of you. I turned back to the window. Phil kept talking, and his hand kept rubbing my leg, but I stopped listening. Instead, I started reciting poems from my Longfellow book in my head, trying to relax myself. It worked reasonably well until we got home. I grabbed my bags out of the trunk before Phil could tell Mom to do it and headed inside. I had intended to go straight up to my room and try to hide for a while. But Phil had other plans. He stopped me at the foot of the stairs and took my bags from me, setting them on the floor and steering me into the living room. Why don't you go on in the kitchen and get me the bottle of tequila and a couple of shot glasses? He smiled, flopping down on the couch next to Mom. Dread pulled at my stomach, but I tried to tell myself it wasn't a big deal. In fact, it was good. If Mom and Phil were going to get drunk, that would give me a couple of hours to myself. More, if they decided to get high too. And this time I wouldn't have to deal with the foul out because Carlisle wouldn't let him get close to me tonight. At 5:24, the sun would go down and he would come for me. He promised. I glanced at the clock. It was just after 2 now. I could make it for 3 more hours. I moved dutifully to the kitchen and found Phil's bottle of 2 fingers and a couple of glasses. I carried them back to the coffee table and started to move toward the stairs, but he cleared his throat. I turned back to him, and he nodded toward the bottle. Pour it. I didn't like the look in his eyes. I moved slowly back to the coffee table and uncapped the bottle, filling the 2 glasses. Renee reached for one, and Phil's hand shot out and slapped her hard across the face. That's not for you, he said darkly. I shoved the cap back on the bottle, my hands shaking, and started to back away again. Come here, Bella, Phil said, rubbing circles in the space on the couch next to him. I stumbled backward. I need to put my things in my room. His expression turned hard. You can do that later. Right now, I want you to come here. I moved anxiously toward the couch. I glanced at Mom, but she was looking away, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. I sat next to Phil, and he wrapped an arm around me and stroked my cheek with the back of his fingers. You're getting older, baby, he murmured. Daddy's little girl is almost all grown up. I shuddered, as his hand moved down my throat to my chest. That comes with privileges. He reached out and took a shot glass from the table, holding it out to me. I shook my head. I don't want any. I didn't fucking ask you if you wanted any. Drink it. I took the small glass from him and drank from it, barely managing to get half of it down, grimacing at the foul taste and the burn it left in my throat. Phil laughed. Come on, baby girl. Drink it all. He threw back his own shot and set it back on the table while I choked down the rest of the tequila in my glass. Phil took the glass from me and set it on the coffee table beside his. Filling them both up, he handed me mine again. Try again, baby. You're going to do this right. I took the glass, wincing, and brought it to my lips. I drank it, foreseeing myself to keep going until the last of the liquid was drained from the cup. I hoped he would be satisfied and wouldn't push any more on me. As soon as I finished, he took the shot glass from me and handed me the second one. Drink up, Bella, he said with an ugly smile. I looked at the new glass in distaste. How many of these would I have to drink before he would be happy? I took it from him and forced it down, handing him back the glass. He filled both of them again, handing me one, and clinked his glass against mine. Bottoms up, baby. He threw back his shot and I choked mine down as well, coughing at the raw feeling it left in my throat. The room was starting to spin. Now, Phil said, taking my chin in his hand, let's have a little talk. He squeezed hard, and I could tell by the look in his eyes that he was angry about something. I thought you were my good little girl. But you've been bad, haven't you? I shook my head, trying to figure out what he was talking about, but my brain felt sluggish and muddled. I looked to Mom for a hint, but she was looking away, rocking back and forth on the couch while tears streamed down her cheeks. Phil poured 2 more shots and handed one to me. It was all I could do to force it down. He watched me while I drank it, then took the glass back. Don't lie to me, Bella, he said sternly. I don't like it when you lie to me. I haven't done anything, I whispered. I was shaking all over, but whether that was from fear or the tequila, I didn't know. Phil picked up the full glass and held it out to me. Phil, Mom spoke up timidly through her tears. Maybe she's had enough. Quote. Phil spun quickly, rising to his feet, and threw the shot glass at her face. It glanced off of her cheekbone, showering her in tequila, and clattered to the floor. And maybe I've had enough of your shit, Renee. Phil yelled. Get upstairs and wait in the bedroom. Mom pushed off the couch and gave me an apologetic look as she moved up the stairs. I love you, she whispered. Phil turned back to me, picking up my shot glass and filling it again. Drink it, he demanded coldly, pushing it into my hands and sitting next to me again. I wanted to throw up but I forced it back. I didn't know what Phil was mad about, but it wouldn't help to piss him off even more. I held my breath and choked down the foul liquid. He took the glass from me and set it on the table. Good, he said, his voice calm again. Now, be a good girl and tell me what you did. I didn't do anything. I usually saw his hand raised, so I generally had a chance to brace myself before he hit me. But somehow I missed it this time. His backhanded slap sent me tumbling off of the couch, and I only narrowly missed cracking my head against the corner of the coffee table. Phil leaned down, grabbing my throat and dragging me to my knees. Don't lie to me, you little whore, he hissed. You've been opening that pretty little mouth of yours and telling people things that are none of their business. Haven't you? I shuddered under his furious glare. No. He let go of me and slapped me again, but I managed to keep from falling over this time. Phil stood and started removing his belt. "Take off your shirt," he ordered. I didn't tell anyone. I protested, panic rising in my chest. He looped his belt around his broken hand and gripped it as well as the cast allowed. 10 for misbehaving, he said coldly. And 10 for lying about it. And if you keep lying, we'll keep adding them on. I gritted my teeth to hold back the tears and tugged off my t-shirt. Phil leered at me. "That too," he said, his eyes on my bra. I shed the offending garment and Phil nodded to the coffee table. Not that he had to. This was a familiar scene. I pushed back the tequila bottle and the shot glass and lay across the cold tabletop, gripping the sides tightly. Phil leaned down, his hands gently brushing my hair off my back, then running softly over my skin. "If you were always a good girl, Bella, then I could always touch you just like this. But when you're bad I have to hurt you." He straightened. "Now I want to hear you tell me that you won't tell people things that aren't their business." He brought the belt down hard across my back. I kept my jaw clenched, trying not to cry out. "I won't tell people things that aren't their business." The leather cracked against my skin again, and a whimper escaped my throat. "I won't tell people things that aren't their business." Louder, he growled and brought the belt down on me again. "I won't tell people things that aren't their business," I said, obediently raising my voice. I was crying by the sixth lash. These past several weeks with Carlisle had clearly made me soft. I used to be able to make it to 14 or 15 before the tears came. After the 10th, Phil knelt behind me and ran his hands over the welts he had raised on my back. "Now you're going to go back to your little friends and tell them that you were lying, aren't you?" he asked me. I nodded quickly. "You're going to tell them that you were just trying to get attention, right?" I nodded again. "Tell me what you're going to do." "I'm going to tell my friends I lied to get attention." "Good girl," he said, his hands skating over my stinging back. He stood again, pushing off of my bruises and making me cry out, and he moaned in satisfaction. "So beautiful," he murmured. "Now I want to hear you tell me you won't tell any more lies." I felt the sting as his belt whipped across my back again. "I won't tell any more lies," I whimpered. 9 lashes later I was sobbing brokenly, gripping the edges of the table so tightly my fingers ached. Phil knelt behind me again, pressing soft kisses to my back. He pulled back on my shoulders, wordlessly telling me to sit up. And I released my grip on the coffee table. He wrapped his arms around me, his hands moving to caress my breasts, and I squeezed my eyes shut. "I didn't even make you bleed," he murmured in my ear. "I think you should thank me for going easy on you. Thank you for going easy on me. There's my good girl," he breathed, squeezing my breasts. "I've missed you." He shifted his position, his hips against my backside so I could feel his arousal. "Can you feel how much I've missed you?" Panic shot through me. He wasn't supposed to do this. Not yet. It wasn't anywhere near 5:24 yet. "I need to put my suitcases away," I blurted out, desperate for any excuse to get away from him. He paused and then moved back, climbing to his feet. "All right. You took your punishment like a good girl, so I'll help you." My stomach twisted with dread. I had intended to get away from him, not invite him to my bedroom. Phil moved toward my bags, and I quickly gathered up my clothes. I tugged my shirt on and stuffed my bra in my pocket, knowing I'd never be able to get it on over the welts on my back. I grabbed my suitcase and moved as quickly up the stairs as I could on my unsteady feet, thinking that if I was fast enough I could be in and back out of my room before Phil got inside. He kept up with me, though, and when I dropped my bag just inside the doorway and turned around, he blocked my path. My head was spinning from the alcohol and I stumbled away from him, nearly losing my balance. Phil dropped the bag he was carrying and reached out to grab my arm, despite the fact that I had already regained my balance. "Careful, little girl," he smiled, pulling my back against his chest. "I'd hate to see you get hurt." I had to hold my breath to keep from throwing up. Phil started moving forward, pushing me unsteadily into my bedroom. The effects of the tequila were really starting to set in, and I felt like the floor was tilting under me. Phil's wet tongue snaked into my ear, and his hands pawed at me. I struggled to make my brain work, to come up with some way to stop this. "Isn't Mom waiting for you?" I mumbled to him. I was throwing her under the bus, I knew, but she was the one who chose this. I resented being the one that had to pay for her decisions. She can wait longer. He pushed me against my dresser and splayed a hand on my sore back, bending me over it. He ground his cock against me from behind, his hands braced on the dresser on either side of me. You know, that sweet little cunt of yours is a lot tighter than your mom's, he whispered, still rubbing against me. Don't get me wrong, she's nice to have around. His good hand slid up my shirt, groping at my breasts again. That woman could suck a watermelon through a garden hose. But there's nothing like riding a good, tight pussy. He released my breasts and reached between my legs, gripping hard. I stopped taking birth control, I blurted out. It wasn't true, but maybe if he thought it was he would stop. Phil's hand released my crotch and he grabbed my hair, jerking my head back painfully. And why the fuck did you think that would be okay? He hissed in my ear. Charlie made me, I lied again. Phil released my hair and started stroking it softly. That's okay, princess. Maybe you and I will just try something new, huh? He gathered up my hair, winding it around his hand, and jerked my head back. How about I just fuck that tight little ass of yours instead? I fisted my hands as he rubbed his erection against me. Is that what you want, Bella? He asked, his hot breath washing over my ear. I couldn't answer him. I knew he wanted me to tell him, yes, and I knew he wouldn't be satisfied until he heard it, but fear left me frozen. He yanked hard on my hair. I asked you a question. Yes. I gasped in pain. Yes, what? I want you to fuck my ass, I choked. You're what? He growled angrily, yanking on my hair again. I swallowed hard. My tight little ass. Say it right. I took a shaky breath. My whole body trembling. I want you to fuck my tight little ass. His hand released my hair and he started rubbing my back, sending sharp, stabbing pains through the welts he had left. That's because you're a dirty whore, Bella, he breathed in my ear. Only a filthy little cum slut like you wants to get her ass reamed by a big, hard cock. I stared at the cast on his broken hand, trying not to listen to his taunts. I tried counting to distract myself, but my head was so cottony that I couldn't seem to keep myself on track. Instead, I sent myself back to Forks, back to Carlisle. I remembered the first time I had seen him, and then the first time I had gone to his house, when he had taken me to his office in the hospital to fix my broken hand. Something clicked into place for me. Phil had a broken hand, just like mine. He wasn't anything special. I spent my days with vampires and wolves, people whose strength I could never hope to match, but Phil wasn't one of them. He was only human, exactly as breakable as I was. There was nothing that made him better than me, nothing that forced me to submit to him the way I always had. Phil's uninjured hand moved to the button of my jeans. And I panicked. He couldn't do this, not again. Carlisle was the only one I wanted, and it felt like betraying him to let Phil touch me like this. The panic and the techie. Confused my thoughts and impaired my judgment, and before I had thought it through, I was grabbing the heavy metal lamp off of my dresser and slamming it down on his broken hand, feeling the cast crack under its weight. Phil roared in pain and stumbled back, clutching his hand to his chest. I spun around, my hands gripping the edge of the dresser to keep me from falling as the room tilted wildly. You little bitch. He rushed at me and grabbed my hair, dragging me away from the dresser and slamming my head into the wall. I reeled and fell to my knees. I tried to back away as Phil advanced on me, clutching the belt that was still looped around his wrist, but my body seemed reluctant to obey my commands. He easily caught up with me and shoved the belt over my head, jerking it tight around my neck. He kicked me hard in the stomach, and I gagged against the belt. You want to fucking play games? He yelled furiously. He stormed out the bedroom door, half dragging me along the floor aft. Him as I scrambled to get my hands and knees under me. He tugged me into the bathroom and turned on the water in the bathtub, grabbing my hair and shoving my head under the tap. I struggled against his hand. The desperation for air surprisingly potent. Phil straddled my shoulders as I tried to push off the side of the bathtub and shoved his knee into my back, pinning me to the unforgiving ceramic ledge. He pushed my head down and out of the stream of water, letting me breath. I think you've forgotten how to behave, he growled. It sounds like you need to be taught a lesson. He jerked my head under the cold cascade of water again, and I struggled feebly beneath him. I heard him yelling while the water poured over my face, but I couldn't focus on what he was saying. The only thing that mattered was that I didn't have air. And I needed it. He pushed my head down again, letting me breathe for a moment. I gasped in the precious oxygen, coughing when I sucked a stream of water droplets into my lungs. I heard footsteps, and then the pressure on my back disappeared and Phil released my hair. I pushed away from the tub and turned, exhausted but needing to keep an eye on what he was doing. Mom was standing in the doorway, handing Phil a roll of duct tape, and he leaned down and kissed her, murmuring a few soft words to her. Mom looked at me fearfully. "What are you going to do?" "Just do it," he snapped. Mom turned and scurried away. Phil turned, glaring down at me. "Get in the bathtub." I hauled myself off of the floor and climbed into the tub. The cold puddle of water in the bottom seeped through my clothes. Phil sat on the toilet, holding the roll of tape between his knees, and tore off a long strip. "Hands together," he ordered. I stared at him, shaking, water dripping down my face. If I let him tie my hands, I would be totally at his mercy. I couldn't do it. Phil's temper flared and he slapped me, then grabbed a nipple through the wet fabric of my shirt and twisted it hard. I screamed in pain and acquiesced, holding my hands together in front of me. Phil grabbed them and taped them together, then pushed them against the grab bar above the soap dish and taped them in place. He ripped off another strip and jerked my knees up in front of me. He wrapped the tape around my ankles and then dragged them up and taped them to the running faucet. The position was awkward and uncomfortable, and I had to struggle to hold myself in a sitting position. He moved to the faucet and pulled the lever to switch the water to the shower. Freezing water cascaded over me, and I gasped involuntarily. Phil calmly leaned down and plugged the drain. "You seem to have forgotten the way things work around here," he said menacingly. "Maybe your daddy lets you do whatever the fuck you want at his house, but around here, you do what I tell you." He sat back down on the toilet. "Now let's practice. Tell me you're sorry." "I'm sorry," I said, my voice quivering in the cold. "Now tell me you're a worthless little cunt." I swallowed hard, hot tears mingling with the icy water that poured down my face. "I'm a worthless little cunt." "Say it again." My teeth chattered. "I'm a worthless little cunt. And you're not good for anything but a good hard fuck." The freezing water poured over me, sucking away my body heat and pooling in the bottom of the tub. "I'm not good for anything but a good hard fuck. You're an ugly little slut, and nobody will ever want you." I squeezed my eyes shut. Carlisle did. He wanted me. "I'm an ugly little slut, and nobody will ever want me." God, I hoped he would still want me. I hunched close to my hands, letting my thumb brush over the pendant at my throat and taking comfort from it. Phil didn't miss the movement. "What the fuck is that?" My eyes snapped open in horror. "No," I whispered as he reached for the necklace through the pouring water. He yanked it off, breaking the clasp, and I panicked. "No, give it back." I struggled ineffectually against my bindings, desperate to retrieve Carlisle's gift. Phil slapped me hard, the water on my skin making it sting that much more. "Who's been giving you jewelry, Bella?" he demanded, his voice dangerous. I clenched my teeth, glaring at him. He grabbed the belt that hung uselessly around my neck and jerked it up, lifting me off the floor of the bathtub by my throat. "Who gave it to you?" he yelled. He dropped me back to the floor, cold water sloshing around me. Charlie, I lied. There was nothing in the world that would make me tell him about Carlisle. I wouldn't sit here and listen to someone as disgusting as Phil tear him down. "Well, how do you like that? Who knew Charlie was stupid enough to buy a diamond necklace for an ugly little whore like you?" He tucked it into his pocket. "Gee, give it back," I yelled, shivers ripping through me. He smiled slyly. "I'll tell you what, if I don't have any more problems with you while you're here, I'll give it back to you before you go home." I sobbed silently, tears pouring down my cheeks. I couldn't be without it that long. "I need it," I choked. He smiled triumphantly. "Then be a good little girl, and you'll get it back." He dried his arm on a towel hanging on the wall. "Are you going to be a good little girl, Bella?" I nodded, feeling completely broken. "Say it." "I'm going to be a good little girl. You're going to do everything I tell you to do." I nodded. "Say it, Bella." "I'm going to do everything you tell me to." He smiled darkly. "Everything, Bella. Everything," I repeated, shivering violently. "Ask me to turn on the air conditioner." I looked up at him in horror. I didn't think I could stand the cold much longer, and he wanted to make it colder. He clucked his tongue. "You're not being a good girl." "Yo, You don't want me to get rid of your little necklace, do you? I clenched my teeth to keep them from chattering. Will you turn on the air conditioner? He smiled widely. Of course I will, baby girl. Anything for you. He turned and strode out of the bathroom, and after a moment the vent kicked on, filling the room with chilled air. He was laughing when he re-entered the room. How's that, princess? Comfortable? He raised a challenging eyebrow, waiting for an answer. Why yes, I stuttered. He sat back down on the toilet. Good. Now tell me you want my big cock in your dirty little cunt. I want why your big C cock in my D dirty little cunt, I said, letting my head fall against my hands. Tell me you want me to bite those pretty pink nipples until they bleed. He kept on like that for several minutes, making me repeat his vulgar phrases, as the water crept higher in the bathtub. It was nearly full when Mom appeared in the doorway again, holding 2 10-pound bags of ice. Phil smiled and stood. Open them, he directed her. Mom shot me an apologetic look and ripped open the first bag. Phil hoisted it up and carried it over to me, pouring it over my head, making sure most of the cubes accumulated between my chest and my knees. I cried out from the sting of the freezing ice, and Phil smiled in satisfaction. Maybe this will teach you your place. He took the second bag and poured it over me as well. The ice pushed the bathtub over its capacity, and a wave of water sloshed onto the floor. Phil reached over and turned off the shower. He stooped and grabbed the belt that was still around my neck, pulling it over my head and doubling it over in his hand. I jumped as he brought the wet leather down in a stinging slap across my cheek. Now, your mom and I are going to go to the hospital, Phil said, leaning close. Because some trashy little bitch smashed my cast. You just stay here and be a good little girl, and if I'm in a good mood when I come back, maybe I'll let you suck my cock. He gave me a parting slap with the belt, then turned back to the door. He turned off the light and ushered Mom out, closing the door behind him and leaving the room completely dark. I had no idea how long I stayed there, shivering in the tub of ice water, the cold air conditioner blowing on my wet hair and clothes where they weren't submerged. The icy water stung my skin and made me ache all the way through my body. Even my violent shivering seemed to do nothing to warm me. There was no window and no clock, no way to know how fast time was passing. Had it been minutes? Hours? I had no idea. As time stretched on, I started to worry that Carlisle would come for me and then leave again when he was unable to find me. Had he been here already? Would he think I didn't want him if I wasn't waiting for him? Would he even bother coming for me? Maybe Phil was right. Maybe he didn't really want me. Maybe he had already decided that I wasn't worth this much trouble and had gone back to Washington. Doubts plagued me as I waited, desperate to know how much time was passing, aching for a little bit of warmth. I found myself wondering how long it took for a person to freeze to death. Maybe the excruciating pain wouldn't last much longer. Maybe this would be the last torture I would ever have to suffer from Phil. Maybe I would never see Carlisle again. My arms ached from holding my head and shoulders up out of the water, and eventually my muscles gave out. I slumped into the icy bath, barely having the strength to keep my face above the surface. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shish. Just let myself drown and stop this torture. Carlisle would be so hurt. I cried until there was nothing left in me and still I lay in the cold and the dark. Hours had to have passed. Days, maybe. No, it couldn't be days. The ice would have melted. How long would it take this much ice to melt in an air-conditioned room? Maybe it could be days. Or maybe it was just minutes, and the agony of the cold water made them seem longer. I had no reference, no way to tell how long I had been here, and no guesses as to how long Phil would make me pay for my lapse in judgment. I nearly cried when the door finally opened again. I winced when the light came on, blinking against the sudden brightness. I heard Phil's step and forced my eyes open, tugging myself into my awkward sitting position again with my sore arms. "How are you doing, baby?" he asked tenderly, his hand stroking my cheek as he knelt beside the bathtub. "Sea cold," I answered shakily. "Yeah, it looks like it. Your lips are blue." I just nodded, not wanting to make him angry again. His fingers continued to caress my cheek. "Are you sorry, Bella?" I nodded, shaking violently. I'm sorry. Have you learned your lesson?" Why yes, I've learned my lesson." "Good," he breathed. "Do you want me to let you out?" "Why yes." He smiled gently. "Well, That's too fucking bad, he murmured. He clapped a hand over my face and shoved me back in the bathtub, burying my head in the water. I barely had any strength to struggle against him, desperate as I was for oxygen. I wondered briefly if he would just kill me now, but I dismissed the thought quickly. Phil would never kill me, at least not intentionally. He enjoyed hurting me too much. He let me up after a moment, and I pulled myself weakly out of the water, panting heavily. He was grinning darkly. You look so good like this, Bella. All wet and cold, with those pretty little tits showing through your shirt. His eyes roamed hungrily over me. I bet it'd feel real nice tea. Oh, pull you out of there and fuck your cold little body. My strength was failing me again and I couldn't hold myself up. I slipped back in the freezing water, but held my ears above the surface so I could hear him. I didn't want to miss any instructions he might give and make him angrier. Yeah, it'd feel real nice. But I can't right now, baby. Your mom's been a good girl today, so I'm taking her out to a movie and then to a nice dinner. He patted my cheek and stood. I'll be back for you later. He turned off the light and stepped out of the door, closing it firmly behind him. I wouldn't survive it. If he left me here that much longer, I was sure I would die. I would never see Carlisle again. I'd never see Charlie, Jacob, Edward. I wondered if they would ever even know I was dead. Maybe Mom wouldn't tell them. Maybe they would just think I ran away. I closed my eyes, the aching in my chest even more painful than the stinging cold on my skin. I conjured up an image of Carlisle's beautiful face in my mind. Don't forget me, I whispered softly. I love you. Carlisle Cullen's point of view. I spent the entire day standing at the motel room window, peering out a crack in the curtains. The moment the last sliver of sun disappeared beneath the city skyline, I was out the door and in the car. Edward slid in as I was starting the ignition, grinning at me. So what's your plan? I frowned at him. What plan? He shrugged as I steered the car out of the motel parking lot. You've been telling Bella this whole time that you're going to keep Phil away from her at night. How exactly are you intending to do that? Perhaps he'll take my warning seriously, Edward. He snorted. And when he doesn't? I gave him a cold smile. I expect he may take a nasty spill down the stairs tonight. I don't think he'll be in any condition to be sneaking into my girl's bedroom with all of his limbs broken. Edward nodded approvingly. I like it. It has a certain, poetic justice. I chuckled, feeling better now that I was on my way to see my girl. I had never been more frustrated to be a prisoner of the sun. Feeling a bit melodramatic, are we? I cut my eyes at him. I've pushed you out of this car once. Don't think I won't do it again. He snickered but left me in peace with my thoughts. It was a short drive to Bella's house. I had intentionally booked reservations at a motel only a few miles away. And many of the subdivision streets were empty, allowing me to decrease the travel time. It wasn't long before we pulled the car up in front of the house across the street and climbed out. Only one person home, Edward observed. He frowned. Is that Bella? I listened to the heartbeat. It sounded like hers, but it was slow, and the breaths that accompanied it were coming in ragged gasps. Sleeping. Having a nightmare, maybe, Edward sighed distractedly. His eyes were scanning the neighborhood. Now, the two of us darted across the street and hopped the high wooden fence into the backyard. We moved to the back of the stucco house and I looked up at the window that belonged to Bella's bedroom. Can anyone see into the yard? The neighbors can from the second floor, but right now nobody's looking. I scaled the side of the house to the window, with Edward right behind me, and found it locked. I hesitated. Was it a message? Was my girl trying to tell me not to come in? Edward grunted impatiently and pushed past me, deftly breaking the lock and opening the window. Quit looking for messages that aren't there. We crawled through the window, immediately surrounded by two distinctly familiar scents. A deep growl rumbled in my throat. He was in here. Edward nodded, looking around warily. He moved to the dresser where the scent was the strongest and sniffed. He didn't have to point out the residual musk of Phil's arousal or the sharp tang of Bella's fear. I eyed the lamp that lay on the floor, then moved up beside Edward and examined the flakes of plaster on the dresser's top. Bella's breathing hitched, and I frowned. She's shivering, I said, heading for the door. No wonder. It's 58 degrees in here. Why is it so cold? I stepped out of the bedroom door, following Bella's scent and the sound of her slow heartbeat to the bathroom. The door was closed and no light seeped underneath. I tapped lightly on the door. Bella's heart stuttered, but there was no answer. Bella, I asked gently. May I come in? I heard the lapping of water against ceramic, but once again there was no answer. I glanced at Edward. Bathing. I'll wait out here. Go in and see if she's all right. The door wasn't locked. The knob turned easily and I pushed the door open, peering into the darkened room. Bella. I raced to her side, my eyes quickly taking in the ice bath, her bound hands and feet. And her glazed eyes. I slid an arm under her shoulders to lift her out of the water and rip the tape free from the grab bar. I didn't have time to pull it gently from her wrists. But I was careful not to break the skin and expose any blood. Edward, find the thermostat and turn up the heat as high as it will go. I ripped through the tape that wrapped around Bella's jeans and sneakers and moved her to the wet floor. I slid a hand under her shirt sleeve, checking her body temperature under her arm. 86 degrees. She's hypothermic. Edward reappeared in the doorway looking tense. Drain the bathtub and get the ice out as fast as you can, I directed. I started ripping off Bella's freezing clothes, tossing them aside. Edward did as I asked, appending tea. He trash can and using it to shovel buckets full of ice and water into the sink as the bathtub slowly drained. Once Bella's clothes were off, I took stock of the damage. There were bruises on her face and deep welts crisscrossing her back, along with white, waxy patches on her ears and fingertips. I could smell alcohol on her too, which wouldn't help with restoring her circulation. I lifted her in to my arms and wrapped her in towels from the rack to try and stave off the chill. It's drained, Edward sighed. I moved to the bathtub, clutching Bella's stiff form against me, and turned on the water. I adjusted the temperature until it was running at roughly 105 degrees. See if you can find a humidifier or a space heater, I told Edward as I stoppered the drain. And cayenne pepper. He was out the door before I had even finished my instructions. I laid Bella's towel-wrapped form in the bathtub, propping her against the back. I stood and found another towel from the closet and wetted it. I wrung it out and wrapped it around her face and ears, leaving her eyes uncovered. They were still glazed, and as I watched they rolled back into her head and her eyelids slipped closed. Edward returned with his arms full. He pressed a small bottle of cayenne pepper into my hand, then kicked the door closed and turned on the light. He started setting up the heater and the humidifier he had found while I tended to my girl. I opened the bottle of cayenne pepper and dumped a little mound of red powder into my palm. I caught some water from the tap and dripped it into the pepper, mixing it with my fingers to form a paste. I pulled back the towel around Bella's face and applied the mixture to the shell of her ears, careful to cover anything that looked like it may have been damaged by the cold. Once I finished, I tucked the towel back around her face and rinsed my hand in the bathwater. And then there was nothing left to do but wait. I swished the water over her and let it soak into the towels, continuously wetting and re-wetting them until the water level rose up over her body. I changed the towel over her face often, never allowing the slowly warming air in the room to cool it too much. But mostly I just waited, calm on the outside while inside I burned. I was angry at myself for having allowed this, for not having insisted that Bella let someone come along with her to protect her. But there was someone that I was much angrier with, and my thoughts were edged with the sting of betrayal. Edward stood stiffly in the far corner of the room. I hadn't paid him much attention until now. But I noticed that he wasn't breathing. You can leave if you need to, I told him. I understood. The entire room smelled like her, and it was only getting stronger as she warmed up. Edward just shook his head. I don't need you putting her in danger too. She's in no danger, he said flatly. But you're a hair's breadth away from losing your damn mind. I held back the snarl that was rising in my throat. She should have told me. Maybe. But I know Alice, and I know that on the extremely rare occasions she keeps her mouth shut, there's a hell of a good reason for it. I leapt to my feet, rounding on him. What kind of reason could she have for letting Bella suffer this kind of torture? Edward looked at me for a long time, his arms folded across his chest. I don't know, he finally admitted. Maybe she just missed it. Humans are hard for her to see sometimes. Bella was here for hours. I hissed, struggling to keep from yelling. She could have frozen to death. So call her. He raised a hand to stop me when I started to speak. If you don't want to do it here with Bella, step out of the room. I'll go too, so you don't have to worry about me losing control. I didn't want her to wake up alone. You'll hear her if she starts to wake. I can't leave her. Edward sighed tiredly. I know. So let it go for a while. Put it on a shelf and deal with Alice aft. You've moved past this compulsive need to monitor Bella's every breath. I let out a hard laugh, venting my frustration. You know, you could have just said that from the start. One corner of Edward's mouth tugged upward. I could have, but I wanted you to hear yourself. If you're going to sit there throwing a mental tantrum, you earn the privilege of listening to me lecture you. I sighed and turned back to Bella. Kneeling beside her again, I tested the water temperature and added a little more hot water when I found that it had cooled a few degrees. And what do you feel I should be thinking about instead? First of all, you should be directing your anger at the right person. I shook my head sadly. The responsibility falls on my shoulders. Or, you know, Dwyer's. Good Lord, Carlisle. It's like you're going to extremes to avoid placing blame on the man when you should be deciding what to do about him. There's nothing to decide, I said calmly. I'm going to kill him. No, you're not. I couldn't keep back the snarl that time, and I was immediately on my feet, crouched to spring at Edward at the first sign that he would try to get in my way. Edward just rolled his eyes. Retract your claws and listen to me a minute. He's an animal. He deserves. This isn't about what he deserves. If your God is as respectable a deity as you claim he is, then yes, Phil Dwyer will burn in hell. But for Bella's sake, you can't speed him to it. Another growl rumbled in my chest. How will allowing him to continue breathing help Bella? It won't. But stopping his breath will hurt her. Remember what you taught us all as newborns, Carlisle, think beyond the momentary satisfaction. Consider the consequences. I straightened slowly, wanting to hear what he was thinking. If you kill him, there will be an investigation that Bella will get dragged into. He threw up a hand to keep me from interrupting, and even if you make it look like a little mishap with the rooftop holiday decorating, Bella will still feel like she has to stay here to comfort her mother and help with funeral plans. The girl has enough on her plate already, don't pile on. You would have me do nothing. Of course I wouldn't have you do nothing. You're the pacifist, not me. Not this time. Right. This time, I think you should go with your original contingency plan, only make it a hell of a lot more painful. I frowned. I thought you didn't like that plan. I didn't. But then he soaked Bella in an ice bath, and I changed my mind. I looked back at Bella, finally warm enough not to shiver, but WITH injuries that would leave her in pain for weeks. More painful, I murmured, sadistic thoughts forming in my mind. Edward clapped a hand on my shoulder. I like where your head's at. I rubbed a hand through my hair. I don't. But for him, I'll gladly make an exception. I turned back to Bella and reached under the towel to check her temperature again. She's ready, but let's wait a little while longer to let her stabilize. We're taking her back to the motel. I nodded. And when her parents come home and find her missing, they'll find me here instead. Bella stirred then, claiming my attention. My conversation with Edward was all but forgotten as I knelt beside her, pulling the towel away from her face. I dipped it in the water and gently brushed it over her ears, rinsing away the pep. Paced while I waited for her to wake. Edward slipped quietly out of the room behind me, offering Bella the illusion of privacy. After a few moments, she drew in a deep breath and her eyes fluttered open. She looked around for a moment, her confusion showing on her face, but her gaze settled on me, her expression relaxed. Carlisle, she croaked, her voice raw and ragged. You came. She tried to sit up, wincing from the stiffness in her joints. Of course I came, darling. Didn't I promise you I would? Tears sparkled in her eyes. He took it, Carlisle. Her fingers scraped stiffly at the hollow of her throat. What did he take? My necklace, she said, the tears dripping from her eyes. I didn't want to take it off, but he took it. Shish, Angel, it's all right. I lifted her gently out of the water and grabbed a fresh towel to wrap her in. I'll give you 1,000 necklaces if that's what you want. I'll give you a new one every day for the rest of our lives. She was shaking her head as I set her gently on her feet and started to pat her skin dry. He takes everything, she sobbed, the tears flowing freely now. He can't have that. He can't have you. I pressed a hand to her cheek. Do you want me to get it back for you? She placed her hand over mine, her eyes slipping closed, and nodded. You don't have to. Her lip quivered. I'll get it, I whispered. I'll do anything for you. She clung to my shirt, burying her face in my chest. He's coming back. He'll be so mad when he finds out you helped me. I stroked her tangled hair soothingly. It won't matter, my love. You won't be here. I pulled back to keep her from getting too cold and finished drying her off. Come, darling. We'll get you dressed and take you back to my motel room. What about Mom and Phil? She asked, letting me lead her from the bathroom into her bedroom. Don't you worry. Once I've gotten you comfortable at the motel, I'll be coming back here to settle things. You're leaving me. Briefly, I told her, helping her maneuver her stiff limbs into her clothes. I'll be with you again as soon as I've dealt with this situation. Carlisle. She swallowed hard, tears in her eyes. I don't care. Whatever you're going to do, I don't care. But, don't hurt my mom. Please. I cupped her cheek with my hand and leaned down to press a kiss to her lips. If that's what you want, I promise. I won't hurt your mother. She wrapped her arms around my neck, clinging to me. I don't want to stay here anymore. I hate it here. I lifted her into my arms and carried her down the stairs. I'll get you out. I'll take you away from all of this, love. Just let yourself depend on me and I'll take care of you. Bella Swan's point of view. I was freezing. Carlisle had cranked up the heater. But his car wasn't warmed up and it blew cool air most of the ride back to his motel room. I huddled in the front seat with my arms wrapped around my knees, my head a jumbled mess of thoughts that wouldn't fall in line. But the thought that kept resurfacing, that nagged at me and made my stomach twist sickeningly, was my worry about when I would have to go back. Because I would have to go back. Due to the messed up legal tangle I was caught in, I still belonged to my parents. I hadn't wanted to come here. Carlisle hadn't wanted me to come here, Charlie hadn't wanted me to come here. But I'd had to. And the reason I'd had to come, regardless of what any of us wanted, was the same reason I would have to go back. Until January 1st, I was still a minor, and the custody agreement stipulated that I would spend my Christmas vacation with my mother. I hoped whatever it was that Carlisle was planning for Phil would keep him from hurting me, but I doubted that was possible. Somehow he always seemed to find a way. We pulled up in front of the motel room and Carlisle ushered me inside. Hey, Bella, Emmett said in surprise, looking up from the television. I didn't expect to see you here. What did you do? Bribe the old man to spring you? I gave him a weak smile. I wouldn't call it a bribe so much as a proposition. Emmett snickered. Carlisle guided me to the bed and helped me onto it, wrapping a blanket around my shoulders. Bella, I want you to stay inside tonight, all right? But every 15 minutes or so, try to get up and walk around the room to help your circulation. I nodded my understanding. Another shower might be all right if you're still cold, but don't let it get too hot and don't blow dry your hair. Some of your nerve endings have been damaged and you could burn yourself without realizing it. Okay, I answered, my voice sounding rough. And be very careful with your fingertips, he added. Rubbing them could damage the tissue further. I frowned and raised my hands, looking at the waxy white tips of my fingers. My eyes widened. They're frost-bitten. After a day or two, they'll most likely blister and turn black. Your ears too. They'll heal in a few weeks. But you'll want to use extra caution until then. He turned to Edward. I want you to pick up some ginger tea and honey and give it to her throughout the night. Serve it warm, about 110 degrees. And make sure she gets a high-carbohydrate dinner. Edward was on his phone immediately, ordering out for pizza and breadsticks. Rosalie came to sit by me, looking concerned. What happened? Carlisle met my eyes, and I saw the same question reflected in them. We'll talk about it later, he told Rosalie, his eyes still on me. For now, you and I have some things to take care of. She looked up at him. Tonight. Now, he answered, his voice emotionless. Okay. She squeezed my shoulder gently. We'll handle this for you. Carlisle's phone rang then, and he pulled it out of his pocket. His face hardened the moment he saw the name on the display. Edward blew out an exasperated breath. It's time to address it. Who is it? I asked anxiously. Alice, Edward answered. I was confused. Why don't you want to talk to her? Carlisle was glaring at the phone in dissatisfaction. Because she didn't tell us what was happening to you, Bella. She didn't give us a chance to stop it before it got so severe. I had to admit, that hurt. Alice must have known the torture I was going through. My mind immediately rushed to defend my friend, offering excuses. Maybe she underestimated how painful it was since she had no memory of her life before the cold had lost its effect on her. Or maybe my mother would have gotten hurt if they had come before Phil returned from the hospital to check on me. My excuses rang hollow, though. The fact was, I had just endured the worst pain of my life, and she had left me there without so much as a phone call to anyone to tell them what was happening. Carlisle started to tuck the phone away again, but I put my hand on his to stop him. Can I talk to her? He handed the phone to me, and I answered it. Alice, I said, trying to hold back the tears. Bella, I'm so sorry. She gasped through the phone. I tried to come up with something, some way that they could get there and it wouldn't turn out bad, but I couldn't. He wouldn't listen to me. I didn't know what to say. I just held the phone to my ear while her trembling voice begged my forgiveness. If I had called Carlisle and told him what was happening, he would. T have waited until sundown to go to you, she explained. He would have been seen. And not just seen, caught on camera. The tape would have been shown on the news, sold to alien hunters, posted on YouTube, played all over the world. The Volturi would have been here within a month, and they would have killed you and Carlisle, and Emmett and Rose. Her rambling grew panicked. But not Edward. They wanted Edward and me to join. And Jasper and Esme too. It was that or die, Bella, and he just did it. Without even thinking, Jasper signed our lives over to them. She broke down into sobs. I'm sorry, she said again. Her voice pleading. Please forgive me, Bella. I couldn't let that happen, and I knew you were hurting but I couldn't let it happen. I stared, my eyes focused on nothing, as the picture Alice painted played out before me. They would have killed Carlisle. If he had come to help me earlier, he would have died. The pain of the cold had been the worst I'd ever experienced, somehow I knew that Carlisle's death would hurt worse. I couldn't have tolerated it. I'd have done the same thing, I told her softly. Alice let out a relieved sob and started apologizing all over again. Carlisle reached for the phone and I surrendered it to him. He pressed it to his ear, drawing in a deep breath before he spoke. I understand, he said flatly. We'll discuss it later. He snapped, had the phone closed and tucked it back in his pocket. Rosalie. She stood, giving me one more quick smile, and moved to the door. Carlisle leaned down and pressed a tender kiss to my lips. I'll be back. Stay warm and safe. And let Emmett and Edward know if you need anything. Come back soon, I told him, my chest aching as he backed away. I love you. A soft smile graced his lips. I'm yours forever, Bella. He turned and strode outside with Rosalie, pulling the door closed behind him. Edward was on the phone again, calling a cab to take him out to a grocery store, and Emmett dropped down beside me on the bed. So what's the story? He asked. What happened over there? I sighed and scooted up on the mattress, wrapping the blanket tighter around me and lying on a pillow. I don't want to talk about it. Edward's cell phone rang, and he answered it. Got it, he said after a minute. He handed me the phone and turned to Emmett. Come on, Jasper's kicking us out of the room. Are you kidding me? Carlisle would lose his shit if I left her here alone. Relax, we're just going outside, he said, dragging Emmett out with him. I watched them, puzzled, and put the phone to my ear. Hello. Hey, Bella. Jasper's voice answered, soft and sympathetic. How are you feeling? Cold, I confessed. Sore. Yeah, Alice told me what happened. Do you think we could take a few minutes to talk about it? I sighed tiredly. I can't. It's too hard. I know, he said, his voice sad. But the things that are too hard to talk about, those are the things that need to be talked about. That doesn't make any sense. His voice was gentle. It does. Framing words and speaking them out loud gives you power. It helps you take back control. I don't want to, I whispered, dreading the though. Of reliving the moments in the bathroom. Why don't you get comfortable? Maybe get in bed and warm up a little. I sighed and toed off my shoes, crawling under the covers on the bed but keeping the spare blanket wrapped around me. Okay. Quote. Let's talk a little bit about the things your stepfather made you say today. Do you remember any of them? Yeah. Can you tell me one? My throat tightened painfully. Can't you ask Alice? Alice already told me, Bella. Nothing you say will be a surprise to me, but we need to talk about it. I felt tears stinging my eyes as I sifted through the things I'd had to say. Searching for the one that would hurt the least to say out loud to Jasper. He made me say I wouldn't tell people things that aren't their business. And what did he mean by that? Things didn't he want you talking about? The things he does to me. Did, Bella, he corrected gently. Things he did to you. It's over now. I swallowed hard, not wanting to argue with him. Who does it help if you don't tell anyone what he did? My hands shook. Him. Exactly. Does it help you to keep his secrets? I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Yes. How? He asked gently. If I tell people I stopped. If I told people, he would probably end up getting arrested. What could he do to me then? But the police. The police would, but that didn't seem to make much difference either. So they would know. So what? I didn't care what they thought. They would probably make me tell them about the things he had been doing to Mom and me, which would be miserable. But nothing like what I had just been through. How bad would it be, really, if I told his secrets? Except I really didn't want to. Jasper, please don't make me tell anyone else, I finally gasped. I won't. I just want you to see it's not going to hurt you. If you want to talk to me, or Carlisle, or anyone else, just to get it all off your chest, it's okay. I swallowed hard. Okay. What else did he make you say? I was shaking violently now. That I wouldn't lie anymore. Good, he murmured. I'm going to tell you something you won't hear very often, so listen up. I huddled under the blankets, anxious about what he wanted to say. You have the right to lie to whoever you want, whenever you want. Understand? Now, that doesn't mean it's always a good idea. There are consequences to lying. And there are consequences to telling the truth. The only person who gets to weigh those consequences and make the decision is you. I hugged myself tightly. Okay, I whispered. What else did he make you say? I took a deep breath, thinking of the disgusting things I'd had to repeat for Phil. Do I have to say it like he did? I asked, squeezing my eyes shut. No, you choose the words. That's how you get power over all of this. That helped, and I took a gulp of air. He made me tell him I wanted to have, I faltered, and Jasper waited patiently. That I wanted to have anal sex with him. Did you want to? No, I gasped, stung. I didn't, I swear. Relax, he said soothingly. I didn't reckon you did. That's not why I'm asking these questions, okay? I found myself nodding again. Okay, so if you didn't want to, why did you say it? Because he told me to. Why did you do what he told you to? A tear slipped down my cheek. I had to, Jasper, I said, my voice pleading for him to understand. Bella, he breathed, his voice low and velvety. Just relax. I'm not criticizing you or judging you. I'm asking these questions for a reason, and I know they're hard, but they're important. He paused a moment. Can you hang in there with me for just a little longer? I sniffled, my hand rubbing at my chest, trying to ease the hollow ache. Yes. Why did you have to do what Phil told you to do? I swallowed hard. Because he would hurt me if I didn't. So you'd rather say something you didn't mean than get hurt. I buried my head in the pillow, sobbing miserably. I'm sorry, I cried. You can be sorry if that's how you really feel. But personally, I don't think I would be. My breath hitched, and I tried to choke back the sobs. I think that's a perfectly rational way of dealing with the situation. I've done it myself, more times than I care to think about. You have? I asked him tentatively. I have. It's not wrong to want to avoid pain. I bit the inside of my cheek, thinking about what he was saying. What else did you have to say today? I had to tell him I wanted him to bite my. I swallowed again. To bite my nipples until they bled. Good, he said encouragingly. And did you want him to? No. Why did you say it? I took a deep breath. To protect myself. Very good, Bella, he said proudly. Self-preservation is a basic instinct. It's the most natural thing in the world, for humans, vampires, animals, even a lot of plants. Plants? I asked, surprised. Well, sure, darlin', he drawled, his smile coming through in his voice. Bark on a tree, thorns on a rose, it's all about protection. I took a minute to let that sink in. Jasper was comparing the things I had said to appease Phil to thorns on a rose. It made me feel better. Like what I had done wasn't so horrible. You don't think? My throat tightened, and I had to try again. You don't think what I said was? I mean, Carlisle, would he be mad at me? I don't think he would be, no. He doesn't like to see you hurt. I think he would be okay with whatever you had to do to prevent it. I wiped away some stray tears as Jasper continued. You did more to protect yourself than just say some things you didn't mean, though, didn't you? He asked. Tell me what else you did, Bella. I shuddered. I hurt him. Tell me about it. He had a broken hand. I slammed a lamp down on it. Jasper chuckled softly. I understand you hit him hard enough to break the cast. I bit my lip, smiling, surprised by how good his appreciation felt. I want you to know I'm real proud of you for what you did, standing up to him like that. Even if it didn't work out so well for you, that took courage and strength, and I'm impressed. It was bad, though, I said, my voice shaking. He was really mad. You knew he would be mad, though, didn't you? Yeah, so why did you do it? I sighed. I don't know. I wasn't thinking. He was touching me, and I only want Carlisle to touch me. I panicked. You were thinking about Carlisle. I chewed at my lip. Yeah, and he made you feel stronger. Yeah, that's something to remember. Carlisle is a source of strength for you. When you need that strength, you think of him. I hugged myself beneath the blankets, drawing on that strength now. Carlisle. He had come for me. He loved me. We have a couple more tough things to talk about. Jasper said. Will you tell me what Phil did when you hurt him? Just thinking about it had me trembling wildly again. He took me to the bathroom, I said, and he tied me up in the tub. I didn't need to get more specific than that. He already knew. Then what? He turned on the shower. It was so cold I could hardly breathe. And then, he filled the tub, and he put ice in. Where did he get the ice? Tears were trickling out of my eyes again. I didn't want to say what he wanted me to say. I know it's hard, he soothed. I need you to tell me where he got it. I shook my head, trying to shake off the horror of my words. He made Mom get it for him. How did that make you feel? I sniffled again, the same way I felt when she told me she was marrying him. Can you give it a name? I was nodding again. Betrayed. Why? She picked him instead of me, I said. She cares more about him than me. He thought for a moment. Bella, you're pretty close to Edward, aren't you? You'd say you're good friends. Yeah, I said hesitantly. Would it bother you if I told you that he cares more about Esme than he does about you? I frowned. No, but it bothers you to think that Renee cares more about Phil than about you. I choked back a sob. It's different. Yes, he agreed. It is different. Why? She's my mom, I sniffed. She's my family. She's supposed to take care of me. Good, Jasper said approvingly. We're back to those basic instincts again. Just as natural as self-preservation, Bella, is the instinct to protect your child. It's normal for you to expect your mother to provide you with a certain amount of security. I couldn't answer. I buried my face in my pillow again and cried. She let you down a lot there, didn't she? I was nodding. He couldn't see me, obviously, but I couldn't speak. He waited for a few moments, letting me cry, before he spoke again. Tell me what you're feeling, he said gently. I hate her, I yelled. Why? Quote, she let him hurt me, I said bitterly, and then she married him so he would never stop. You're angry with her, I swiped irritably at the tears. Yes. And hurt. Yes. Bella, what would have happened if your mother had refused to get the ice Phil asked for? I chewed at my lip again, tears falling freely. He'd have hurt her, so she was protecting herself, just like you were. I gritted my teeth, unwilling to give her any excuses. It's different. How is it different? She let him in, I yelled. She went out with him, she asked him to move in, and she married him. She knew what he was like, and she chose to be with him anyway. It's her own fault if she gets hurt. There was a satisfied sigh from the other side of the phone. Very good, Jasper breathed. Very good. He took a deep breath. Now, I don't want you to think I'm excusing Phil's actions at all, but your mother invited much of her own pain upon herself, and in the process, she forced it on you as well. It's okay to be angry about that. It's okay to be hurt. I was feeling absolutely raw, and my cheeks were chapped from the tears. Aren't you supposed to be making it so I'm not angry anymore? I asked, making a lame attempt at a joke. He laughed softly. No, Bella, I'm just supposed to be helping you understand it. I took a ragged breath, feeling exhausted. You're a tough kid, he told me. I'm proud of you. That was a hard conversation, and you never once hung up on me. I laughed through my tears. I wish I'd thought of that. He chuckled softly, but he grew serious quickly. Your dad's been worrying about you. I sat up, surprised. You're with my dad? Yeah, I've been hanging out behind Daybreak most of the day. He's been making himself sick with worry, so I'm helping him out a little. Quote, "Thank you," I told him, hoping he could hear in my voice how much I appreciated it. "It ain't nothing. I just want you to know how much he cares about you." I wiped at my eyes with my sleeve. "That's nice to know. I'm going to let you get some rest. Alice says your pizza is just about there, so you can eat and relax." "Jasper," I said tentatively. "Yeah, I like therapy with you." He laughed softly. "I'm here anytime you need it. You don't even need an appointment." I smiled and bit my lip. "Thank you." "You're welcome, Bella. Now rest up a bit. When you wake up in the morning, 10 to 1 odds, Carlisle will be with you." Carlisle Cullen's point of view. The house was black and silent. Rosalie and I had made sure of that. When we arrived, we had moved from room to room, removing every light bulb, unplugging every electronic device, eliminating the minutest sources of light. Even the refrigerator's bulb had been removed. We could have just cut the power to the house. But I wanted the air conditioner running. It was 60 degrees in here right now, nearly the same temperature it had been when I entered earlier to find Bella, and I wanted it that way. I didn't want Dwyer to know that anything was amiss. The vision of Bella, bound and shivering in the icy bath, haunted my memory. The moment my eyes had fallen on her small, fragile body submerged in the freezing water, the beast inside of me had roared to life. While Bella's health was at risk, it was necessary to hold back my more primal self, but with her warm and safe now, I was more than willing to give the animal free rein. The image of my girl half dead in the bathtub was accompanied now by Alice's description of what had happened to her. I hadn't been ready to discuss it, Rosalie had called her on the way to the house and demanded to know what Phil had done. Alice had given her a very detailed explanation, and it had only served to increase my horror over the situation. Because I was fully aware now that every welt on Bella's back bore my name, I had insisted that Phil be given a warning, a chance to get help for whatever sickness drove him. My wish to appeal to his humanity had earned my girl a brutal beating. There was nothing I could ever do to atone for that. But I intended to give it back to him 100-fold. Rosalie and I finished covering the last window with foil, and she turned to me in the murky darkness that would blind human eyes. "I'll take their cell phones when they come in," she said, "so they can't use them as flashlights." I moved to my medical bag, open on the kitchen counter, and pulled out a needle. "Give this to Renee as soon as Dwyer leaves her alone." Rosalie took the needle, glaring at it. "A sedative? Why, you want to do this one at a time. We're only here for Dwyer." "What? Carlisle, did you hear what she did? What kind of a mother just lets that happen to her daughter?" "And she helped. I promised Bella," I told her. "Her mother will have no part of it. Just sedate her and take her to her bed." She frowned in dissatisfaction but didn't argue further. I strode to the stairs and ascended them, entering the dark bathroom and taking a seat on the closed toilet lid. I was sure Dwyer would come here to check on Bella fairly soon after he came home, and I wanted to be here when he did. Her scent still hung heavy in the small room. I could hear Rosalie's patient breathing from downstairs as she stood in the kitchen, waiting to play her part. I could hear cars passing on the street beyond and people talking in the nearby houses. But none of it mattered to me. The only sound I wanted to hear right now was the engine of a Mazda Miata and the step of my prey on the stairs. Before long I got my wish. The car I was listening for came into hearing range and I could tell that the occupants inside were talking. As it moved closer, I started to be able to make out their words over the rumble of the engine. "Maybe we could send Bella somewhere else tonight." Renee's voice sounded hopeful. "I'm sure she has some friends that she could go stay with, and then it could be just you and me, all alone." "Yeah, that's just what I want," Dwyer spat. "Another night alone with your ugly, used-up body. Like I haven't had enough of that lately." "You know I can make you feel good," Renee said petulantly. "And when Bella's around, she's the only one you pay attention to." There was silence for a moment, and then Dwyer spoke again. "You feel like I've been neglecting you?" he asked softly, almost solicitously. There was no audible response. "Maybe we'll all get together tonight for some quality time, then. What do you say?" Renee sounded hopeful again. "You mean, not just you and her? You want me there too? Doesn't that sound nice? Some time together, with me and both of my girls." Renee nearly choked in her excitement. "Does that mean you're done punishing her?" "I think so. He steered the car into the garage and parked it. I have a feeling she's ready to do anything I tell her to by now. The two of them got out of the car and entered the kitchen through the garage door. I heard the rustling as Rosal, i.e. deftly picked Phil's cell phone from his pocket, then plucked Renee's from her purse. Renee was flipping the light switch. Is the power out? She asked, perplexed. Can't be. The neighbors have their lights on. The air conditioner must have tripped the breaker. I can't see, Renee complained. And you're not going to see until you get down to the basement and get the power back on, Phil growled impatiently. Go, Renee. Fuck. How long does it take? Will you help me? No. I'm going upstairs to check on Bella. Phil's hands dragged along the wall as he followed it to the stairs, and eared the hollow clump of his feet on the steps. I also heard Renee's sharp intake of breath and soft sigh as Rosalie assisted her into unconsciousness. Rosalie, be a darling and put on a pot of water to boil when you're through with Renee. Would you? I asked softly. I heard her hard laugh. Got it. The bathroom door opened and Phil's hand moved to the light switch, testing to see if he could get it to turn on. When he couldn't, he squinted in the direction of the bathtub. Bella, he said softly. How are you feeling, baby girl? When there was no answer, he moved out of the doorway and felt his way along the wall. Did you fall asleep, princess? This could be kind of hot, you know. A cold, unconscious girl. It'd be like fucking a corpse. His toe hit the side of the tub and he stopped, stooping slowly. Feeling his way down the wall. Maybe I'd like that. Maybe if you can't be a good girl, I'll kill you just so I can fuck you without hearing your whining. I watched him feel blindly around in the dark for a moment, trying to find Bella's body, before I spoke. Hello, Mr. Dwyer. He jumped and straightened quickly. Who the fuck are you? He demanded, turning toward my voice. You've forgotten me already. I'm hurt. After all, it was only last night that I warned you not to touch my girl again. A slow smile spread across his face as he struggled to see me in the inky darkness. Oh, your girl. Is that what this is about? You think you're in love with the little whore, so you've come to work out your jealousy on the man who had her first. He laughed. Or do you just want to know what it was like? Do you want me to tell you about how she begged me not to hurt her? How she screamed when I ripped her pussy open? His words only added fuel to the inferno raging inside of me. Of course. It's a little different now, he continued arrogantly. Now she begs me to give it to her. You should have heard her today. Please, Daddy, please fuck my tight little ass. He laughed again. Sorry to disappoint you, friend, but she was never your girl. She's just a little whore, and I'm putting her to proper use. I waited until he was done with his taunting and then spoke again. I understand you like water games. I folded my hands. It has a certain finesse, using ice water. It's a long, painful torture with consequences that will be felt long after you're finished. I can see why a man like you would like to draw it out. He smirked in the darkness. Me, I prefer quicker results. I don't want to have to wait hours until the blood vessels constrict and hypothermia sets in. I like the pain to be immediate and intense. Phil's smile faltered. Terrific. Now get the hell out of my house. Oh, no, I said, my voice low. No, I'll be here for a while yet. See, just Becca. Use I like instant pain doesn't mean I don't like to take my time. I stood and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him a few inches off the ground. His hands began clawing at mine, trying to tear it away from his neck as he sputtered for breath. Come, I said calmly. Let's go downstairs. The sooner we begin, the sooner this will all be over. I strode out of the bathroom and down the stairs at a human pace and moved Phil into the kitchen, where the only light came from a glowing red electric burner beneath a large pot. I tossed him roughly onto the kitchen table, and he groaned and coughed in pain. You son of a bitch. He rasped hoarsely, scrambling off of the tabletop. I sighed, and grabbed his neck again, slamming him back down on the wood surface and pinning him there on his back. Rosalie, sweetheart, I saw some nails in the garage earlier. Would you be a dear and retrieve a few for me? Phil started looking around frantically, searching the blackness for Rosalie. She was gone and back in a moment, skipping to my side and holding out her prize. I brought you the biggest, rustiest ones I could find, she said sweetly. I smiled. That's my girl. Would you like to secure Mr. Dwyer's hands so he doesn't feel obligated to get up again? She smiled darkly. I'd love to. She moved to the head of the table and pried Phil's left hand from my wrist, stretching it close to one corner. She twirled a nail happily in her fingers, then pressed the point to his palm and pushed it through the tendons and muscles, burying it in the wood. I released Phil's throat, and he screamed in agony. "What the fuck are you doing?" he roared. "You sick little bitch." I clucked my tongue disapprovingly. "Mr. Dwyer, I think you should watch your language. There's a lady present." Rosalie pressed his right hand to the table and brought her fist down on his cast, cracking it. "Fuck," he screamed. I sighed disapprovingly. "Such poor manners. I'm afraid I can't stand for that." Rosalie smiled as she picked off the cast and held his hand down. She shoved a second nail through his flesh and into the wood tabletop, making Phil scream more obscenities. "Rose, there's a roll of duct tape upstairs on the bathroom counter. Would you bring it down, please?" "Of course." She smiled and darted away. I wandered to the kitchen sink, glancing around to find something suitable for my purposes. I blew a copper mesh scrubbing pad off the back of the sink, pleased to see that it hadn't been cleaned well after its last use. It stank of rancid grease and old food particles, and I smiled. I carried it back to the table as Rosalie zipped back down the stairs. "Now open your mouth," I told Phil simply. He gritted his teeth. "I don't know what the hell you think you're doing," he hissed, but his own scream of pain cut him off. As Rosalie leaned an elbow on his broken, punctured hand, I stuffed the copper scrubber into his mouth, making him gag, and Rosalie pressed a strip of tape over it to hold it inside. "Much better," I said pleasantly. I strode back to the kitchen counter, and Phil kicked out at me as I passed. "Do something about that, would you, Rose?" I said as I moved to my hospital bag. I looked over my shoulder, enjoying Phil's muffled screams as Rosalie pressed his feet to chairs at the foot of the table and shoved nails through them as well. She kicked the chairs apart, ignoring his agonized screams. Getting him ready for what I had planned, I turned back to them. "Forgive my poor manners, I haven't even given the two of you a proper introduction. Philip Dwyer, may I present my daughter Rosalie? She's charming, isn't she? It's too bad you can't see her, she's looking lovely this evening." I chuckled fondly. Of course, she always looks lovely. There are few beaux ties in this world that could rival my Rosalie. Phil was still crying out in muffled misery. I returned to my bag briefly, pulling out the materials I would need, and moved to the table to lay them out next to Phil. "Rosalie has very strong opinions," I told him. "She likes cars and children, and she doesn't like rapists. Isn't that right, darling?" "That's right," she smiled, sitting on the table next to Phil's head and stroking her fingers through his hair. "I kill rapists." I clucked my tongue again. "Not tonight, Rosalie. Perhaps in a year or two I'll let you come back and kill him, but tonight he lives." I laughed to myself. Well, probably. That's assuming I'm not careless enough to let him bleed to death. Rosalie laughed delightedly. "Are you trying to make me thirsty, Carlisle? It won't work. No matter how you tempt me, I'll still have a cleaner record than you." "Cleaner?" I teased her good-naturedly. "You killed 7 men, and 2 of them were innocent. You've tasted the blood of 5 people," she countered. "That is, if Ephraim counts as a person. And you're planning on a 6th. Human blood has never touched my lips." Phil made a choking sound, horrified by our conversation. "Ah, well, we'd better get to it, I guess. The water is nearly ready anyway." I turned my attention on Phil. Now, I suspected I might need to do this, so I came prepared with the proper anesthesias. However, I paused. "You've made me rather angry with you, Mr. Dwyer, so I don't think we'll be needing them after all." I smiled. "It simplifies things, really. I don't have to check with you about any allergies you might have. So that's one less thing we have to do here tonight." Phil was moaning and mumbling behind his gag, but I ignored him. "The first thing I need is a sterile workspace. I usually have a nurse to sterilize the table and prep the patient, but well, we're working with fewer resources here." Rosalie stood and moved to the pot on the kitchen stove. "Are you sure? This is going to be hot enough for sterilization?" I smiled. "Boiling water usually does the trick. But for the sake of thoroughness, you can pour some salt in if you'd like, and raise the boiling temperature." She smiled back, flashing her teeth, and went through the cupboards until she found a carton of salt. She poured a generous amount into the water. "It sounds like we'll have to wait a little longer for the water to boil." I said to Phil. But that's all right. I have a little business to attend to now, while you're still relatively in control of your faculties. I sat on the edge of the table next to him. I understand you took a piece of property from Bella that she would like to have back. I reached out and ripped the tape from his mouth, and he yelped in pain, pushing the copper scrubber out of his mouth with his tongue. Where is it? I demanded. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't take anything from her. The item in question is a diamond swan necklace. It has some sentimental value, you see. It was a gift to her from me. I don't have it, he insisted. I moved to the kitchen and found a metal meat tenderizer, then strolled back over to Phil. You know, Mr. Dwyer, it's a very bad idea to lie to me. I brought the tenderizer down hard on his knee, splintering the patella, and he screamed in agony. I pawned it, he yelled. I fucking pawned it, all right. Language, Mr. Dwyer. Tell me where. At a place on 2nd Street called Scottsdale Pawn. I took out my cell phone, the light from the screen illuminating the room, and Phil's eyes met mine. There wasn't nearly enough pain behind them. I dialed the phone and Edward answered after a moment. How is she? I asked him. She was talking to Jasper when I left. Sounds like he's giving her a session with Dr. Whitlock. Good. How's he? Oh, we're only just beginning. Listen, I need a favor. I'd like you to find a shop called Scottsdale Pawn on 2nd Street. Hang on. He pulled the phone away and I heard him asking someone if they were familiar with the store. Yeah, you want to go there instead. A man's voice answered. Just a quick detour, Edward answered him, then came back to me. What am I doing there? You're retrieving Bella's necklace. He seemed uncomfortable. You know those places can't turn around and sell something they just got, right? They have to hold them for a while. I don't care how you do it, I said, knowing he was looking for my permission to evade the law to get the necklace. Bella wants it and she'll have it. You got it, old man. Quote, let me know when you have it in your possession. Will do. We hung up and I slipped my phone back into my pocket. Now it's time to get ready for your surgery. I quickly ripped off his shirt, jerking the shredded material away from him and tossing it in the trash can. What surgery? He demanded. What the fuck are you doing, you pervert? I shook my head. I've warned you about your language. I guess we'll have to put the tape back on. I shoved the mesh scrubber back in his protesting mouth and secured it with duct tape again. Then I quickly disposed of his jeans and underwear, leaving naked but for the sneakers and socks currently nailed to the chairs. Mr. Dwyer, did you ever have a dog? I asked conversationally. His eyes searched for me in the darkness, but he gave no response. I owned a dog once. He was a mean little mongrel, always fighting with other dogs, constantly biting anyone who came near. I shook my head sadly. Something had to be done. I couldn't allow him to continue to hurt people. I could have put him down, I suppose, but I didn't quite have the stomach for it. I see myself as something as a pacifist, you understand. I'm not fond of violence, most of the time. His eyes still strained to see me in the darkness, soft groans of pain escaping through his nose. A neighbor of mine told me there was a simple solution, I continued. Do you know what that is? I leaned over him. Do you know what dog owners do when their pets become too aggressive? The water's ready, Rosalie interrupted me happily. I smiled. Excellent. Let's get our space sterilized, shall we? I moved to the stove and picked up the pot, carrying it back to the table. This might sting a little, I said and started pouring the water over Dwyer, making him scream in anguish. I started with his groin, making sure it got plenty of attention, then moved up his body to his face, leaving angry red burns and blistering skin in the wake of the splattering water. Phil's cries were muffled well by the gag, and though he arched his back and struggled madly, Rosalie's rusted nails effectively pinned him in place on the table. I sloshed the burning liquid over his arms and legs, making sure to cover him as completely as possible with burns, before emptying the remaining contents over his groin again. I handed the pot to Rosalie. Put some more on to boil, would you? And me the salt when you're done with it. Phil whimpered at my words, his blind eyes pleading for mercy. You see, this has a much quicker effect than cold water, I told him. And I'd be willing to bet that your wounds take far longer to heal than Bella's will. I paced around the table, my eyes on him. Did you know, I said conversationally, inspecting the raw, bleeding burns, that Bella was completely unresponsive when I found her today. Rosalie handed me the salt carton, and I poured a large mound into my hand. The human body can suffer a lot of pain before falling unconscious. I started sprinkling salt over Phil's body. And he screamed again, his muscles quivering in his distress. Before we're done here, you'll know exactly how much pain can be endured before you reach that point. How much pain she had to endure before she reached that point. Rosalie giggled and moved to the table to watch me. This is fun. There was a large part of me that disagreed with her, that wonder. What Ephraim would think of this scene. But that part wasn't in control right now. Right now I was ruled by the animal, and the animal craved pain. So how are you going to do it? Rosalie asked, eyeing the limp, blistered organ that so offended me. One piece at a time, I said softly, finishing with the salt. I picked up a scalpel from the table and reached between Phil's legs, lifting his scrotum into my hand. I pierced the delicate flesh with the blade and his screams became violent as I cut through it, severing his testicles and releasing a torrent of warm, fragrant blood. Rosalie clapped delightedly, unperturbed by the scent. Can I keep them? I don't think so, I told her regretfully. I think it's a better idea to burn them, don't you? Even better, she squealed. She hurried to the kitchen to find a large metal bowl, then rustled around in the drawers until she came up with a book of matches. Perfect. She brought them back and held the bowl out to me so one could drop in the bloody mass of flesh. Thank you, I told her, and make sure our friend can see them burn. They belong to him, after all. It's only fair. Rosalie spat venom into the bowl to provide an accelerant, then lit a match and dropped it in. The flesh flamed instantly, and she moved to Phil's side, grabbing his hair and lifting his head off of the table so he could watch his flesh burn. Large chunks of the hair ripped out of his scalded scalp, and his screams now were both for horror and pain. I picked up a packet of QuikClot from the table and sprinkled some of the wheat-colored powder over the cut I had made, letting it stop the bleeding. It would not be loss of blood that drove Phil to unconsciousness tonight. Would you like to tell me again how much you enjoyed raping an innocent child? I asked him. His strenuous cries entertained Rosalie, and she smiled brightly. I don't think he likes this, Carlisle. I think he would have preferred to have his balls boiled instead of fire roasted. Maybe next time. She laughed gaily. I feel like a newborn again. How's your control? I'm fine, she said, watching the fire burn down in the bowl. This is so much more satisfying than drinking from him could ever be. All right, then, let's continue. I picked up the scalpel with a blood-soaked hand, getting ready to make the next cut. Wait, Rosalie said over Phil's frantic protests. I think you're using the wrong tool. Quote. I raised an eyebrow at her as she moved to the kitchen and plucked a serrated steak knife out of a block on the counter. How about this? I gave it a dubious look. It's not very sharp. She grinned, her teeth showing white in the dark room. What a pity. I took the knife from her with a chuckle and turned back to Phil, watching his body convulse in his desperation to escape this torment. I shifted positions, my shoes squeaking on the wet floor, and took his penis in my hand. Slowly, carefully, I sawed into it, just under the head, with the serrated knife, relishing his agonized howl. It was much more difficult to penetrate the skin with the steak knife than it had been with the scalpel, and I smiled approvingly at Rosalie's choice. When it was almost cut through, I yanked hard, ripping through the remaining flesh, and Phil's scream morphed into a shrill screech. I tossed the piece I had cut off into the bowl and Rosalie set it ablaze. Can I do a piece? She asked eagerly. I smiled indulgently. Of course, my dear. I held the knife out to her and she took it, getting blood on her slender fingers. My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I moved to the sink to scrub my hands. I cleaned them up, then pulled out my phone and read the text message from Edward telling me he had obtained Bella's necklace. Ah, good. Bella's property has been retrieved. I moved back to the table, listening to Phil's raw screams. He was quickly growing hoarse. I wonder, Mr. Dwyer, what else you've taken from my girl? I sat on the edge of the table near his head. I mean, of course. Besides her innocence, her childhood, her family, and her self-respect. His screaming rose in pitch again as Rosalie ripped through his skin and triumphantly threw another chunk of his flesh into the flaming bowl. Take off the rest of it, would you, dear? I asked her, folding my hands. It would be my pleasure. I ignored Phil's writhing body, the tears that poured down. The sides of his face and the mucus that ran from his nose. My thoughts were on my Bella, on the welts on her back and the bruises on her face, on the blisters on her ears and fingertips, on her empty, glazed eyes and her stiff body. Exhausted and frozen in the ice-filled bath. Rest assured, I will take just as much from you as you took from her. I reached out and spread open his eyelids with my fingers. Then pressed my thumb lightly to his iris. He jerked his head frantically, trying to pull away, but I pinned his head down easily with my fingers and pushed my thumb into his eye, crushing the eyeball and forcing blood and pus down the side of his face as he screamed. I pulled back my freshly stained hand, waiting for him to quiet before I continued. I considered destroying both of your eyes. It appeals to me, the thought of taking away your sight. But I don't think I'd like to put anyone in a position where they would have to take care of you or wait on you. So your other eye you keep. But your ear. I shoved my finger into his ear, ripping through cartilage and pulverizing the eardrum. Really, you don't need more than one to get by. I smiled as he convulsed in pain. I stood and retrieved the QuikClot again, sprinkling it over the open wounds. Let's see, what else can you do without? I asked speculatively. You don't really need 10 fingers, do you? I moved to his broken hand and held it to the table. Then twisted his pinky until the bones cracked and his flesh tore away. I threw the finger into the flaming bowl, just as Rosalie tossed in the last piece of his penis. His screams were weakening. He was approaching his pain threshold. Rosalie, sweetheart, would you thread me a needle? I asked her. She started on the task, and I picked up a small plastic tube off of the table. The tube would be necessary for keeping Phil's urethra open without the support of his natural anatomy. He moaned in agony as I shoved it roughly into place, then I took the needle thread from Rosalie and started sewing up the tears in his flesh. When I finished, I stitched up his hand where I had torn away his finger as well. His cries grew weaker with every prick of the needle. Rosalie looked over his damaged, bloody body. We made a mess. We did indeed. Would you like to clean up with the water on the stove? Rosalie skipped happily to the stove and brought back the pan of steaming water, humming to herself as she poured it over Phil. His moans were barely louder than her own moderate humming. He was close. I moved to the back door and stepped out, scooping a handful of dirt from the unkempt yard. I strode back inside and scattered the dirt over Phil's body as Rosalie returned the pot to the kitchen. I started kneading the dirt into his ravaged flesh, and Rosalie moved to help me. What's this for? I smiled. Later. It will be all but impossible to clean out the dirt embedded in his wounds, which means painful infections are practically guaranteed. Carlisle, why couldn't you have helped me when I plotted my own revenge? This is so much more creative than what I did. Oh, I don't know. You had Royce living in terror for quite a long time. That was his torture. True. But Phil's got that too, doesn't he? I mean, you are going to let me come back and kill him in a year or two. Most likely. I appreciated her reminder to him that he needed to live in fear. Of course, he might not have been coherent enough to understand it. His screams were only dull moans now, and his good eye had rolled into the back of his head. Oh, he's very close, I smiled. He'll pass out with just a little more encouragement. I pressed the heel of my hand to his hip and shoved it into the tabletop, shattering bones. It didn't quite do the job. He was still moaning and whimpering. Rosalie smiled and slammed her fist down on his elbow. The bones snapped, and he gagged weakly. A little more, I said. I let my eyes wander around the house, searching for something suitable. And my eyes fell on a baseball bat standing in the corner. Perfect. I strode over to the bat and picked it up, carrying it back to the table. Rosalie caught on and helped me lube her. I caked the thick cup of the bat with blood, smiling darkly, and I used my fingers to stretch open his anus while I shoved it inside. With one last tortured scream and one more weak arch of his body, Phil's good eye fell closed and he slumped back onto the table, unconscious. The animal was satisfied. I locked it back in his cage and moved to the sink, scrubbing my hands. Rosalie joined me and we cleaned off our skin as well as we could. Our clothes were blood-spattered and would have to be burned, but we could do that later. I slipped off my stained shoes and moved upstairs to collect Bella's suitcases, carrying them out to the car while Rosalie surveyed the kitchen and collected any identifying evidence. Once we were ready to go, I moved to her side and held out my hand. Phil's cell phone. She retrieved it from where she had left it on an end table and handed it to me. I dialed 911 and set it back down on the end table, then I took Rosalie's hand and the two of us strode out the door. Bella Swan's point of view. I woke to the shifting of the mattress under me and I jerked upright, ready to bolt. Relief flooded through me when my eyes fell on Carlisle and I threw off the heavy covers and fell into his waiting arms. "Carlisle," I whispered, clinging to his hard body. I was still a little cold, and it wasn't helping to be pressed against him like this, but I couldn't let him go. "I brought you some tea," he murmured softly, nodding toward a mug that sat on an end table next to the bed. The alarm clock next to it said it was just after midnight. "Edward Said, you went to bed before you had any." I nodded, shivering a little. Carlisle gently unwrapped my arms from around his neck and shifted me back onto the bed. "Would you drink some now, please?" I nodded and accepted the mug, taking a sip. "It's sweet," I commented, surprised by the flavor. Carlisle just nodded. "Yes, you need the sugars. And the ginger in the tea will help your circulation." He reached out and stroked a lock of my hair gently. "Bella, I have to ask you something not entirely pleasant." I stilled at his words, and I found myself remembering the first time Phil had come into my room, how sweet and hesitant he had seemed. "Don't worry, Bella, I won't hurt you. I just want to look at you." I shuddered. "Please don't be frightened, my love," Carlisle whispered. "I just wondered if you would let me take a few photographs of your injuries." Quote. Another shiver rippled through me. "Why?" Carlisle nudged the mug in my hands, and I took another sip of the warm liquid. "Blackmail," he said frankly. "Your S.T.E.P. father is a difficult man to discourage, but he has gone to great lengths to keep himself out of prison. I believe the most effective way of keeping him under control is to threaten to go to the police." I didn't understand. "Keep him under control? We're leaving," he said gently. "I'm taking you home and I don't want him reporting a custody violation." My pulse picked up at his words. "I don't have to go back." He pressed his palm to my cheek. "No, you never have to go back." I set my tea aside and crawled into his lap, burrowing my face into his cool neck as the tears started to come. "Bella," he murmured regretfully. "I shouldn't hold you now, darling. I can't keep you warm." "I don't care." He stroked my hair gently, giving in. For just a few minutes, he breathed, though it sounded more like he was talking to himself than to me. I was cold. My body wanted to shiver, but I refused to allow it. I knew Carlisle would push me away the moment he thought I was too chilled, and now I needed him more than I needed warmth. I breathed deeply, drawing in the scent of cedar spiced with cloves, and let myself cry. After a few minutes, though, the cold was too much, and I couldn't hold back the trembling. Carlisle moved my reluctant body off of his lap and wrapped a blanket around my shoulders. "Would you mind if I took those pictures?" he asked gently. I shook my head. He drew his cell phone out of his pocket and snapped a couple of photos of the bruises on my face, then closer ones of my ears. He did a few of my hands, which were starting to blister and blacken at the fingertips. And I tried not to cringe at the sight. When he was finished with those, he helped me take my sweatshirt off and had me lie on my stomach on the bed. He tucked the blankets around me to give me as much cover as possible while still leaving bare the discolored stripes on my back, and took a few more pictures. "That should do," he said softly. "Do you want to change into something more comfortable for bed?" He nodded toward the door, where my suitcases sat waiting for me. A blissful smile rose to my lips. I really didn't have to go back. I crawled out of bed and opened my suitcase, pulling out a pair of ratty sweats and a holey t-shirt. I hadn't worn these since Alice had gifted me with her Zovo selections, but I hadn't even considered bringing lingerie with me here. Those were for Carlisle only. I changed quickly and then crawled back onto the bed. Carlisle handed me my tea again, and I drank it down. He took the mug from me and nudged me back onto the pillows, pulling the blankets over me. "Sleep now," he said. "I'll be back." "You're leaving again?" I asked, sitting up. Anxiety twisted my stomach. "Briefly. I just need a few minutes with Edward and then, if you'd like, I'll come back." "I want you to," I said, relieved. "All right." He wrapped an arm around me and eased me back down again. "I'll return shortly." He pressed a gentle kiss to my lips, then stood and moved to the door. "I love you, darling." He breathed, then disappeared into the dark night beyond. I must have fallen asleep fairly quickly because I didn't remember him coming back. When I woke to the light filtering through the curtains, though, there was a solid weight on the mattress behind my back. I pushed off the heavy layers of blankets and twisted around, throwing an arm over Carlisle's cool body. "Good morning," I mumbled. "Good afternoon," he said with a soft smile. "Afternoon." I blinked in surprise. He nodded, pressing a kiss to my neck. I sat up and ran a hand through my hopelessly tangled hair. "How did I sleep so long? It might have something to do with the sedative I gave you." He smiled, rolling onto his back. I narrowed my eyes at him. "Did you drug my tea?" "Guilty," he admitted with a laugh. "Emmett said you were having a hard time settling down last night, and you needed your rest." I crawled on top of him, kissing my way up his chest through the cotton of his dress shirt. "All you had to do was come to bed with me. I always sleep better with you." "I may have done that too." He played idly with my hair. "You didn't eat very much last night." I kissed his neck, trying to distract him. Edward had had an entire large pizza delivered the night before, and I had eaten half a slice and a single breadstick to placate him. I didn't want any of it, but I knew it would bother Carlisle to think I wasn't eating. I shrugged. "I wasn't really hungry." "I guess that's understandable. You had a hard day." I had, and the reminder of it, as disturbing as it was, as also a reminder that Carlisle had come for me. I was so grateful to him that I could barely contain it. Once again, he had protected me, rescued me from things I thought I could never be free of. I had to do something for him. Had to give him something in return. I moved my lips to his and started tugging open the buttons of his shirt. Carlisle moaned softly, hardening beneath me. "Are you warm enough?" he asked, breaking the kiss. "I'm too warm." "I'm hot, Carlisle." I trailed wet kisses down his cold, hard neck, pushing his shirt open and letting my hands trace the contours of his chest. "Oh, you want to help me cool down a little. Bella, sweetheart." He placed his hands over mine to still them. "Now may not be the best time for that." "Why not?" I asked, nipping lightly at his ear. "I know you want me." I rubbed against his erection to emphasize my point, eliciting a low growl from him. "Your physical condition is delicate just now," he said, sounding a little breathless. "I'm afraid I'll hurt you." A chill crept up my spine and I worried that Carlisle wouldn't let me try to repay him. I couldn't lose him. I had to try harder. I slipped a hand between us and rubbed the hard bulge in his pants. "I can take a little pain." It was an offer that had rarely failed me. If a guy was reluctant to take me home with him, I generally just had to give him permission to get rough. Had almost always gotten me what I needed. But Carlisle's reaction was just the opposite of what I had expected. Before I could blink, he had rolled me off of him onto my back and was on his feet, standing beside the bed. "Bella," he breathed, his expression appalled. "You don't really think I would want to hurt you, do you?" Panic flared inside of me. I needed to do damage control, and fast. "No, Carlisle, I know you'd never hurt me." "Except I have, darling," he reminded me. "And I can't risk too much pressure or friction on your back right now. You're trying to heal." "I love you," I said, trying to hold back tears. I knew those words were important to him and I used them shamelessly now to bring him back to me. I want to show you how much I appreciate what you've done for me." He sat on the bed again, some of the tension easing from his body. "You don't need sex to show me how you feel." He stroked one hand down my cheek. "Don't you like it?" I asked nervously. What else could I possibly give him? He smiled sadly. "Of course I like it." His thumb traced gently over my lips. "Every time you allow me to touch you, I feel honored. Your desire for me is something I'll always hold sacred." He wrapped his arms around me and drew me into his lap. "So what's the problem?" I whispered, moving my lips over his. I traced his mouth with my tongue and heard him catch his breath. He put his hands on my shoulders, steadying himself. "I'm worried that you and I see sex differently." I sat back, puzzled. "What do you mean?" He gave me a self-deprecating smile. I've always had a somewhat romanticized view of sex. I believe it to be the purest expression of love. And though I'm in no way deluded into thinking that everyone shares my views, that is how I try to act when you and I are intimate." His hand cupped my cheek. "I love you, Bella. And I want you to feel it in every touch." I bit my lip anxiously. I would be willing to bet, Carlisle went on carefully. That sex has been something entirely different in your life. He raised his eyebrows questioningly, and I nodded. It's been a weapon, he said. And a tool, and a bargaining chip. Is that right? I nodded again. He leaned forward, pressing a kiss to my forehead. You don't have to offer me your body in trade for anything. It's all I have, I blurted out in a panic. I'm not good for anything but a fuck. As soon as the words fell from my lips, my hand flew to my mouth, as though I could somehow push them back in. Those weren't my words. Carlisle had gone very still, and he stared at me, his face blank. I knew should tell him that I was sorry and that I didn't mean it. I knew he didn't like hearing what I had just said. And I really was sorry that I had said it. I just somehow couldn't bring myself to say out loud that I didn't mean it. The words wouldn't take shape in my mouth. And Carlisle just stared at me, his eyes searching my face. I don't know what to say to that, he finally whispered. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. I ducked my head, not even bothering to fight back the tears. This was the end. I was going to lose him. He would walk out the door and leave me here with Mom and Phil. And I would never see him again. That thought terrified me, and fear broke the barrier in my mouth. I'm sorry, I gasped, clinging to his shirt. I don't know why I said it, it was stupid. I'm sorry. Tears were falling freely and my fists left wrinkles in the fabric of his shirt as I continued blurting out apologies, waiting for him to leave me, fighting to keep him near. And then there must have been a miracle because he didn't push me away in disgust. His arms pulled me closer, wrapping around me, and he was murmuring soothingly in my ear as I tried, again and again, to negate what I had said. Shish, Bella, please. You don't have to apologize. Don't leave me, I begged, sobbing into his shoulder. Please don't leave me. I'll do anything. I'll never leave you. You are my life, darling. My treasure. The men in your life have been fools and barbarians, and their lies have controlled you for far too long. He pulled back, just enough to look into my face. And even that distance from him terrified me. Please look at me, he whispered. How could I do it? How could I ever look into his beautiful, golden eyes with ones as unworthy as mine? Please. I couldn't say no to him. I raised my gaze to meet his, confused by the gentleness that I saw there. I love your eyes, he said softly. They're so warm, so expressive. I love the way you get lost in your books and your poetry. I love the way you challenge people. He moved a hand over my shoulder and down my side to my hip, just touching gently. I love the way every curve of your body fits my hands so perfectly. He kissed me gently. I love your scent. He brushed his nose lightly against mine. I love your loyalty to your friends and the way you laugh when you're with Jacob. His hands were in my hair now. His fingers buried in the mess of tangles. I wish I could be the one to make you laugh like that. He kissed me again. I love your strength, he whispered. I love the way you feel against my body when I make love to you. Another kiss. I love the way you always sit in the same place on the couch in the den and stick your feet down in the cushions to feel the heat from the vent. I was staring at him in shock. But with every kiss and every murmured expression, hope grew a little stronger inside of me. He kept saying, love, like he meant it. Like he really did love me. I love the way you always sleep with things at night, he said and laughed softly. Not even soft things, like a normal girl. Photographs and books. He shook his head in amusement. I love the way your hair shines in the sunlight and the way your skin glows in the moonlight. I love how deeply you care for your parents, despite their flaws. I love your hands and the way they touch me. His hands moved down my neck and one of them slid down my arm and took my hand in his. He brought it to his lips and kissed my palm gently. I'm going to make you believe it, he said softly. Someday, Bella, you'll accept what I'm saying as truth, and better yet, you'll believe that you deserve it. If it takes a century, so be it. But I swear that someday I'll make you see how truly magical you are. His words left me reeling. You're not going to leave me? I asked quietly, needing to hear it one more time. I will never leave you, no matter what happens. I'm yours forever, Isabella Swan. I sniffled softly. It doesn't make sense, I told him, my eyes dropping to stare at his chest. Not a bit of sense, he agreed with a smile. I can't imagine how a woman as fascinating as you hasn't become bored with me by now. I blushed at his joke and tucked myself against his chest. It was such a nice fantasy, imagining Carlisle loving me forever, and he sounded so convincing. Maybe I could believe it just for a little while. Just for now, here in this room where nobody else could see, I would give myself a little indulgence and make believe that Carlisle would stay with me. Are we going home today? I asked him. I expect so. We need to go by the hospital for a few minutes to speak with your mother, but barring any problems we should be able to leave after that. What? I asked, my stomach turning over. Mom's in the hospital. He smiled softly and shook his head. No, darling. Phil is in the hospital. Your mother is simply there with him. I wrapped my arms around my chest, hugging myself. I don't want to see him. You don't have to. He's not a pretty sight, anyway. It might be best to avoid him. I bit my lip. What did you do? Do you really want to know? He asked quietly. I shook my head quickly. No. I reluctantly pushed away from him, climbing to my feet. I'm going to take a shower. He rose as well, leaning down to kiss me. I'll order you some lunch. I moved to the bathroom, but stopped and turned back before I closed the door. He made me say that, I told him, not quite able to meet his eye. All the time, Carlisle looked at me solemnly. I understand. I love you. He gave me a warm smile. Then perhaps God hasn't turned his back on me after all. Carlisle Cullen's point of view. Edward met us at the front doors of the hospital, leaning down to give Bella a quick kiss on the cheek. How are you feeling? He asked her. Fine. Her smile was forced and I knew it was difficult for her to be here. Emmett just left, Edward told me, holding up a manila folder. You want to forge it or make him sign? He can sign, I said as Edward led us to the elevators. What is it? Bella asked. Divorce papers, Edward answered. Emmett met with a lawyer this morning to get them drawn up. He smiled. They're weighted heavily in favor of your mother. Bella stopped, staring at him. Did she say she wanted a divorce? No, I told her, but if we make it easy for her, she might just go for it. I took her hand and pulled her onto the elevator. Edward hit the button for the 7th floor. He won't sign, Bella said. Fear and pain make excellent motivators, I responded calmly. She clung to my hand, worrying her bottom lip as the elevator lifted us to the hospital's burn unit. When the doors slid open again, we stepped out of the elevators near a nurse's station. Edward handed me the folder with the divorce papers and dropped an arm around Bella's shoulders. Come sit with me for a little bit, he told her, pulling her away from me. I gave her a reassuring smile and moved to the counter. A middle-aged woman looked up at me and gave me a welcoming smile. What can I help you with? I'm Drive Cullen, I told her, showing her my credentials. I'm consulting on the Dwyer case. Would you mind pulling his chart for me? She grimaced, opening a drawer and pulling out a folder. It's a bad one. He's been paranoid and jumpy all day. And he keeps saying someone is trying to kill him. I frowned thoughtfully, flipping open his file and glancing through it. I added notes about paranoia to it. That could work in my favor. They say he was attacked in his home. I asked her. She leaned closer, lowering her voice. They found him nailed to the table. I raised my eyebrows, feigning surprise. Nailed. Right through his hands and feet, she said, cringing. I frowned. Has he spoken to a mental health professional? She shook her head. Not yet. Somebody should be by to see him before the end of the day. She gave me a significant look. You know, usually in these castration cases it's the wife or girlfriend, she said. But the wife was asleep in her bed, so they think he must have pissed off a mistress. Did they know who she is? She shrugged. Apparently there are a few to choose from. Police have been interviewing them all day. I flipped the file closed. This is a disturbing case, I told her, handing it back to her. She nodded. He's in room 715, she said, gesturing to the door. Thank you. I turned away and moved to the door she had indicated, tapping lightly and pushing it open. Renee was sitting in a chair by the bed where Phil lay. Heavily bandaged, with very little visible skin. Good morning, Mrs. Dwyer, I said genially. I'm Drive Cullen. How are you today? Phil jumped violently at the sound of my voice, trying to twist in his bandages to see me better. He's in pain, Renee complained. Can't you give him something stronger? I gave her a soft smile. I'm afraid that's not why I'm here. Get out, Phil croaked. His voice raw and cracked. Get away from me. I looked him over speculatively. My, you did have a rough night last night, didn't you? You son of a bitch, he said, his raw voice trembling. You did this. You son of a bitch. I understand your doctors don't believe you'll be able to walk again, I said conversationally. That's a shame. It sounds like you'll be looking for a new career. Renee, call the police, he said, his voice sounding panicked. Oh, yes, speaking of the police. I pulled a second chair up beside the bed and sat down. Please, Mrs. Dwyer, have a seat. I opened the folder and took out the photographs Edward had printed for me, handing them to Renee. She looked at them, and her eyes widened. Bella, she gasped, tears coming to her eyes. This is the aftermath of yesterday's abuse, I said. Abuse that your husband perpetrated, and that you failed to report. A felony and a misdemeanor, respectively. She finished with the pictures and I stood, holding them in front of Phil and showing them to him, one by one. What I have here is evidence, along with a written statement about what happened yesterday. And conveniently enough, I just happened to have the Phoenix police on speed dial. I sat down again, tucking the pictures back in the folder and crossing one leg over the other. Let's talk about what happens next. Renee looked at me fearfully. You're going to go to the police. That depends on you. I'm taking Bella back to Washington tonight. If I see any custody violations filed against her father for it, then yes, I'll go to the police. If Mr. Dwyer ever tries to contact Bella again, yes, I'll go to the police. Essentially, if either of you ever does anything to put me in a bad mood, I will turn the evidence over the authorities. Renee shuddered, and Phil squeezed his eyes shut. Renee, I said, softening a little. I would like to invite you to come with us. Her mouth fell open in surprise. I pulled He divorce papers out of the folder and handed them to her. This will dissolve your marriage. All assets will, of course, belong to you, and there's a non-contact clause as well. There's no reason you should ever have to see Mr. Dwyer again. I'm not getting a divorce, she said loudly. I cleared my throat pointedly. A little discretion, if you please. I nodded toward the papers in her hand. Quote, I strongly recommend that you take me up on my offer. I was about to continue, but there was a soft knock on the door, and Bella peeked into the room, her face anxious. Bella. Renee leapt up from her chair and rushed to enfold Bella in a hug. Bella hugged her back, but stared over her shoulder at Phil's bandaged body, lying on the bed. After a moment she tore her eyes away. Mom, please do it, she said. Please just divorce him so things can go back to normal again. I cringed at those words. I didn't want to see my girl regressing to an old norm. I wanted to change everything and give her happiness. Don't be ridiculous, Renee said. Phil is the best thing that ever happened to us. Bella pushed away from her mother, furious tears forming in her eyes. Not he's not, she said through her teeth. He hurts us. That's a bad thing, why don't you get that? He takes care of us, Renee said earnestly. Bella's eyes met mine for a moment, and she shook her head. No, he doesn't. I know what it's like to have someone take care of you, and it's not anything like what he does. Bella, that's enough, her mother said sharply. You know you brought your punishment on yourself. If you would just be good and do as you're told, he wouldn't have to discipline you. She clenched her hands into fists, her whole body shaking. That's not discipline, and I shouldn't have to do the things he tells me to do. Hope swelled inside of me when I heard those words from her. I needed her to believe them and I hadn't been sure that she did. After her comments earlier that day, I had started to wonder exactly where her head was. I didn't ever want her believing the sickening things her stepfather had tried to beat into her. Bella. It was Phil who spoke, and I automatically shot out a hand and smacked him across the face. You haven't been given permission to address her, I said sharply. Do it again and you'll find yourself with an unfortunate spinal cord injury. Phil fell silent again. Renee's eyes were on me now, staring at me in fear. Who are you? She asked, her voice shaking. I'm the man who put your husband in that hospital bed, I told her in a low voice. I'm the man W. Ho will put him there again if he continues to hurt people. And I'm the man who will see to it that he never lays another finger on Bella. Bella reached out and took her mother's hand, reclaiming her attention. Mom, please, she whispered, her eyes sad and begging. Just sign those papers and get rid of him. I miss you. He's my husband. I'm your daughter, she said, tears sparkling in the corners of her eyes. Renee looked torn. He needs me. I need you. Renee bit her lip as she looked back and forth between her husband and her daughter. I can't leave him like this. Bella let out a little sob, but set her jaw determinedly. You have to choose. Him or me. If you stay with him now, I'm leaving and I'm never coming back. Renee's expression turned stern. Don't throw a tantrum. Bella flexed her hands and fisted them again, swallowing hard. I'm not, she said around her tears. I can't stand it anymore. I won't be near him, and I won't wait around for you to realize that you made a mistake. She swallowed again. If you don't sign those papers, you won't ever see me again. Renee pursed her lips. You're being ridiculous. Bella crossed her arms over her chest. No, I'm protecting myself. Renee looked at the papers in her hands for a moment, then tore them in half. I won't be bullied into throwing away my marriage by my daughter and some sociopath, she said bitterly. Bella broke down, sobbing and hugging herself. Please, she begged one more time. Renee dropped the torn papers on the floor and propped her hands defiantly on her hips. Bella straightened, setting her jaw again, and moved forward to hug Renee. I love you, Mom, she choked, clinging hard to her for a moment. But then she pushed away. Don't ever call me again. She turned and fled out the door, leaving Renee staring after her in shock. I was so proud of my girl that I thought my chest might crack from the swelling. She had taken control of her life today, despite the great personal cost. Well, I said, unable to hide my satisfaction, it appears our business here is finished. I'll leave the two of you with a warning. You are being monitored closely. If you do anything to upset Bella or to displease me, I'll be only too happy to pay a visit to the authorities. Are we clear? Renee turned a hateful glare on me. You took my daughter away from me, she said coldly. I arched an eyebrow. You have subjected your daughter to a string of abusive relationships, never intervening on her behalf, and even assisting with the abuse. I hardly think you have anyone to blame but yourself. I stepped around her to the door. Good day. In the hallway, Bella was sobbing against Edward's chest. The middle-aged nurse hovered nearby, offering her coffee or water. I moved to them and pressed my fingers to the nurse's shoulder, thanking her for her concern. I'll take care of her, I told her gently. She gave me a sympathetic smile and moved back to her seat while I took Bella's elbow and guided her to the elevators. Once inside, I scooped her up into my arms and held her against me. I didn't try to soothe her or silence her tears, I just pressed my lips to her hair and let her cry her sorrow into my shoulder. When the elevator released us, I carried her to the car, sliding into the back seat with her while Edward took the wheel. I'll need you to stay until the first of the year, I told my son as he drove us back to the motel. Keep close to the hospital and monitor their intentions. I won't have them interfering with Bella's emancipation by reporting custody violations. He nodded. I'll call Esme to come join me unless you need her there. That's fine. I held Bella close to me, stroking her hair. I'm so proud of you, my angel. Why? She sniffled. I'm a horrible person. No, sweetheart. I know it was a difficult thing to do, but protecting yourself most certainly does not make you a horrible person. I meant it, she choked, burying her face in my chest. I'm never coming back. I tightened my arms around her, trying to communicate by touch how much I loved her. You're so strong, I whispered. So courageous. I adore you, Bella Swan. Don't leave me, she begged, clinging to my shirt. Never. And I'll never give you cause to leave me. I'll cherish you, my love, for as long as I draw breath. Her body trembled under the weight of her pain. Can we go home now? Yes. Let's go get checked out of the motel. If we leave now, we should be home by Christmas Eve. Bella Swan's point of view. I spent the next 2 days in the back seat of a car with Carlisle. And though he claimed much of my attention, I also spent a lot of the ride home watching Emmett and Rosalie. The two of them were inspiring. They touched constantly, whether just holding hands or something more intimate. They argued playfully about whose turn it was to drive, or who was a better driver, or who was a better lover. They teased and tickled, and sometimes just made out while they effortlessly steered the car way too fast down the freeway. But it was more than just the teasing and kissing. I was noticing in particular how they looked at each other. They didn't just look, they adored each other with their eyes. That never seemed to change. Whether their eyes were dark with lust or narrowed in playful anger, they never lost that adoring look. I had never seen that look between Renee and Phil. But it occurred to me that I had seen it before. Edward and Esme looked at one another that way, and I had even seen that same look pass between Jasper and Alice. So maybe it was a vampire thing, to love someone like that. Maybe if I was a vampire, I could be loved like that. I turned to Carlisle to ask how far we were from home, but what I saw in his eyes stopped my mouth. It was that same look. As he raised his eyebrows expectantly, silently waiting for me to speak, I saw in him what I had just been watching in Emmett and Rosalie. Had he always looked at me like that? Was there always that light in his eyes when we were together? I had thought of him as an exceptionally warm person, but maybe he wasn't like that with everyone. Maybe it was me that put that warmth in his face. Could it really be me? Or was I stupid to imagine that I could ever inspire something like that? God, sometimes I could be so pathetic. What's on your mind? Carlisle asked me with a small smile. I shook my head, feeling a blush rise to my cheeks. Nothing. Would you like to stop? Carlisle had been careful to make sure we were taking frequent food and bathroom breaks. I had worried, at first, that it would annoy Emmett and Rosalie since they seemed intent on getting home as fast as possible. But it soon became apparent that it wasn't home that was the goal, it was just the speed. The TWO of them were constantly competing with each other over who could drive the longest stretch in the shortest time. But as it turned out, they liked rest stops too. Apparently there was a map at home WITH push pins marking all of the places that they had had sex. After this trip, they would be adding a few new pins along Highway 5. I shook my head, answering Carlisle's question. No, I'm okay. I scooted down on the seat, lying on my back and resting my head on his hard leg. Are you going to sleep some more? He asked, his hand moving to the base of my throat, stroking his fingertips lightly along my skin. I don't think so. If I sleep any more now, I'll never be able to sleep tonight when we get home. Ah, don't worry Shorty, Emmett grinned from the driver's seat. I'm sure the old man would be willing to help tire you out. He snickered and Rosalie giggled. Be quiet or I'm going to make you two let me drive, I threatened him. No, Emmett gasped, as though that suggestion were the worst thing he could think of. We wouldn't get home until after New Year's. Keep it up. I'll have us all on the road till Groundhog Day. Emmett pretended to choke. You wouldn't dare make me miss Groundhog Day. You don't want to mess with me, I warned sternly. I drive so slow I could make a vampire cry. He snickered appreciatively at my joke. Carlisle was smiling down at me, his fingered IPS tracing their way slowly down my chest, tickling the exposed skin above my collar. It was a shame I was only wearing a t-shirt, and not something that would allow his fingers more space to play. Lice had decided that it was her responsibility to keep my closet stocked with softer, more feminine apparel that Carlisle would appreciate, so I had gotten used to nicer clothes. However, they tended to be a little bit provocative. And I hadn't thought twice before leaving them in the closet and filling my suitcase with my oldest, ugliest t-shirts and sweatshirts. I hadn't wanted to look the least bit attractive to Phil. Not that it ever really mattered. I shoved my thoughts of him aside before they could take hold and reached above my head to snag the hand that Carlisle wasn't dragging softly over my skin. He was my strength, and Jasper had said that was okay. I looked into his eyes again and saw that same love shining through. It turned me to jelly. If Carlisle could look at me that way now, after seeing the bruises on my back and hearing about the things Phil did to me, now, while my ears were black and blistering and pale bruises colored my face, now, while I was still weak and human, then it was hard to imagine what it would take to drive him away. That didn't mean I didn't still worry about it. I was terrified of losing him. But right now it felt a little bit less likely that he would leave me than it had a few days ago. For the rest of the drive, I checked frequently to see if that look was still there. Every time he looked at me, I saw it again. Every time he touched me it was with gentle reverence. I found myself comparing him to every other man I could remember being with. None of them had ever touched me as gently as Carlisle did. In fact, except for foreplay and sex, other men didn't touch me very much at all. How had I not seen this difference before? How had I not realized how much better he was? Edward had tried to tell me several times that Carlisle was superior to other men, and Edward would know, I guess. I would have to make it a point to show a little more faith in him from now on. And in Carlisle, which meant I had to seriously start thinking about being with him forever. Real forever, not just mortal forever. The idea terrified me. If there was no end to time, What did you work toward? How could you ever look at the person you loved and say, we made it? You and I really had a permanent bond. It took death to give you those bragging rights in a human relationship. What could give it to a vampire? But then, maybe it wasn't about bragging rights. Or even about being sure that you had made it. Maybe it was about 3,000 years together, lived one day at a time. Day after day of going about the business of living, boosing. SS that looked very different through the Cullen's golden eyes. They didn't come home from work and make dinner, do the dishes, play with the kids, and then go to bed. It made me wonder what exactly they did do. From the time they got home from their daily activities one evening until the time they left the house again the following morning, what went on. There was the occasional hunting trip, I knew. And judging by Carlisle's library, I was sure he did a lot of reading. From what I had seen of Emmett and Rosalie, they might also have devoted a lot of time to sex. Edward had his music, and Alice clearly did a fair amount of shopping. There were so many books in the world. The more I thought about it, the nicer it sounded. Day after day of quiet evenings, curled in Carlisle's lap, ready ing to one another much as we did now. Only, well, probably faster. I smiled as I imagined the sheer number of books I could read. That might be worth the change right there. If, sometime in the future, Carlisle lost interest in me, could I still be happy in a life with an endless supply of books and nothing but time to read them? Maybe I couldn't be happy, but maybe I wouldn't be completely miserable. Maybe this vampire life could work for me. And what if we really could have forever? What if time stretched out endlessly before us, an eternity of evenings curled up together with a book, of nights wrapped in each other's arms? I was still thinking about that when we finally pulled up in front of my house, where Jasper and Alice were sitting on the porch waiting for us. Alice skipped down the steps and across the yard, grabbing me up in a hug as I climbed out of the car. "I've missed you so much," she squealed. I hugged her back enthusiastically. "I've only been gone for 4 days. It was 4 days too long." She reached into the pocket of her very stylish coat and drew out a parcel wrapped in tissue paper. "Here, I got you something you're going to need." I took it from her and folded back the tissue, finding a pair of gray kidskin gloves. I ran my blistered fingertips gently over them, appreciating the elegant softness. "They're beautiful," I told her. She smiled, fiddling with my hair. "Now if we just make sure to keep your hair combed over your ears, no one will know anything about the frostbite." I looked into her eyes, touched by her thoughtfulness. "Thank you. This means a lot to me." "You're welcome." She fluffed my hair and then hooked her arm through mine, bouncing toward the steps. Jasper still waited at the top of the stairs and he gave me a nod, his eyes holding mine. "You handled your mom well," he said. I smiled at him. "You're going to make me have another session with you, though, aren't you? Drive Whitlock. If you want. Though I think this is one your regular therapist can handle, if you prefer." I climbed the steps and gave him a quick one-armed hug as I dug out my keys and let the 6 of us into the house. "How's Charlie?" "Still missing you. Still worrying about you." Carlisle came in behind me, carrying my suitcase. "If you don't mind me disappearing for a little while, I'd like to run to Port Angeles to speak with him," he told me, dropping a kiss on the top of my head as he strode toward the stairs. He darted up to my room and returned empty-handed again without breaking stride in the conversation. "I want to let him know you're back, so he can stop worrying." "Can I go with you?" He frowned. "I doubt they'll allow him visitors, Bella. I'm not even sure they'll let me speak with him, though I'm hoping they'll relax their rules for his physician." Disappointment pricked at me, and Carlisle moved to my side, wrapping an arm around me. "I'll check with them about holiday visits," he said. "They might allow you to see him on Christmas." I thanked him with a warm kiss, which elicited a whistle from Emmett. I laughed, pulling away, and Carlisle tapped the end of my nose affectionately. "I love you, darling. I'll be back before long." He headed outside again, followed by Emmett and Rosalie, and I waved as they drove away. I turned up the thermostat and headed to my favorite spot in the den, kicking off my shoes and stuffing my feet in the cushions. Alice plopped down next to me and watched as I put my gloves on. "These feel pretty good," I said. "Let's see how good I am at this." I pulled my phone out of my pocket and clumsily dialed Jacob's number. It was awkward and a little bit frustrating, but with a little practice, I would probably do all right with the gloves. "Hello." Jacob answered the phone, sounding bored. What are you wearing, Bella? He asked, perking up immediately. How's Phoenix? PSH. Phoenix is so over, Jacob. Get with the program. What do you mean, over? I mean I'm back, so you can stop crying into your marshmallow pancakes. Weren't you supposed to spend Christmas with your mom? Yep, I said. Plans changed. So can I come over? I hesitated. I wanted to see him. But I didn't really want him to see me. I still had bruises that I didn't want to explain. What? He asked, his smirk coming through in his voice. Too busy playing hide the undead salami. Gross, Jacob. Bella, Jasper said softly. He pointed to the phone and held up a finger. Hang on a sec, I said. I covered the mouthpiece of the phone and raised my eyebrows at Jasper. Do you trust me? He asked. I couldn't help the smile that pulled at my mouth. Not really. You think I'm a cinnamon roll. He chuckled. Do you trust me as a psychiatrist? I bit my lip and nodded. Have him come over. I want you to tell him about what happened. A chill washed over me, and I stuffed my feet deeper in the couch. I can't, I said, shaking my head. Of course you can. The question isn't whether you can, it's whether you're willing. Jasper, I protested, my throat dry. I know. He nodded. It's hard. But he's been your friend for a long time, right? I nodded. And you trust him? I blew out a breath. Yes. So, will you do it? I felt a stinging in my fingertips and immediately stopped digging them into the couch cushion. Jasper was watching me, waiting for my answer, and I sighed irritably. Jacob, I said, putting the phone back to my ear. What's this all about? He asked curiously. Come over. I have to talk to you about something. Is everything okay? Yeah, I'll tell you when you get here. Cool, he said casually. Be there in a few minutes. I hung up the phone and tossed it on the end table, avoiding Jasper's eyes. Good, he said encouragingly. An important RT of recovery is being willing to take the difficult steps. I pursed my lips. Are you always this demanding with your cinnamon rolls? He grinned darkly. Would you rather see how I treat my grits? I widened my eyes in feigned fear and pantomimed zipping my lips. Bella, can I decorate your house for Christmas? Alice asked. I blinked in surprise. Sure. I think Charlie has some things in the attic you can use. And miss a chance to go shopping for new stuff. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve, I reminded her. The stores are going to be packed and you don't exactly have a lot of time. Have a little faith in me. I've gotten very good at this. Now, do you like a glittery, tinsel look, or more natural stuff, like pine boughs and holly? Definitely natural. She clapped her hands excitedly. Carlisle will like that. He loves the smells. She spent the next few minutes asking my opinion on various different ideas, and then all of a sudden she jumped up. Okay, I'm going shopping. I'll see you guys in a couple of hours. Without a backward glance, she darted out the front door. I raised my eyebrows at Jasper and he smiled. She was a little eager to get going, he said indulgently. We're lucky she even managed to wait until Jacob got here. A banging rang out on the back door, and Jacob opened it and poked his head in. He saw us sitting there and grinned, striding over to us wearing his usual cut-offs. How are you, Major? He asked Jasper, flopping down on the couch next to me. Still dead. You. Still a dog. He dropped an arm around me. What's going on? We're having an impromptu therapy session. Thought you might like to join us. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Since when are you a therapist? Since 1986. He shrugged. Okay. So. He fixed his gaze on me. Is this where you tell me how you got those bruises all over your face? I tugged his arm tighter around my shoulders. Yes. He put a finger to my chin and tilted my head a little, getting a better look at my cheek. Then frowned and pulled my hair away from my ear. He winced at the sight of the blackened blisters. It's not as bad as it looks. He nodded toward the gloves on my hands. What's that all about? I sighed and tugged them off, showing him my frostbitten fingers. Son of a bitch, Bella, he said, appalled. Your mom and your stepdad did this shit. I nodded. Tell him about it, Jasper urged softly. Jacob waited expectantly. I looked back and forth between him and Jasper, so overwhelmed with the details that I didn't know what to say. I don't know where to start. May I make a suggestion? Jasper asked. I nodded quickly. Start with the first thing that made you feel uncomfortable. Jacob's eyebrows raised, but he waited patiently. I guess that would be at the airport. It was a slow process. finding words to explain everything and forcing them out. It took plenty of encouragement from Jasper, and lots of patience from Jacob, but eventually I managed to tell him about Phil's suggestive touching, the tequila and the beating in the living room, his assault on me in my bedroom, and the icy punishment in the bathroom. Jacob scowled darkly and occasionally asked a few questions. But for the most part, he just listened quietly. When I finished, he gave me a piercing stare. "So did your leech kill him? Are you trying to tell me that the treaty's broken?" I took the hand that was still resting on my shoulder, lacing my fingers through his. "Carlisle didn't kill him. He's in the hospital, but he's not dead. You want me to finish the job?" he asked, his voice hard. Jasper shook his head. "Bella doesn't need revenge, she needs closure. We're having this discussion so she can come to terms with what happened and put it behind her." I squeezed Jacob's hand. "I can't just forget. Jasper," I said, not quite able to meet his eyes. "It's not that easy." "Of course it's not. Putting it behind you doesn't mean you'll forget. It just means that you'll think of it less and less as time goes by." That sounded good. I wanted to think of it less. Jasper leaned back in his chair. "Bella, now that you have a little distance from it all, can you look back at it and tell me what hurt you the most?" My hand moved to my mouth, rubbing it gently. The words were what I hated the most. I wondered if that counted, or if he was talking about physical hurt. "The only wrong answer is a false answer," Jasper said softly, waiting. The worst part was what he made me say. I had skipped that part in my story, and Jacob looked at me warily. I took a deep breath. Phil likes to hear me say things. He tells me what to say and makes me repeat it. Jasper cleared his throat softly. "You're speaking in the present tense, Bella. That part of your life is over. Put it in the past tense." I nodded. "We talked about a couple of things that he made you say already," Jasper reminded me. "Can you tell me another one?" I gave him a pained look and flicked my eyes at Jacob. I didn't want to do this in front of him. "Jacob is your best friend, isn't he?" Jasper asked gently. I nodded. "And you told Rhodes you trust him. Is that true?" I nodded again. "Do you trust him enough to believe that he'll still be your friend after he hears about what happened?" Jacob started to speak, but Jasper put a finger up, silencing him. I met Jacob's intense gaze and nodded, though I could feel myself shaking all over. "Good. I think your trust is well placed. Now I'd like to see you give him a chance to live up to your expectations." God, what if he didn't? I couldn't stand to lose Jacob. I couldn't stand it if Phil took him away from me. He took everything, even my mom. What if he took Jacob too? "I can't," I whispered. "Hey, come here." Jacob wrapped me up in a gentle hug. "I had no idea how bad it was," he murmured in my ear. "I'm so sorry, Bella. I wish I had known. I wish I could have helped you." I shuddered. "Why is that hard for you to hear?" Jasper asked, his voice gentle and coaxing. I don't know how to respond. I don't know what to say. "Do you appreciate the sentiment? That he would have helped you if he had been able?" I nodded. "Then just thank him. That sounded kind of perfect, actually." I nodded. "Thanks, Jake." He squeezed my shoulders. "So what kind of shit did that asshole make you say?" I took a deep breath, glancing at Jasper. "I don't have to say it like he did." He shook his head. "This isn't about humiliating you further, Bella. It's about you taking control of the situation. Your terms, your words." I appreciated his distinction, and I nodded. I gulped in a breath and turned to Jacob. "He does this all the time." "Past tense, Bella," Jasper reminded me gently. "He used to do this all the time," I corrected. "He would make me tell him that I liked what he was doing or that I wanted him to do other things." Jacob frowned, but Jasper gave me an encouraging smile. "Good," he murmured. "Can you be more specific?" I chewed anxiously at my lip. He would make me tell him that I wanted to have sex with him, or sometimes, my words caught in my throat and I swallowed hard and tried again, he would make me beg him to do things that hurt me. Like pulling my hair or hitting me. Jacob looked sick, and I waited for him to pull away from me. He did exactly the opposite, though. He tightened his arms around me, holding me against his heated chest. His gesture of acceptance pushed me over the edge, and I suddenly found myself crying into his bare shoulder. I hated it, I sobbed. I hated saying it. It was almost as bad as having to do it. Quote, Jacob rocked me slightly in his arms, saying nothing but thankfully keeping me close to him. As long as he was doing that, I knew he wasn't rejecting me. Jasp. R gave me a minute to get the worst of it out, but when I calmed he started speaking again. You're right, Bella. Having to say it is nearly as bad as having to do it. Possibly worse. Because forcing someone to say things out loud is a very effective brainwashing technique. My residual sobs faded a little at his words. Can you look at me for a minute? He asked. Jacob loosened his grip and I twisted around so I could see him. Jasper met my gaze solemnly. When you say that kind of thing enough times, you start to believe it. It starts to affect other parts of your life too. When he forced you to say you weren't good enough for certain things, you started to believe it, didn't you? I ducked my head, staring at my hands. Bella, tell me what happened before you went to the hospital to see your mom. You went to the hospital? Jake asked. Jasper put up his hand, cutting him off. You can talk about that later if you want. First, Bella, what happened before? I glowered at him. I didn't want to talk about it. It was bad enough the first time. I took a shower. He raised an eyebrow at me. You know what I want to hear about. I sighed irritably. It's none of your business, you know. He laughed, a low, lazy sound. I know. Tell me anyway. I closed my eyes, not wanting to look at him while I talked. I was with Carlisle. I wanted to have sex, and he didn't, I guess. Let's stop there for a minute. Generally speaking, if a woman wants to have sex, and a man doesn't, how should a couple handle that? Honestly, I didn't have the first idea how to handle it. The only per time I could think of that a guy hadn't wanted to have sex with me was with Mike Newton. And if I was being honest, I knew he did want to and he was just letting me off the hook. Jasper frowned thoughtfully when I didn't answer. All right, let me put it this way, Bella. Do you think Carlisle had the right to say no? I nodded, a wave of guilt washing over me. He should have been able to say no, but I pushed him. I was so desperate to make him want to stay with me that I had ignored his choice. Bella, Jasper said gently, I'm not asking to make you feel guilty. It's not always as cut and dried as yes and no. Jacob was watching me intently, concern evident in his eyes. What happened, Bella? Did he hurt you? Jasper held up his hand again to stop Jacob's questions. We'll get there, one step at a time. Now, Bella, what if the situation had been reversed? What if Carlisle wanted to have sex and you didn't? Would you feel like you have the right to say no? Yes, I answered automatically. Except I didn't believe it. I knew that was what I was supposed to say, but I also knew that if Carlisle wanted to be with me, there was no way I could tell him no. Of course, I should have realized I couldn't lie to someone who could read my emotions. Jasper leaned forward in his chair, pressing his palms together. This only works if you're honest with me, he said softly. I glared at him. That's not fair. He just smiled at me. No, I said irritably. I wouldn't feel like I could tell him no. What? Jacob demanded. Bella, is he making you do stuff you don't want to do? Jacob, Jasper chided gently. There are strong emotions on the table here. It's important not to let them get in the way of the discussion. I don't fucking care if I'm getting in the way of a discussion. Jacob yelled, jumping to his feet. If that bloodsucker is hurting her, I'm going to kick his ass. Jasper sat back, folding his hands in his lap, and fixed Jacob with a steady gaze. Bella, he asked, not looking away from Jacob. Do you mind if we address your friend's concerns before we continue? No, I said anxiously, looking back and forth between the two of them. Jacob, you're worried that Bella has been manipulated into participating in a sexual relationship that she doesn't really want to be in, is that correct? He glared at Jasper, but nodded and sat down. Yeah. Jasper turned his attention back to me. Bella, have you felt at any point in your relationship that it has moved faster than you would have preferred? I shook my head. And have there been times when you would preferred not to have sex with Carlisle? No. Are you lying? Jacob demanded with a growl. His accusation hurt, and I scooted away from him, pulling my knees up to my chest. It's very difficult for people to be dishonest with me without my knowledge, Jasper told Jacob gently. And who's to say you're not lying, too? Jacob snapped. Jacob, please. This isn't the time or the place for hostility. Bella is trusting you with a lot of very difficult emotions. If you aren't worthy of her trust, I'll have to ask you to leave. Jacob narrowed his eyes at Jasper. I'm worthy of her trust. Good. Then accept the answers she gives you. Jacob shot a dirty look at Jasper, then dragged me close to him again and wrapped his arm around me. You promise you're not letting the leech do shit just because you think you have to? I promise, I told him, meeting his concerned gaze. He's very sweet, Jacob. If he's very sweet, why are we sitting here talking about some incident with him? Let's take this one step at a time, Jasper said again, reclaiming my attention. Bella, you know that Jacob and I would both prefer to hear that you felt like you could say no to Carlisle. You've seen Cobb get very protective over you when he felt like you were being exploited. If it's all right with you, I'd like to make that one of our goals. To get you to the point where you feel it's all right not to have sex with Carlisle. Even if he wants to. He raised his eyebrows questioningly. Is that all right with you? I nodded. Good. I have some homework for you. I frowned at him. Since when are you allowed to give me homework? He grinned. Since you agreed to work toward a goal. You're not fair, I muttered. He just smiled. Your homework is to tell Carlisle no at some point this week. Use any excuse you want, blame it on me. If you want. But just say no to sex or some sexual activity, and watch how he reacts. My stomach twisted with dread. I can't. Are you willing? He urged gently. I shook my head. No, Bella. Jacob protested. Jacob, you can't force it, Jasper said gently. I know it's hard for you to understand since you've never felt the way she does, but what I'm as king of Bella is incredibly difficult for her. Jacob started to protest again, but Jasper cut him off with a simple statement. She has the right to refuse. Jacob snapped his mouth shut and sat back, pulling me a little closer. Jasper gave him an approving smile and turned his attention back on me. That's all right. If it's too much to take on now, we'll save it for later. For now, why don't you tell me a little more about what happened when Carlisle didn't want to have sex? I took a deep breath. It scared me, I admitted. I thought he didn't want me anymore. That all the stuff he had to put up with from me was just too much. He wouldn't let me give him anything back. Jasper nodded, urging me along. What happened? My hand moved involuntarily to my mouth, my fingertips pressing over my lips. I said something awful. I mumbled against my fingers. What did you say? Phil made me say it all the time, I blurted out, trying desperately to explain. I don't know why I said it. Except he made me say it before and it's all I could think of. What did you say? Jasper prodded. I rubbed my lips with my blistered fingers, building up the nerve. I watched Jacob out of the corner of my eye as I spoke. I told him all I was good for was a fuck. Bella. Jacob gasped. Jacob, Jasper said sharply. That's not helping. I'm sorry, I whispered, burying my head against Jacob's chest. I didn't mean it. I swear I didn't. I don't like talking like that, I don't like to sound like him. It just came out. You're allowed to say things you don't mean, Jasper said soothingly. It's not illegal or immoral. And while it tends to make conversation more difficult, it is certainly not among the worst things a person can do. You're okay with this? Jacob asked incredulously. Not particularly, no. Jasper answered him honestly. But this isn't about me. Bella feels bad for having said what she said, and the simple fact is, it wasn't her fault. What do you mean? Her street EP father has been making her say things like that for years. Right, Bella. I nodded, staring at my hands. He's been cultivating a habit. It's only natural that she would impulsively repeat his words at some point or another. But you know it's not true, right? Jacob asked me. Yeah, of course, I said, still staring at my hands. I was going for casual, but it sounded weak even to my own ears. Look, you're my best friend. Jacob said. You know that, right? I nodded, meeting his gaze this time. And you and I don't have sex. I nodded again. So obviously there's more to you than just that. He gave me a self-satisfied smile. I had to smile in return. He was just so pleased with himself. You feel like trying a little bit of reprogramming? Jasper asked me. I furrowed my brow. What do you mean? If I ask you to repeat something I say, will you do it? I regarded him carefully, fear bubbling inside my chest. Do I have to? No, he said, shaking his head. I want you to, but you always have the right to tell me no. I took a deep breath. What do you want me to say? He smiled ruefully. It's going to sound cheesy. Are you ready for this? I nodded. I am loved. I raised an eyebrow. You're right, that's cheesy. Quote. He shrugged, clearly not bothered by my criticism. You really want me to say that? He nodded, an amused smile playing across his lips. I don't get it, I said, stalling. The fact was, I didn't know if I could do it. He just shrugged again. Will you say it? Why? It's not easy, is it? Not any easier than some of the things your stepfather made you say. I can say it, I snapped. All right, he said apologetically. Go ahead. I took a deep breath, and swallowed hard. I'm loved, I said quickly. Good. Now say, Jacob loves me. My eyes widened and I looked at Jacob quickly. Was he kidding me? He expected me just to say that, right here in front of him. I would sound ridiculous. And what if, oh, God, what if Jacob didn't love me, and I sat there and said he did? I would look like a complete idiot. Jacob was watching me expectantly. Come on, Bella, just say it. I chewed at my lip. Now I couldn't not say it. Jacob loves me, I mumbled. The words felt wrong in my mouth. Jasper smiled, looking pleased. Now say, Carlisle loves me. I froze. That I couldn't do. It was one thing to say it about my best friend, but with Carlisle there was just too much on the line. I couldn't presume to make a declaration like that for him. I can't. Why won't you? Jasper asked, gently correcting me with his phrasing. Because it's not for me to say. I can't decide how he feels. Has he told you he loves you? I nodded. Do you believe him? I just stared at him. I couldn't say no. That would basically be accusing Carlisle of lying, and I didn't really think he was lying. But I couldn't say yes, either, because that was ridiculous. How could a man like him possibly love me? I wanted him to, I really did. I just didn't know how he could. Jasper smiled sadly. Goal number 2, he said softly. I want you to learn to trust your relationships. Is that okay with you? I nodded. It wasn't entirely okay with me, honestly. Because it simply wasn't smart to trust people the way he wanted me to. But how could I say no to a request like that? Jasper raised an eyebrow. Bella, therapy only works if we're in it together. I want this for you. But if you don't want it for yourself, we're wasting our time. His words irritated me, and I lashed out at him. I don't want to trust relationships, I snapped. I don't want to be the idiot who didn't see it coming when he walks out on me. Jasper was silent for a moment, his face expressionless. All right, he finally said, nodding. We'll just stick with our first goal for now. Okay. I tucked myself closer to Jacob's warm chest. Okay. He gave me a small smile. I'm done for now. Is there anything you want to talk about? I shook my head. He pushed himself to his feet. I'm going to see if I can snag me a fox or two before Alice gets back. Holler if you need me. He moved to my side and gave my shoulder a quick squeeze before striding out the back door. Jacob looked thoughtfully after him. You know, as therapists go, he doesn't seem too bad. I shook my head, feeling bad for snapping at him. No, he's pretty great, actually. I slid out from under Jacob's arm and stood, gesturing toward the stairs. I need a minute. Cool, he said, kicking his feet out in front of him and tucking his hands behind his head. I was glad he didn't argue. Jacob was so easy to be with sometimes. I escaped up the stairs and closed myself in my bedroom, flopping down on my bed and taking several long, calming breaths. I was surprised by how much Jasper had gotten me tea. Say out loud in front of Jacob, surprised, and a little bit pleased. He was right. It was sort of empowering, framing the incidents with my own words and speaking them out loud. They didn't seem quite as big after I had done that. If I could talk about them, I could deal with them. My gaze fell on my open closet door, where my pros and cons were listed. Under the vampire cons, Jasper's straight. Careful lettering still promised me therapy. It had made me smile the first time I had seen it, but now it bothered me. It was in the wrong place. I pushed myself off of the bed and grabbed a marker from my desk on the way to the door. I wiped away Jasper's writing with my finger and rewrote it up higher on the door, under Vampire Prose. I hoped he would see it. Carlisle Cullen's point of view. I head through the glass doors of the Daybreak lobby and strode to the desk, giving the receptionist a smile. Hi, I'm Carlisle Cullen, Charlie Swan's family physician. I have a matter of some importance I need to discuss with him. We hold visiting hours on Sundays, she said, returning my smile. You can speak with him then. I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm afraid it can't wait. His daughter has been in an accident and I must speak with him regarding her medical care. She frowned, giving me a skeptical look. You're his doctor. I smiled to myself as I produced my hospital identification card for her. It wasn't unusual for people to doubt me due to my apparent age, though I certainly got less of it when I dressed the part. With the clothes Alice had been buying for me lately, I looked decidedly 23. And I couldn't blame the receptionist for her skepticism. She inspected my ID and handed it back, satisfied. I'll just page his doctor to see if we can allow a visit. Thank you. I waited until she had made her call. Then leaned casually on the counter. What's your policy on holiday visits? I asked her. Most of our patients are allowed to go home from 9 in the morning to 9 in the evening on Christmas Day. She flipped open a file folder and ran her finger down a list of names, searching for Charlie's. But it looks like Mr. Swan opted out, she said. He expressed a preference to stay. I nodded. We may need to change that. We expected his daughter to be away for the holiday, but under the circumstances, she'll be staying. Should I go ahead and put him down, then? I'll speak to him about it and let you know. A young man wearing smartly pressed clothes and carrying a clipboard emerged from a door behind the desk. The receptionist smiled at him, rising. Dr. Benson, this is Dr. Cullen, Charlie Swan's doctor. There's a family emergency, and he'd like a word with Charlie. The doctor looked me over cautiously. Charlie's doing very well, but we try to limit it outside stressors during our patient's time here. Maybe you could give me a message for him. I wish I could, doctor. I'm bound by HIPAA regulations, I'm sure you understand. He frowned. There's not another family member you could speak with. The mother, maybe. I'm afraid not. Her mother is currently hospitalized. I really must see Charlie. Dr. Benson nodded reluctantly. Have a seat in the visitor's lounge. I'll have him meet you, but please, try to be tactful. Of course. He disappeared through the door again, and I moved to the lounge where Bella met with her father each week. Took a chair in a corner and folded my hands, waiting patiently for Charlie. It didn't take long. He appeared after a few minutes, striding quickly ahead of a harassed-looking drive. Benson, his face twisted in panic. What's wrong? He demanded, his voice cracking with anxiety. Where's Bella? Did something happen in Phoenix? She's safe, Charlie, I assured him, rising. Please. I gestured to a CH. Air near mine and nodded an acknowledgement to Dr. Benson, who turned away and left us alone. What the hell happened? Charlie yelled, refusing the chair I offered. I drew the photographs I had taken from my pocket and handed them to him. I went with her to Arizona so I could check in on her, I told him. I found her like this after less than 6 hours with her stepfather. Charlie scanned through the pictures. A look of horror on his face. My baby girl, he choked. He sank down into the chair, his eyes taking in the injuries that Bella had suffered. I brought her home, I said softly. His head snapped up. No, she has to stay there. If Renee reports that she didn't follow the custody agreement, it will stop her emancipation request. She'll be sent back to live there until she's 18. There won't be a report. Dwyer met with a nasty accident. He'll be in the hospital for quite some time. Charlie regarded me carefully, accurately reading my message between the lines. And Renee, she seems interested in keeping herself and her husband out of prison. Anxiety still colored his features. She could change her mind. Edward is still there, I assured him. If she changes her mind, he'll change it back for her. He looked back at the pictures, his face pale. How did she get frostbite in Phoenix? Her mother and stepfather left her in a bathtub full of ice water while they went to a movie. His hand clenched into a fist, but he took a deep breath and loosened his fingers after a moment. Clearly his therapy was helping him. He took a few more slow breaths, then gave me an unfriendly look. You went with her. I nodded. How does your wife feel about that? My sister is very fond of Bella, I said quietly. She was anxious to guarantee your daughter's safety, as was the rest of my family. He looked down at the pictures again, clearly uncomfortable with the things we weren't quite discussing. What kind of accident did that asshole have? It's a terrible thing, I said emotionlessly. Bones shattered, third-degree burns all over his body, very ugly. He lost an eye and the hearing in one ear. The police believe it was a very angry ex-lover who did it. Why is that? Charlie asked. I smiled tightly. It usually is in these castration cases. He met my gaze again and grunted in acknowledgement. Bella lost her mother this week, I told him softly. Annie chose her husband over her daughter, and Bella has made the decision to cut Renee out of her life. Charlie's eyes widened. She needs you now more than ever. You're all the family she has left. Whatever plans you have for the future had better include you being involved in her life. He stared at his hands for a moment, then nodded slowly. May I assume you'll be going home for Christmas? He swallowed hard. Does she want me there? Very much. She misses you. He rubbed his palms anxiously over his knees and nodded. Good, I said. I rose and held out my hand to him. Let's go get it arranged with the receptionist. He looked at my hand for a moment, then reached out and grasped it, letting me pull him to his feet. Bella Swan's point of view. When Alice returned from her shopping trip, I was sitting on the couch between Jasper and Jacob while they tried to explain to me what was happening on the television screen. He just threw it and there was nobody there to catch it, I pointed out. That's because he didn't want to get sacked, Jacob explained. What does that mean? Tackled, Jasper clarified. When a quarterback takes the ball, he moves back to give him room to throw it. If he gets tackled before he can throw it or run forward, it's a loss of yards. That's called sacking the quarterback. Okay. But last time a guy threw a ball to nobody, you said it was intentional grounding. He was in the pocket. Jacob said patiently. What pocket? Alice breezed into the room then, laden with shopping bags, and I jumped up and threw my arms around her. Alice, I love you. Save me from the boys. She dropped her bags and returned my hug. Boys, how dare you torture Bella with sports? Jasper laughed and stood up. He moved behind me and wrapped his arm around my waist, lifting me off of my feet and setting me to the side. Sorry kid, my turn. He pulled Alice into his arms and kissed her deeply while I watched, fascinated. Once again, I found myself audience to same adoration that I had seen between the other couples in the Cullen family. Jasper broke the kiss but stayed close, rubbing his nose against hers. How'd you do? He asked with a devoted smile. Great. I found so much stuff. Do you want to show me? Yes. She darted out of the room, quickly making 3 trips to the car and back, filling the room with shopping bags in a matter of seconds. Jasper sat on the love seat with a patient smile on his face while Alice unloaded one bag after another. She proudly displayed each item to him and let him compliment her on her good taste before skipping off to place it around the house. I sat next to Jacob and watched them, completely enthralled. Jasper wasn't really the type to be interested in interior decorating, but that didn't stop him from looking admiringly at everything Alice showed him, indulging her enthusiasm. They remind me of my parents, Jacob murmured, wrapping an arm around me. Your parents were like that. He nodded. All the time. Made me want to puke. He snickered as Alice strode by, smacking him on the back of the head on the way to hang a cluster of mistletoe in the doorway. We need to move the furniture around in here to make room for the tree, she announced, turning to Jasper and batting her eyes. He rose, smiling in amusement. Well, little lady, he said, falling into a more pronounced southern accent. I think I just might be able to help you with that. He effortlessly began shifting the furniture around where Alice directed, and Jacob and I jumped off of the couch to get out of the way. He stood in front of the TV with me, one arm draped casually around me while we watched Jasper work. I was so caught up in the activity around me that it startled me when I looked up and saw Carlisle standing in the doorway. His eyes were on me, his expression unreadable. A smile spread across my face and I stepped out from under Jacob's arm. I clasped my hands behind my back, strolling casually toward him. Carlisle, I smiled innocently. Did you know you're standing under the mistletoe? He raised his eyebrows and looked up at the little bunch of greenery hanging over his head. Would you look at that? He said, giving me a smile. I believe that tradition demands that you kiss me now. PSH. Tradition, I scoffed. Always so demanding. I smiled slyly. What would happen, after all, if I just ignored tradition? He clucked his tongue disapprovingly. You can't do that. The consequences would be dire. Dire. I'm not sure I believe that. What will happen if I don't kiss you now? He rubbed a thumb over his lips thoughtfully. 7 years of bad luck. That's for breaking a mirror. I smiled and stopped about a foot away from him. He gazed at me, his eyes sparkling. Apparently Carlisle liked it when I played a little hard to get. Perhaps the consequence is merely the lost opportunity, he murmured, his eyes holding my gaze. It's hard to imagine a punishment quite as severe as missing a chance to taste your sweet lips. Now you guys are making me want to puke, Jacob interrupted. Carlisle gave a low growl and grabbed me around the waist, jerking me against him and leaning possessively over me. I grinned up at him and wrapped my arms around his neck, tilting my head back in an invitation to kiss me. He didn't hesitate. He smashed his lips against mine, kissing me hard, nearly lifting me off my feet with the force of his embrace. I parted my lips and let the tip of my tongue brush his, eliciting another growl. His tongue plunged into my mouth and I found myself being pushed against the door frame, pinned between the hardwood and his solid body. His lips broke away from mine, but left a searing trail down my throat, just over my artery. His lips latched onto the base of my throat and he sucked firmly. I felt heat rise to my cheeks when I realized he was intentionally leaving his mark on my skin. I wasn't sure what fired the possessive side of him, but it was turning me on like crazy. Alice cleared her throat impatiently. Do you think the two of you could move this out of the doorway? We have a Christmas tree we'd like to bring in. Carlisle pulled away, giving me a smile that made my heart skip a beat. I'm very sorry, Alice. I couldn't break tradition, you understand. He took my hand and guided me to the couch, pulling me into his lap as he sat. Get a room, Jacob teased. Hey, I snapped. In case you've forgotten, this is my house. If you don't like what you see, you know where the door is. Jacob just laughed and dropped down onto the couch next to us. How's Charlie? I asked Carlisle, snuggling against his chest. He's very happy to have you back home. And he's eager to see you on Christmas. I can visit him, I asked happily. He can visit you. You can pick him up any time after 9 o'clock on Christmas morning. I hugged him, squealing happily, but then froze when it occurred to me that I probably couldn't be with Carlisle on Christmas. I pulled back, looking at him anxiously. Will I see you? Actually, I thought I'd work a double shift and let a couple of the other doctors spend the day with their families. But if you'd like, I can stop by and see you in the morning before I go in. I nodded quickly. Yeah, I want to see you. All right. He kissed me gently. Oh, Bella, speaking of which, Jacob said, kicking his feet up on the coffee table. Dad said to invite you over for Christmas Eve dinner, and not to take no for an answer. I felt Carlisle tense, his expression turning dark. Oh, unclench, Jacob said, rolling his eyes. She'll be fine. The whole council is going to be there, and you know Sam won't let Billy mess with her. I really wanted to say yes, but I didn't know how Carlisle would feel about that. Will it bother you if I go? Yes, he admitted frankly. But it's irrational, and it shouldn't hold you back. I can deal with my insecurities for one evening. I won't go, I told him, feeling a little disappointed. He shook his head. No, please, I don't want to keep you from seeing your friends. He kissed my forehead. Tell you what, why don't I call you to check in every now and then? To make sure everything is all right. That should help me put aside my anxieties. I smiled, glad he was trying to find a way to make it work. That sounds great, and I promise I'll call if there are any problems. Wonderful. He turned to Jacob. By the way, have you all decided who you want to join the pack? We have 2 names, Jacob said. Quill, obviously, and Seth Clearwater. The council is still debating about the other 2. Carlisle raised an eyebrow. Seth is a bit young, isn't he? He's only a year younger than me. But Leah's freaking out. She doesn't like the idea of him hanging out with a bunch of vampires while he tries to phase, and she's insisting on coming with him. She should. I said. We can have that movie night we never got around to. Quill can come too. Jacob grinned. Leah, Seth, Quill, you. And a vampire coven. Sounds like a party. Alice gasped as she and Jasper maneuvered a Christmas tree through the door. We should have a party. A New Year's Eve party. And we could invite the whole pack. Carlisle smiled. That does sound nice. Bella, Charlie should be back home by then. Do you think he would mind you coming over that evening? I doubt it. He always works New Year's Eve. Excellent. Alice chirped as she and Jasper set up the tree. Can we invite Embry? Jacob asked. He knows everything, but he's macaw, so he can't phase. Carlisle looked puzzled. Your friend is welcome, as long as he understands the danger. How does he know? Jacob smirked. Paul lost his temper and phased in front of him. Was he injured? Nah, Jacob shrugged. I was there. I tackled Paul before he could do anything. Ruined my last pair of shoes when I phased, though. I felt Carlisle's chilled hand slide up the back of my shirt and caress my lower back, and I looked at him. He was gazing at me with that loving look in his eyes again, and it warmed me straight to my core. I bit my lip and leaned close to his ear, threading my fingers through his hair. Do you want to go upstairs? I asked him. Jacob rolled his eyes. Do you guys have to do that while I'm here? No. Go home. He stuck his tongue out at me, but stood up and stretched. I'm on sentry duty tonight. But I'd better go get Wolfie so Sam doesn't freak out. Okay. I stood up and gave him a quick hug. If you need anything, get it yourself. Jacob kissed my forehead and said goodbye to everyone. Then disappeared out the back door. Carlisle took my hand and led me out of the room, snagging the mistletoe Alice had hung in the doorway on the way. I gave him a curious look and he grinned at me, a mischievous gleam in his eye. I have plans for this, he told me with a wink and pulled me upstairs. Carlisle Cullen's point of view. I lay in bed with my girl sleeping restlessly in my arms. ND tried to recapture a moment from my past. I tried to remember what it was like to cherish my human life, to recall how it felt to discover the horror of what I had become and to relive the self-loathing thing that drove me to the many attempts to end my life. I had long since accepted my lot, though I couldn't say I had ever truly come to an understanding with God. Still, I no longer hated myself or my kind. But I was cursed with a perfect memory, and the clarity with which I could recall my tortured past was deeply disturbing. I lived in the hatred, wallowed in it, let it consume me once again, and I tried, desperately. I tried, to understand my girl. But I couldn't do it. As bad as the anguish was, I couldn't deny that, given the choice, I would cheerfully relive every moment of my early life, over and over again. If it meant I could have Bella with me in the end. There was no hell terrifying enough that I would ever consider not risking it to be with her for as long as this unusual life allowed. So why didn't she want to change? Why didn't Bella want to be with me forever? I had no illusions about my life. It was difficult. It was painful. It was isolated and often excruciatingly lonely. But Bella's company was such unmatched compensation that it wouldn't have taken a second's thought before I embraced it all for the pleasure of being near her. I tried to tell myself that I'd had time to get used to my circumstances. I tried to remind myself of the despair I'd felt in those early days. But I knew, even as I relived the misery, that I would bear it all with a smile and a song for her. The only thing I could conclude was that she didn't love me the same way. Deep inside of myself, I found an echo of my once all-consuming desire for death. If Bella didn't love me, this undead life could never satisfy her. She wouldn't stay with me. Perhaps she would linger for as long as she believed I was her only link to safety and security, but eventually, she would move on. I trailed my fingers lightly down her bare arm. She shivered in her sleep, and I tucked her blankets more tightly around her naked body. After the intimacy we had just shared, it was difficult to imagine that she didn't feel as deeply for me as I did for her. We had never been so connected, so perfectly in step with one another. Her body had moved effortlessly with mine and fit around me as though she were made to be wrapped in my embrace. For once, the animal in me had been silent, and the tender caresses we shared had satisfied me right through to my soul. Until she had fallen asleep and my eyes had drifted to the writing on her closet door. She was still changing and adding to her list, still trying to persuade herself to choose one path or another. Why wasn't it clear to her? Why did she resist me? A part of me, an irrational, jealous part, blamed Jacob Black. It still pained me to see the happiness that lit up her eyes whenever she saw him. She was at ease with him and showed him a casual affection that she withheld from me. Perhaps it was love for him that kept her from surrendering herself to me. I slipped out of bed and pulled on a pair of jeans, then moved to the window, maneuvering myself through it and closing it behind me. I crawled up the side of the house to the roof and stood on the peak, turning my eyes to the sky. I suppose you think you're funny, I murmured to the heavens. My words seeking audience with a cruel God. Is this my hell, then? My punishment for seeking to protect my father's congregation from the fate I met? You give me what I've longed for, all these interminable years. And then hold her just beyond my reach. I didn't bother to fight the rising flood of bitterness inside of me. What tricks am I to do for you, then? What hoops shall I jump through to be rewarded with her touch? Only to have her yanked away from me again. I glared into the heavy clouds above me. Would you see me locked in competition for her heart with the progeny, the very echo of my old friend? Would you see me pine for her until she takes her last breath and then watch as I end my carnal existence and send my soul to the devil's realm? I bared my teeth at the dark clouds, a snarl ripping from my throat. And what am I being punished for, I ask you? For living a peaceful life. For making an enemy of no one. What sin have I committed to bring your wrath down upon me? The heavens, as usual, remained closed and silent. My conscience, however, did not. My religious training was too deeply ingrained to allow me to speak so disrespectfully to God for long. Please, I breathed penitently. Just let me have this one thing. Show me that the years I've spent working toward redemption have been worthwhile. Let me be with her now and I'll spend the whole of my existence striving to be worthy of her. I dropped my head and slumped my shoulders tiredly. Am I a gamble? I asked. Have you made a wager with Satan over me, the way you did with Job? Was his torture too short-lived for your tastes? The only sound was Bella stirring slightly in her sleep. She rolled over, whimpering softly into her pillow. And what has she done? I demanded of God. Perhaps you're making me pay for my weakness with her stepfather, but what sin earned her two abusive parents in a life of pain and degradation? What horror did she perpetrate that justifies the violence that has followed her for her entire life? Is this one of your mysteries? Allowing a child to be brutalized time and time again, and then haunting her with dreams to keep her from ever escaping the pain. I paced the ridge of the roof. Anger overtaking the deep weariness inside of me. Are you the sort of God who feeds on the misery of his creations? Is it a demon I've been praying to all these years? My rant was nowhere near its conclusion. But it was interrupted by Jacob's approach. I felt the disturbance in the still night air as heat waves rippled through it, then heard the rustle of denim as Jacob pulled on his shorts. A moment later he strode out of the woods and climbed a tree near the house, effortlessly swinging from a high branch onto the roof. He landed lightly and moved to my side, flopping down on the coarse shingles. What the hell are you doing? He asked quizzically. I sighed and sank down next to him. Praying, I said, a hint of irony coloring my tone. He snorted. To who? I turned my eyes back to the sky. Honestly, I'm not sure anymore. So why did it? I gave him a long look. Perhaps I'm looking for guidance. Though if I'm being honest, it's more likely that I'm looking to place blame. For what? He asked, blatantly ignoring any social rules that protected the privacy of prayer. Bella let out a frightened sob in her sleep. For that, I said, telling him a partial truth. And everything that led up to it. Is this God of yours listening to your prayers? I have received no indication of such, I said, staring at the heedless clouds. Do you ever? I shook my head. So why do you keep praying? Quote, that's a very good question. I had to think about my answer. Because I can't make the world right, and I'm not comfortable imagining that no one can. He leaned back on his hands. Is it more disturbing to imagine that no one can, or that someone can, and won't? I sighed softly. That's another very good question. Jacob smirked. You know, drive. Fang, I think I'm starting to get why Grandpa Ephraim liked you. Really? Yep. But I hope you're ready to step aside, because the next epic vampire-werewolf friendship isn't going to include you. An amused smile tugged at my mouth. Edward and Sam, you think? Ah, hell no, Jacob grinned, shaking his head. It'll be Bella and me. Which means you're going to have to deal with it when she and I decide to take off for a few days whenever we hear about a place we'd like to go. His words silenced me, and I found myself staring into the clouds again. Hey, Jacob kicked my foot. I'm not making a play for your girl, Doc. You don't have to get all freaked out every time she and I spend any time together. I smiled sadly, lowering my head. I apologize for that. I certainly don't mean to make any unfair implications. Whatever, he said casually, dismissing my concerns. I ran a hand through my hair. You think she'll decide to change? Yeah, I think she will. And it freaks me the hell out. Why? Because you'll leave, he said. Right. I mean, you can't exactly bite her and send her back to school all red-eyed and bloodthirsty. And even if you waited a year, People would notice the change. I nodded. Generally, I would think it would be best to leave. But Bella just lost her mother. I don't think it would be healthy to take her from her father right now. Or from me, Jacob added. I wonder sometimes, I murmured. Watching the sky, if you might not be good for her. I am good for her. Ask that kid of yours, Major Freud. She needs a guy in her life who loves her without wanting to sleep with her. She cares about you a great deal, Jacob. I said the words, wanting badly to hear him deny them, to tell me that it was me Bella loved. I know, he kicked his legs out in front of him and crossed his ankles. That's because she knows I won't hurt her. I met his eyes then, curiosity burning as sharply as the jealousy. How did you convince her of that? He shrugged. 8.5 of roaming the woods together every summer and never doing anything worse than making fun of how stupid she looks on Charlie's old home videos. He lay back on the inclined roof and tucked his hands under his head. But then, she wasn't always this bad. She used to be willing to get out of the house and talk to people sometimes. For the last few years, she's been refusing to hang out with me if I was going to see Quill and Embry. I frowned. Will the New Year's party be too much for her? That's up to her, isn't it? But it seems like she's getting a little more comfortable with people since we've all been hanging around. He laughed softly. Who'd have thought that running with a crowd of monsters would make her brave? I fell silent while I thought about the things he said. You really think she'll change? I asked after a long moment. Wouldn't you? I'd have done it already, I said sadly. She's careful, he replied, unconcerned. But she'll get there. And when she does, just remember how it felt when you lost Ephraim, and think twice before moving her off to God knows where. I nodded soberly. We'll have to leave before long, Jacob. I know. And when you do, I'll visit her. But I want to be there for her through the rough parts. I owe her that. I nodded slowly. That's reasonable. He fixed me with a serious look. Thanks for talking her into coming over for dinner tomorrow. I owe you one. I raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. Do you? He smirked. Maybe a small one. Why? What have you got in mind? I could use a little help with Charlie. He is, understandably, not thrilled about the idea of me having a relationship with his daughter. Jacob snorted. Sorry, Fangs, you're on your own with that one. I sighed and Jacob smirked. That's what you get for sleeping with a teenager. Well, that's probably true. So do you always do your praying on the roof? It seemed more appropriate to pray from the roof than from Bella's bed. Fair. He sat up, rubbing his stomach. I'm hungry. Are you hunting tonight? Yes, Edward should be here shortly. Care to join us? Sure, I'll give it a try. If Ephraim could eat raw meat, why can't I? Speaking of Ephraim, I said pointedly. Why aren't you leading the pack? He looked away. Why should I? Sam was first. He's older, has a cooler head. He deserves it. Leadership is in your blood. You carry the instincts that have been passed down to you from a long line of spirit warriors and shapeshifters that have safely guided your tribe through countless difficulties. Sam Yulee is a good man, but he doesn't have the edge your heritage gives you. I don't want it, he said shortly. I can't do what he does. I can't order people around like that. I nodded, understanding his perspective. You know, that's something I like about you, he said, his eyes on the sky. It seems like you go out of your way to give people a choice in things. I frowned. I didn't have a lot of freedom during my human years. What? Did you spend your life in prison or something? My father was a strict man, I said carefully. And a cruel one. So you can empathize with Bella a little, huh? I nod. Dead but was distracted by the quickening of Bella's heart rate and her gasp as she jolted awake. I turned toward her window, waiting to see if she would go to sleep again. Carlisle, she whispered anxiously. Are you here? I pushed myself to my feet and hurried over the eaves and down the side of the house, sliding her window open. She looked up at the sound and smiled in relief. I slipped inside and pushed the window closed. Then moved to her bedside and crawled in, lying next to her. She wrapped her arms around me and clung to me, burying her face in my neck and taking deep breaths. What's wrong, my love? I asked her. She shivered. Nightmares. I rubbed a hand lightly over the bruised skin of her back, trying to calm her nerves. Of him. Do you think he's hurting my mom? I pressed a kiss to her shoulder. I doubt it. What I did to him, besides leaving him physically unable to cause her any pain for few weeks, will greatly decrease his aggressive impulses. It won't make him a kind man by any stretch of the imagination, but physiologically, he simply won't have the same drive to dominate others that he did before. Her arms tightened around me. Thank you, she whispered. She was silent for a moment. But then she pulled back a little, lying on her pillow and looking into my face. Where were you? On the roof, actually. I was talking with Jacob. Why were you talking to him on the roof? I laughed softly. It just sort of happened. How come you never talk with me on the roof? She teased. Because, I smiled, brushing my fingers over her cheek, I'm afraid you'll trip and fall off. Her hand found mine and she curled her fingers around it. You'd catch me, she said with a soft smile. Her words stunned me, and I gazed into her eyes. There was trust there, perfect confidence in my ability to keep her safe, and it left me staggered. Yes, I whispered. I would. She turned her face into my hand, kissing my palm, then pulled my arm down over her waist. I'm glad you're here, she murmured, letting her eyes drift closed. I'll be here whenever you want me, I breathed, moving a little nearer to her. Her faith in me was a soothing balm to my aching soul, and I held her close, letting her heal my pain as she fell back into an uneasy sleep. We will continue in next part.